I can hear can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, never get enough.
looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉廷做康，然后我来自大师赛区。我想我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在生物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来揍。进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿一次5连杀吧，因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样的。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同的方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RQ. We're from the Philippines. I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical. Because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts. and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents. It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets. Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions. For me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean while drifting. To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Ready for another day of fun and laughs? Before anything else, let's give our Game Master a warm greeting. Here she is, Mika Fabs!
Live from Summoner's Rift, it's the Wheel of Misfortune! And you guys better be loving the anticipation for the WCS Championship Finals. It's getting nearer, guys! I hope you guys are all cheering for your respective regions, such as the Indonesian region with a lot of amazing teams. Good thing that our Wheel of Misfortune today has some special guests all the way from WCS Indonesia. Let's turn our attentions over here to our contestants. Let's pull up the first one right now. I believe we have Desiree. Desiree, thank you so much for joining us. Hello. All right, I have a quick question for you, Desiree. I know you guys prepared something around you. You guys were asked to bring some random objects. What's the weirdest thing you had to bring today?
The weirdest thing is embarrassing photo of me.
Oh, okay. At least we know that you have that ready. Let's bring up contestant number 2. We have Princess. Princess, welcome to the Wheel of Misfortune. And I'm gonna ask the same question to you. What is the weirdest thing that you had to prepare today?
I think it's this stocking because I don't know what it's gonna do.
I wonder what that could be for. Let's bring up contestant number 3. We have Lexandrum. Hi, Lexandrum. Welcome to the Wheel of Misfortune. What do you have prepared for today? What's a weird, random thing that you had to go out and grab from, I don't know, your kitchen maybe?
I think a shampoo. Like, for what? Shower?
Oh, shampoo. Ah. So we have like a stocking, an embarrassing photo, and we have shampoo on standby. All right, you guys will be subject to the misfortunes of the Wheel of Misfortune. Now, I wonder what the mechanics could possibly be. Check out your screens. You're gonna see the mechanics right in front of you. But as we always say, the rules actually don't matter here. You actually just have to impress Misfortune herself, our very own Misfortune here. And that's the only rule that really matters, okay, guys? Otherwise, you are subject to the Wheel of Misfortune. Never mind, we have some consequences over here on the wheel. We have do a shoey for your League of Legends fans. Fill your mouth with crackers and then whistle. Oh, that's a good one. If you haven't seen that yet, talk loud for the rest of the game. Post an embarrassing photo. Blah, 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 blah. And we are gonna see if you guys are up to the challenge. Let's actually bring on over here. I mean, her name is on the show itself. So let's bring her over, our very own Misfortune, cosplayed by Foxrots.
Hello, Summoner's Rift! Hello to our contestants. My name is Foxrots, and I am your Misfortune for today.
Misfortune over here, she's very, very hard to impress, and she has some challenges that she's going to subject you guys to. Let's actually jump into the very first one, Foxrots. What is the first challenge that these guys have to do?
It's called What is in the Box?
Ooh.
Basically, all you have to do is answer the question, what is in the box? Do I want to give you a clue? I think I'm gonna say it's really cool.
very, very vague, but don't worry, you guys will have 30 seconds to ask all the necessary questions you can. Let's start with Lexandrum. Lexandrum, you have 30 seconds to ask as many questions as you can. Your 30 seconds, starts right now.
Isinya mungkin
It's not.
All right, Lexandrum, what is your best guess? What is inside the box?
X.
We will note that. Let's move over to contestant number 2. We have Princess. Princess, you have 30 seconds to ask all of the questions necessary, and that starts right now.
Is it related to Wild Rift?
No.
Is it an animal?
Yes.
Is it like a rat?
No.
Is it flying?
No.
Is it cute? Is it fluffy?
I think that's subjective, but I'm gonna say yes.
Is it an omnivore? Like, does it eat like meat? Oh my god.
No, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, we'll just say no. We're going to be general and we'll say no. But Princess, what is your best guess? What is inside the box?
A hamster?
A hamster.
All right, we have eggs and we have a hamster. Let's move over to contestant number 3. Desiree, you have a lot of information actually. Your 30 seconds to add to all of that starts now.
Is it widely popular in Southeast Asia?
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Is it very small or just small?
Just small, not too small.
Okay, I'm gonna guess.
Okay, what's your guess?
A mice?
A mouse.
A mouse.
Oh,
okay.
that's
All right. So we have eggs. We have a hamster. And then we have a mouse. Well, Foxrots, what is inside the box?
Drum roll. You guys are never gonna get this anyway. It's a spider wearing a little hat. Look at him. He's so cute. He's got a little hat.
Oh my gosh. So who do you think had the best answer?
The best answer was pretty hard. Maybe the best one was mouse.
But who is not safe?
Eggs, man. Why would we keep eggs in a box? You could get more creative than that, Lexandrum. Come on. So, I'm so sorry, but you get to spin the wheel of misfortune.
Whoa. So, Lexandrum, you have to choose your favorite, or maybe a couple of favorites, one of the teams from the WCS, and you have to draw their logo on your face and keep it on for the rest of the show.
Versus Esports.
There it is. Okay.
Okay, versus. Good job, Lexandrum. And now I'm gonna say this to you, our misfortune. I'm so tired.
What?
Of hosting.
What?
I'm not even acting. I'm tired. I want to spin the wheel.
You want to just stand here and look pretty and spin the wheel?
Yeah, I want to spin the wheel.
You know,
It's just
fine,
so fun,
fine,
so fun to
fine. You can have my job.
It's
you can have my
tiring.
job. Okay, give me that.
I get you. Here you go.
Give me that.
You have this, and I take this for now, and you can keep the spider. Get the spider over there.
Things are getting a lot more intense. We are in the second round. Proxy Misfortune, would you please give us the next game?
The next game, we like to call it Inner Wisdom. We are going to ask you a very serious question, and you have to answer it in the most creative way. Who's going to decide the winner, by the way?
You are.
You have to impress me. What advice can you give on how to love yourself?
Okay, Desiree, you are up first. Let's go.
To love yourself is to accept your flaws. Just embrace yourself.
Next up, we have Princess. Please tell us, what advice can you give on how to love yourself?
If you really want to love yourself, I think the most important thing is you have to be honest with yourself. You have to know the good and bad in you, and you have to be honest. Like, you have to know and You have to know them and you have to accept them.
I like that. I actually really like that one. And I could tell that you were trying to get everything you wanted to say out in the time limit. She was prepared.
I can tell
was
she
ready.
really believes in this.
Yeah, she really believes in it, very
Yeah.
passionate about it. Let's hear what Lexandrome has to say. What advice can you give on how to love yourself, Lexandrome?
Cara mencintai diri sendiri, menurut saya, cintai diri sendiri itu yang pertama jangan banyak mengeluh, lakukan hal-hal terbaik di semua hal yang positif. Jadi lakukan aja yang terbaik.
Okay, well, I like that as well. Very sound advice. I'm gonna remember all of this. Gotta learn a little self-love, except for the flaws one, because I don't have any. I'm just kidding. So, it's all up to Mika.
Ooh, this is a tough
on
job.
Who will win and who
This
will
is a
spin.
tough job. Oh, I like that. I do love Princess's fire, and I love how she really knew what she wanted to say, so she gets immunity for this round.
Who has the worst, most rotten, most useless answer, Mika?
Desiree still doesn't have anything? So let's say it's Desiree.
Yes, Desiree, you get to spin the wheel of misfortune. I am so sorry.
Like a single nose hair.
Are you ready for this?
Oh no.
Oh, I got one.
Oh, I flinched. Okay, I see it. I see it.
Yay, good job.
Very good. Good job, Desiree.
Good
All right, Fortune. What is the next challenge? Things are getting heated up, and I really want to know what the last round is gonna be.
All right, well, we call this one tier list. You guys are going to give us 3 Wild Rift champions, and you are going to rank them according to how well they would play video games. So you're going to give one champion to be the best. You're going to give one champion to be a little bit, not that great, not that, bad, but whatever. And you're going to give one champion to be the absolute worst, and you're going to tell us exactly why.
I'm gonna go for Princess first.
Princess.
The first one is Arif, just because she has the video games suit or whatever. The second one is Misfortune because the same, and the third one is I think it's Timo because he's a rat.
That is valid. Although I did see a video of a rat playing Doom once, and it was pretty cool. Okay, up next, let's go to Lexandrum. What is your answer? You have 30 seconds. Ready, set, go!
Karena Yasuo adalah champion yang sangat tricky, jadi kalau misalnya yang main itu jago, pasti championnya bakal jadi keren banget. Tapi kalau yang mainnya masih belum terlalu bisa main, dia bakalan jadi terkenal banget. Bahkan ada meme-nya juga yang dia Yasuo itu terkenal banget sama feedersnya, kayak gitu.
Much like the champion himself, I guess.
Yes,
It's
much like the champion himself.
If you playing Yasuo, you either have to be really good or really
really
bad.
bad.
So that's probably a reflection of the champion himself.
That's true. I agree. I agree.
I like that.
And the last person to give their answers will be Desiree. So, are you ready? You have 30 seconds. Who would be the best to worst at video games? Ready, set, go.
Okay, the first one, the best one, I think it's Misfortune. It's a similar reason with Princess because she has the arcade costume, arcade skin, and then the second one, Tryndamere, would be so-so. He can play games, but his temper would be scary because when he lost the game, he would get angry. And then the last one is, I think, Kha'Zix because he is an insect, and then how can he tap his phone with his hand?
Spider is offended on behalf of Kha'Zix. I kind of see the logic. I like that they brought up the arcade skins.
Yes, yes.
Very,
Those
very
are my
important.
favorite ones, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so Desiree and Princess both gave 3, but Lexandrum only gave 1, which is like Yasuo. That Lexandrum, for being so unique, actually wins this.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm taking some tips from you. I'm
Okay,
taking some tips from
okay,
you.
I can't complain.
Yeah. So, Princess, I think it's your time. We're gonna spin the wheel for you.
Let's go, Princess.
one. We have a Southeast Asia version of the shoey. So we have a shoe, we put water, and then you pour the water on your face.
Oh,
no,
it's
that's
a
a lot,
high
that's a lot.
top. It's a high cut shoe.
That's a
Oh,
lot.
she put a
Whoa,
whole glass.
whoa,
Let's go.
whoa.
Let's go. Let's go, princess. Ah!
You're on fire!
Very good. Okay.
What a way to end the show. But is it the
Okay.
end?
No, it's not. Meek Fortune.
That's right. It's not the end because we have to do this one more time. We need an overall winner. I think you guys
No, we
all
need
got
an
to do this.
overall loser.
We need an overall loser. That's right. We need an overall loser. Let's go with Alexandro.
Yes, Alexandra.
Let's go with Alexandro.
You lucky guy. Get to spin the wheel another time. Ready, set, go.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Okay, now you have to put peanut butter on your eyebrows, Alexandra. Don't worry, the show is about to end and you can wash it off as soon as we finish. But we definitely need to see it happen.
You're on fire!
There you go. There you go.
I love that. That just about wraps it up. I am Foxrot. I am your host. And Mika.
We will see you guys next time for another episode. I hope you guys are super excited as well for the WCS Finals, which is coming really, really soon, you guys. We'll see you next time on Wheel of Misfortune.
I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, world, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way
The action is heating up in the second last day of the WCS Finals, and with only 2 teams fighting it out for the last spot in the Grand Finals alongside Team Flash. Well, we have an exciting day ahead for you guys in a best-of-7 series. We have Flash Wolves and RRQ. I'm Grant, and with me, I have my amazing panel once again joined here by Autoluz and Omo. That being said, Otto, didn't you sweep him off the stage yesterday?
Yeah. I'm ready to
why is
mop
he here
him
again?
off this time. Sweep and mop. But yes, can't believe it, man. 19 days.
Finally here.
In Malaysia, and basically we're down to our last 2 days here.
Last 2 days and only 3 teams left, and this broadcast has been brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports, making all this possible. We have 2 more days of action, guys. Tomorrow the Grand Finals happen, but for now, let's take a look back at the teams ahead of us. We only have 1 match, this best-of-7, our longest thus far. RQ and Flash Wolves, I mean, I know you guys have a lot to say about this match.
Well, I'll let you start first, Otto, because I'm going to be going on for a while.
Well, this is a rematch of Flash Wolves and RRQ. The last time that they met, it was 3-2 for Flash Wolves, and we know the story, right? It was a convincing topside win for Flash Wolves. RRQ then dropped, was able to get back on track through a back-to-back 3-0 against Final Adversity, and yesterday we saw them dominating against your BRU.
Well, we got to point out as well, this is a little reminiscent of their regional run too.
Yeah.
Are you gonna actually say something?
No, I'm
about
gonna let Otto talk about it. Let him enjoy the moment, because when we get to tomorrow, Team Flash is gonna beat whoever comes anyway.
Well, we're not going to skip to tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have to
enjoy the
savor
moment today.
Exactly. Because then again, this lower bracket run for RQ, to me, the pressure. They love the pressure, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They
love
the
lower
no
bracket
chance.
runs.
Yeah, they love their lower
This
bracket
is home.
But for me, what really unlocked them right now is that they are now secured of the Icons Global seed, and they're taking the games as if it's scrimmages, right? Nothing to lose. We'll just go ham, go aggressive, and this is the RRQ that we saw back in the regional playoffs, and it's kind of, making me chill right now. Basically, if you are a new fan of RRQ, you're very much welcome to support the team.
And yeah, I love that point. I think it's very reminiscent of their regional run, of course. And when you have this carefree mindset, when you have this mindset that I don't really care what happens, it's just scrims. We've qualified for Icons anyway. Yeah. Well, I think that does a team like RRQ a lot of favors. We know how aggressive they can be. We know how decisive their mid-jungle can be in controlling a game, controlling the skirmishes. Well, I think this sort of mindset is going to do them a lot of favors.
But there is something that comes out of winning the Grand Finals, right? If you win the
I
Grand
mean, of
Finals,
course.
you move into the next stage in the Icons Global Championship.
Well, you're the champion.
You are the champion. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you guys talk so much about the Icons. Well, you get to jump ahead of the playing stage. You go straight into group stages and you get to start competing.
This is
with
why
the
you're the
rest.
host. I actually didn't know that. I just know you get to do this with the trophy, which is nice.
Oh, wait. If they win, should I be their representative and lift the trophy?
Okay, Otto, let's take it one step at a time. They gotta beat Flash Wolves here today first. And the last time these 2 teams faced off, I had a feeling that Flash Wolves genuinely could have just won that series 3-1 because of the backdoor attempt from Ysera. If some things went a bit differently, Flash Wolves won the series right there and then.
Yeah.
It was a bit unfortunate, but credits to RIQ, of course. Their killer instinct really brought it to the edge.
That being said, with only 2 more series left in store for you guys, check out our Golden Power moments for the rest of the talents. Each one gets 1 moment they get to highlight throughout the entire WCS Finals. We still have a few guys that have yet to use theirs, so we're looking out for when they have that. That being said, let's have a refresher into the last 2 days of competition.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. be the last remaining team, and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
A little bit surreal and a little bit sad that I won't get to hear host Mika explain the tournament format to me in just 2 more days. That's the second last time you guys are going to watch that, by the way. Tomorrow's the last time. But the grand finals coming your way. That being said, today's matches, I think, are going to turn up the heat again as a rematch between Flash Wolves and RRQ is bound to happen. Flash Wolves had a strong going, but then RRQ dropping down the lower bracket have been dominating their opponents there.
Temperature, yeah, hot, but the length, not so much. I feel this is going to be a very short series. I just see RRQ on a different level right now. Again, looking at their previous 2 series, I was hoping for a better fight from FLA and from BRU.
Yeah.
And I'm taking away credits from RRQ. And it just so happened that looking at them right now, it does seem like their confidence is on an all-time high, brother.
Yeah, that's part of the things that we were talking about yesterday, right? Confidence is definitely a big factor here. But I think something we got to identify for RRQ as well is they seem to have solved the tournament meta. They seem to have the best read on the meta and the best read on how to draft in the current format. With that in mind, though, I got to give props to Flash Wolves too. We started off criticizing them very heavily at the start of the tournament run, saying double marksmen, it's not really working out for you. Put Bruce on something they can carry. To their credit, yesterday against Team Flash, even though they lost 3-1, they did change their drafting style. They did change their approach, and Bruce looked much better. Today against RRQ, I think that's going to make both of these teams very competitive.
They got close, right? They got pretty close
well,
to it.
I wouldn't say
I mean,
close.
there were a
I
lot
don't
of
think
points.
anyone is close
There are a
to
lot of
Flash.
points that they nearly turned the game on Team Flash. The Team Flash turned the game on them. You know, we saw a lot of back and forth moments, even in the game that Flash was won. It starts off with them losing the game and then they win. But games they lose, it starts off with them winning the game and then they lose. Like, what's going on
They're
there?
winning until they lose it.
Yeah, exactly. What's going on there?
Well, I mean, when you look at Flash Wolves, when they play against worse teams, or when they play against teams pretty much on their level, their macro looks amazing, their team fight setup looks amazing. But when you play against teams that can turn up the heat, when you play against teams that play on a slightly faster tempo, Flash Wolves can struggle to match that. That's exactly what happened against Team Flash yesterday, and I have a feeling that it might happen against RRQ here today as well. But if they ever dampen the speed of RRQ, I feel like Flash Wolves can take control.
But Flash Wolves have gone into the competition undisputed in their own region. In the Masters region, Flash Wolves have been dominant, controlling the pace of the competition.
not a great
There we go.
region.
This is all you need to see on the match schedule, by the way.
Yeah.
One match, one BO7, winner goes into the grand finals.
I had the record, right? 38 wins to 2 losses overall
Yeah, it's
for
ridiculous.
Flash. Yeah, 38 wins. That's nuts, right? And now we are seeing RRQ, on the other hand, being number 5, a 0.500 win rate, a 50% win rate in the group stages. Looking into the playoffs, man.
And
man, oh
Otto,
man.
not only were they coming into the group stage 5th, the Philippines region has multiple qualifiers, right? Like you have multiple regions that qualify into the WCSPH.
Yeah, that's true. We had what we call the Swiss format.
Right.
In where the 5, there were only 2 direct invited teams. So there were 6 teams, or 6 open slots for the whole Philippines region, in where they battled 2 straight days. And in the Swiss format, you basically have to really grind it out because there are a lot of games that you have to play on a daily basis. And that goes to show as well that RRQ's road from the qualifiers to here is just so remarkable.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for sure, right? And I love that we're seeing the divergent approaches. I love that we're seeing the dichotomy here. Flash Wolves, they speed ran their region. It was too easy for them.
Yeah.
They came here heavily favorites from the Masters region. RRQ, on the other hand, is a completely different story, isn't it? They had to go through the long way. They had to take the long path. One could argue that maybe the extra scrim time actually helps them here today.
I mean, not only that, the fact that Flash was went into it, they were the invited team. RRQ had to qualify in themselves.
And just to add on to your point about scrims, I remember Coach Kaiko posting after they won against FLA, they were thanking Flash Wolves for the 5-game scrims. And I think, I don't know if we will see another post from Coach Kaiko, but their social media has been on fire.
Yeah, it's been burning me a lot as well.
Catching you in the crossfire. You okay? You
No,
need
not
some-
in the crossfire. The scopes are right on my head.
Scopes right. You need some burn cream, some aloe vera.
Check my page, brother. He got... Okay, check my page, brother, because Ovo just got compared to a cockroach.
Facebook.com/Autocast. That's the one. I got you.
Thank you. And of course, if you guys want to tag Obo, right? It's what? Twitter.com/
Omo2_2.
Oh, there we go. So-
Don't follow Brandon though. There's nothing about
No,
it.
you guys don't have to.
Whatever.
There we go. There we go. They're
Oh,
giving it
there
that.
we go. Thank you very much.
In case you guys missed it, but we
Send
have
me hate mail here.
But we have a lot of interesting things for you guys. But before that, let's take a look at our first team up for today. It's Flash Wolves coming up. We talked so much about our team that's dominated the Masters region. Well, the parts that make it possible, we have Flash Wolves in the flesh here, on screen. Is Sarah, Cookie, Bruce, Locking, Eason, a team that is looking incredibly proficient and has a good understanding of how the game's going.
Yeah, and players that really need no introduction, but you know what? I'm gonna introduce them anyway. These are, I love that you say in the flash here, because they are truly legends of the region. You look at especially your Sarah and Bruce, these guys have been around the block a couple of times. They've won championships in the regions. They've been heavy contenders, top contenders for the crown multiple times. League of Legends PC, League of Legends Wild Rift, true it all. Now here they're trying to rewrite their legacy. They're trying to be dominant yet again. The Flash Wolves, we know what this team can do. We know the name brand of Flash Wolves. They're trying to start that legacy as well here in Wild Rift. And of course, looking at the screens, I gotta point out, especially Cookie and Eason. We always sing the praises of Bruce. This guy's amazing, right? We know what he can do. But Cookie and Eason have been playing so well this entire tournament, and I think if they wanna take down RIQ here today, it's really gonna come down to those three players.
Also want to emphasize that Locking just got banned multiple times. His Ziggs,
target ban,
his Ziggs is really one of the best in Southeast Asia. And also, just to add onto the Flash Wolves story that we have, right? Again, heading into Wild Rift, when I got called for Wild Rift, when I saw the name Flash Wolves, I was saying, okay, so this is really a very formidable team just because of the org itself, right? And today, this tournament actually has is already their best international placement so far. Because going back to the Summer Super Cup, I believe they placed 5th to 8th. During the Sea Champs 2021, they were 4th. Now they're secured the 3rd place.
It's always been one team, right? One team has always been the team from the Masters region that would make a deeper run at the international tournaments. Now it's Flash Wolves' turn.
Yeah.
But something has changed. Something has flipped the script. You know, they've gone back into the competition. The Masters region has seen a massive overhaul. Now Flash Wolves dominated competition. I would say it's not even close between them and one team, right? One team we're trying to keep up, but we see a huge disparity, especially even as we look in the WCS finals here. We had Pool 1 teams, 4 Pool 1 teams, and 4 Pool 2 teams. The Pool 1 teams have dominated the competition.
Oh, yeah.
All 4 Pool 1 teams are our 4 representatives going into the Icons Global Championship, and one big part of that has been the Masters region especially.
I mean, a big narrative of that for me, it just shows that every sub-region that we have here is so competitive. If you're the champion of your sub-region, you stand a very good chance at making it to Icons, being a top contender in the WCS finals, and I love that because everyone can be competitive. But at the end of the day, Vietnam's gonna win though. I mean, like, we all know that. I'm sorry. Like,
you wanted to stop me, you know, lifting the trophy, so I'm gonna stop you here. But yes, it's a fun time to be a Masters region fan again.
Yeah.
We'll now be finally sending over to the world stage, over to the Icons Global. And we really did not have that chance last year because it was Vietnam and the Philippines. And now we are sending 4 representative, 4 regions to really represent Southeast Asia. So that's Thailand, Masters, Philippines, and Vietnam. What a time to be a fan of WCS.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're looking refreshed. They've come into the competition a little bit shaky at first, especially when they played their first match against Team Cerberus. They won the full 5-game series, eventually getting the reverse sweep. But they are looking so much better now. They look so much better in their match against RRQ. They look cleaner. They look like they are refreshed, come back and invigorated. And
they still played 5 games.
They still play 5 games, but against some good opponents nonetheless. And I think this is a good look for Flash Wolves if you are rooting for them to win, especially going up against the toughest opponents with Team Flash waiting for them in the finals.
So you're saying that the longer, the better for Flash Wolves. And now that we have a game of 7.
They have a game of 7. They get another
7.
power skill.
Exactly. Yeah, oh my god, all right. So
This is
RRQ
their
needs to
comfort
finish this fast.
I mean, this is maybe the best chance for Flash Wolves to go all the way. Well, we've talked a lot about the Masters region team. Let's start thinking about our second team up on the block. We have Team RRQ coming in for the Philippines region. Let's take a look at this team. And on the other side of the coin, you have RRQ, the opponents against Flash Wolves. Against Flash Wolves, a team with such rich backstory, RRQ coming in with some new rookies who are now dominating the Rift, taking over and dictating what greatness means. We have Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exosun on the roster.
And I love that you started right away with the term rookies. Because guys, kids, listen. There is a player that just wanted to play Wild Rift, attended a couple of custom games with a specific streamer, and was discovered through that. So guys, if you are dreaming to become a pro player someday, you might want to follow the story of Chaz, because Chaz's story is really something to behold. From a Wild Rift player that really plays it casually to now a pro player that everyone idolizes. What a Chad! Chaz, carry us over to the grand finals, because that's what we need.
And I love that you mentioned Chaz right away as well, because one of the key matchups I want to look out for is Chaz against Cookie. I don't want to delve too deep into that right now. You just look at the whole roster here on the side of RRQ. It's clear where the strong points are. Chaz and Helios specifically stand out to me. I call them maybe the best mid-jungle duo here in Wild Rift, here in the WCS for sure. We'll need to see them prove it today against the Flash Wolves.
I mean, absolutely, right? RRQ have come into this. They've been looking better. They've gone into the lower brackets. They've 3-0'd their opponents all the way since then. But how much do you also feel like that's a part of the opponent not being on form versus how much of it is it RRQ?
Agreed.
So let's hear it from both of you guys. Who wants to start?
So I'm going to
Go
be the naysayer here, right?
Yeah.
RRQ, we did sing their praises. They have a good grasp on the meta. They figured out how they want to play and what works for them, what works in the meta. But you look at BRU yesterday. You look at FLA before. I don't think these teams were playing at their peak form. I feel like FLA showed us much more in this tournament, and they just collapsed 0-3 against RRQ. Same thing for BRU. Normally a stable team, right? Stability is the name of the game for them. Complete collapse against RRQ. Now today, they're playing against another team which you could call relatively stable in the form of the Flash Wolves. They play a very set style. Will they be able to withstand the storm of RRQ, or are RRQ really just that good?
Yeah, the thing here is if you get 0-3, you basically have to think about the form of the other team, right? Or of the losing team. But when we talk about RRQ and what they did in those 3-0s, we're taking away credit from them.
Yes,
really.
True.
They have been so good with their draft. They have solved the problem with Devil J. I initially thought that they will have, or their composition heading into this tournament will be a double split pusher meta, in where they have, they're still doing that. However, they have now given Devil J a specific role. You can play tank, you can still play the side lanes, but we need you to really play the team fights. And that, I think, is the biggest development of RRQ heading into this tournament. And for your point out there, Omo, I'm sorry to say, but BRU was on point yesterday.
BRU was on point yesterday?
Yeah, BRU was on point yesterday.
Were we watching the same team?
If they were playing a different team, I would say that BRU would still win, right? Just so happened the RQ got the better preparation that you talked about yesterday. Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, maybe RQ destroyed BRU's mental. Maybe that's what you're looking at. RQ had destroyed their mental from draft, and once we got into game.
Yeah. Because that's what happened, right? Games 1 and Games 2, you ban the Thresh. Game 3, you give it away.
We
That's
know
just
we've
the
already
confidence.
won, right? That's the thing. Yeah, I do think that's a very fair point. RRQ is a team which not only destroys your mental, they bolster their own confidence. And I think when a team like RRQ with the stars that they have on their roster, when you're playing confident, when you're playing, I wouldn't say recklessly, but when you're playing without a care in the world, it really looks so good. But I like the point that you brought up about draft preps as well. And I think that Flash Wolves, they're a team which is relatively one-dimensional. Given the draft prep that we've seen from RRQ, the planning that we've seen from their coaching staff and players, I feel like if they've figured out Flash Wolves, if they've cracked the code here today, it could be a fall. It's not impossible.
Let's start talking a little bit about what happened yesterday in the matches between RQ
we
and
not?
BRU.
Can we
I
not
think we
talk
have
about
to. I think we
yesterday?
have to. And in those matches, we saw 3 MVPs, right?
Sure.
We saw Chaz, Helios. Come through, 3
No, it was
MVPs.
Helios,
Chaz.
yes.
3 MVPs come through, mid jungle, dominating the rift, coming in here. These newer players, right? You have a team that has opened up space for these guys to be proactive, be playmakers, and they got 3 MVPs in 3 games.
Exactly, and going back to the series where Flash Wolves won against RQ, the MVP for RQ was just Chaz and Chaz. So Helios was being controlled by Bruce at that point in that series, which is actually a good point to bring up here, because now we are seeing that Helios is now more confident, and I cannot wait to see a second stage, or round 2 between Bruce and Helios.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. I feel like this is pretty much the best matchup we could get for the mid lane. You look at BRU as a team, right? How do we always describe them? They're a team with very solid players that work very well together. They are a great team, but when you start to point out who's the standout here, I normally wouldn't really point out Archony. Some games Code of V can stand out, right? But I would say mid jungle is not your strong suit. When you play against a team with a mid jungle like RRQ, it makes sense that they do demolish you sometimes. Well, 3-0 yesterday, right? But now you're playing against a team where mid jungle is their strong point. Flash Wolves, Cookie, and Bruce. You said it last time, Bruce held Helios under control. Now with the Super Saiyan Helios unlocked, can he maybe take down Bruce's
shades?
But that's not the only part that we need to start talking about, because in our previous match and the previous time that we saw RQ and Flash Wolves face off, one of the biggest points that we had to worry about was the Baron side. And I think we have a bit of a tidbit for you guys. We have something from the social media from Team RQ asking if they are ready, they're prepared about this, right? And it is this Baron lane matchup that I am most concerned about. In the last game that we saw, there was no time for RQ to get accelerated, to allow the mid jungle to pop off, because the Baron lane was already facing such immense pressure.
Yeah, it was a social media post by our good friend Exosen. Okay, it's in Tagalog it said, mariredeem kaya ni Devil J ang sa sarili niya bukas, abangan sa susunod na kabanata. So what he was trying to say is, will Devil J be able to redeem himself today?
I love that.
Yeah, and we have to know today, basically.
Yeah, and I love that
the translate's pretty good. The translate's pretty good, actually.
Pretty good. I love to stay tuned for the next chapter as well, because I think when you look at RRQ as a team, it's pretty much the standard anime arc, right? Chapter 1, you get knocked down, go to the lower bracket, and then your training arc begins. You go step by step by step until you face the guy that knocked you down in the first place. Well, that's the next chapter we're in for. Back up against Flash Wolves. We're here for the rematch. Let's see.
And I feel like the sad part about that is that usually when you face off against a guy that knocked you down the first time, you don't face like a final boss again after. Like this is not the end. Like let me remind you guys, tomorrow we have a grand finals match against Team Flash that is still yet to drop a series.
Yeah. And they won't.
Since they started their regular season. Like since the WCS Vietnam has been going on, they have not dropped a series. They've barely dropped a game. They've come into here, they've played some tough matches against some tough opponents, but beyond that, they have not dropped the series, and they are looking indomitable.
Yeah, and I love that, by the way, because if you look at this Flash Wolves RRQ matchup, this could very well be a grand final, if not for the existence of a team called Team Flash waiting as the final boss tomorrow.
Okay, we've talked a lot about both teams now. Let me start getting your predictions and your thoughts on how this match is going to go. You know what, I'm going to skip Otto first. I'm going to go with Otto first.
This will be quick. I'm really thinking it will be a 4-0, but I still have to give 1 point to Flash Wolves, so 4-1 for RQ.
What's the confidence, man?
4-1
RQ, you have the
RQ.
trio. What's the confidence? Call it a 4-0.
It's okay, 4-1 RQ. Omo, how about you?
Okay, I'm gonna get straight to the point here, okay? You know who's gonna win here today? You know who won last time? Flash Wolves. Won 5 games, but they won 3 and 2, right? You know who's gonna win here today? Flash Wolves are gonna win again. It's gonna be a 4 and 2, I'm sorry. This is their comfort zone.
Okay.
They have it cracked. They have the code cracked. They are stable players. They're not gonna falter to the rookies. Flash Wolves gonna win.
Tell you what, I'm gonna go into this and I'm gonna say RQ gonna win 4-1.
Okay.
On the same boat. Here we go, Otto. Yeah,
All
feeling
right.
good about this.
Let's wait for the graphic, and then you have to post for the screenshot because you'll get tagged today.
4-2. Let's go. Flash Wolves fighting.
You'll get tagged today, I swear.
I know.
To
My
be fair-
Facebook has been blowing up,
To
and
be
not
fair,
in a good way.
I think Omo at this point, the Filipino fans are hoping you don't vote for them.
Yes.
At this
You're
point,
welcome, by the way.
with how RQ BRU went yesterday, I think they hope that you don't ever vote for them
See,
again.
Have you ever heard? Okay, so every time I voted for BIU, they've won, except for yesterday. One bad game does not a jinx make.
But
again-
you said yourself that your hardest matches to predict have always
Exactly.
been the Filipino
I've
matches.
always
The
predicted
crystal
RRQ
ball
wrongly.
is smudged.
Yes. When it comes
With
to
the
RRQ.
Philippines, yeah.
Because they're the protagonists of the story, aren't they? They are the protagonists here. It should go a certain way. The script says A should happen. But whenever it comes to RRQ, you can't quite figure it out. They're just too unique. They play a very reckless style, a very aggressive style. And the crystal ball is smudged, exactly like you said.
Very.
I've predicted against RRQ 2 times, and both of those times are the only predictions I've gotten wrong.
Boo.
All right. And we take a look to our head-to-head for this matchup. Ysera and Devil J, these two in the Baron side have been our biggest talking point. Coming into this, the ability for Devil J to redeem himself, to come back into the competition with a refreshed mind and a reset mental.
I just want to say this. Imagine Devil J's numbers had he not faced Ysera in that 5-game series, right? Because you're looking at his numbers right now, it's actually even better. 4.62 compared to 3.22. And you're looking at the damage per minute. This is not really the Devil J that I expected to enter this tournament. I wanted him, or I thought of him as the 2nd or 3rd carry from RQ. But it turns out that their planning is now saying that, you know what, we go for the mid-jungle, and Devil J's there to really provide backup.
Yeah, and I love that. You can use your side lanes as facilitators for your mid-jungle when your mid-jungle is just that good. You look at what Maki was playing yesterday, 3 games of Senna. He did his job. That's all he really needed to do. And he played it very well as well, by the way. I want to call back to a little moment that happened between these 2 teams last time. When the first time both of these teams faced off, I believe it was game 1, right? RQ was winning one day.
Yep.
Until Maki got caught by, what was that? A Galio,
Apprehend.
E-Flash? Apprehend, that's the one. Protobelt, Apprehend. He got caught. The fight was lost. Flash Wolves turned the tide. We need to see RRQ not make these kind of mistakes here today. We talk about how stellar their mid-jungle can be, how great Exerson is at making engages. But Flash Wolves is a team which can capitalize and can punish over aggressive plays.
I have my win conditions already, dude.
Okay.
So you don't have to convince me.
I'm not sure we have time for that. We're actually getting ready to game really soon now. So with the match coming up, I mean, you mentioned about these 2 teams, about how we need to really see them active. I mean, look at these guys.
What a chat.
That's
I mean,
Where's the sunglasses?
Where's the sunglasses? But I mean, he was destroying his games against BRU. I mean, they look so good. The double bruisers, the Senna being able to sustain for the long flight. I mean, both teams very
Those
similar.
stats are ridiculous, by the way. 15 KDA and
he died like 1 time, so like
he
it's
had
really
the
good
highest
math.
he had the highest damage dealt
Yeah.
for the whole game for that Fiora. And this is the Fiora pick that has been basically forgotten for the entire
absolutely.
tournament. Helios mix it up, makes it relevant once again.
And I think this is going to be an important pick against Bruce as well, because you've seen the 2 sides of Bruce, right? He could play marksmans, or he could play carries. He could play Akali, he could play Diana. Well, if you put all those champions out, maybe Helios has a little something prepared for it.
I mean, that was just MVP from yesterday, right?
Great
Like, that was from a
performance,
live match. That wasn't from, like, you know, his
bot
scrims
game.
or, like,
That's
bot
the
game.
stats I get in an AI game.
Yeah, that's his live game stat. His MVP from his previous match, by the way. That's how on form they looked in their match against BRU. And not just that match, it was the match after as well. I mean,
Another
3
MVP.
matches in a row.
With a better KDA.
Harry. And his charms, 100% accuracy.
I mean, they destroyed them. Like, this was despite the opponent having pretty mobile compositions. You know, they were trying to dodge away, but the charms kept
The
hitting.
Lee Sin, right, with the safeguard, doesn't matter. And again, that was a draft in where the only engaged option was Helios connecting his charms, and he really answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing against Archony's Twisted Fate as well, right? And we kind of joked that, you know, Helios has a gold card as well. It's just point and click.
Wither, and then straight into a charm, then combos by Renekton. I'm actually trying to figure out if that will be picked up once again
Nessus?
here.
It could be. Senna Nessus could very well be, right? If
I
you
think
ban
it's
away the
quite
Varus, it's
popular
a
between
very
both
likely
teams.
combo.
I mean, Lockie and Eason have looked to play a lot as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the last time that we saw Senna, Marky on Senna against Flashos, he was heavily punished by the
Then
ability
they had their
of
training
Cookie.
arc, training arc. So maybe they're ready for it now.
And of course, we have to look at our third game MVP, right? You know, we moved from the mid lane into the jungle. Ultimately, I mean, popping off again, it just looks so good in their hands.
Elevating his status from an all-star, from rookie to all-star, and now the superstar.
I gotta
Chaz.
say, even
in
the
one
game,
split, by the way.
Yeah, the game 1 MVP was a bit contentious as
Yes,
well. I
exactly.
would have given it to Chaz.
Sure.
So I feel like it's
The
a
first
very good.
5 minutes, yeah?
The biggest argument about RRQ is, do you give MVP to their mid or to their jungle? And that really tells you something.
I think that's a real struggle that the RQ fans have to have. It's like, who do we want our jungle to get recognition, but we also want our mid lane to get recognition. And even in that, right, the rest of the team is playing such an active role. They're taking charge. You know, one of the auto win conditions yesterday was Axison had to take the lead. We saw him play active champions like the Galio, like the Gragas. He had the Nasus game, but despite that, you know, he was still trying to be proactive.
That's right. And again, I have circled down the Nasus. Will it be effective still against the proactiveness of Flash Wolves? Because then again, when we look at RRQ, we want Exosen to do the engage.
Yeah, so that's a narrative that we've been talking about for a while now, right? When Axison is on engage, that's the best look for RRQ. But they didn't even need that yesterday. The whole team was on the same page, making the plays happen, making the fights happen. And I feel like if that's the case, then you don't need to be reliant on Axison being your primary engager if everyone can do it as well. And I feel like this is the peak form of RRQ.
Omo, I know yesterday you mentioned you had some ideas for how Flash was going to win. You had some thoughts into how they've been able to maintain control throughout their games. Let's hope we can get that up so you can start to explain
Let's
that.
take a look at it, right? Because Flash Wolves, this is a team that really needs no introductions. We know what they can do. And I feel like the main things we want to look at for this team, Flash Wolves, you want to look at their mid-jungle synergy and you want to look at how the support plays around it to win the game.
We're actually going to jump into our video matchup. These two teams playing in the lower bracket finals now with their opponents waiting for them in the grand finals. Team Flash with RQ and Flash Wolves. And you don't have to wait any longer. The Flash Wolves RQ series starts now. Game number 1 about to take place. Flash Wolves on the blue side and RQ on the red side.
Champions I want RQ to ban is to just respect locking on that Ziggs. I feel that that's also one of the conditions that Team Flash did yesterday, and Flash Wolves had a hard time to adjust.
Yeah, and I love the fact that RRQ are actually starting on the red side. We talked about the secret picks they have prepared, the counter picks, like the Fiora, the last picks. I want to look out for that here.
And Flash Wolves immediately starts the game off by banning the Irelia.
Ban the Irelia. Good job, Flash Wolves.
Oh, even the Kazakhs.
Good job, Flash Wolves. Let's go.
Doing their research, coming into game 1 with their prep done, ban Irelia and the Kazakhs away. RQ respond to the Karma and Camille
Does
bans.
this mean okay, Yumi's
Brilliant.
left open.
So good bans. Very good bans. Flash Wolves, let's go.
The last time we reviewed this, right? Flash Wolves tend to ban Yumi on on red side.
Yes.
On blue side, though, are they willing to first pick?
But that's the thing. I don't think they priority Yumi that much, but I think their read on RRQ is that they too don't priority Yumi that much. Neither one of these teams have particularly high Yumi prior, I think.
Senna
And I love that Senna ban here, because they know that both marksmen are competing for the same champion pool here. You get rid of the one that you feel is the strongest, which is the Senna.
Right. Now, the question for Flash Wolves, will it be a Yumi?
Yeah, well, they will look for the Yumi first
Maybe
pick.
a
I mean,
Ziggs?
both teams have looked to their most
Maybe a
recent
Varus?
matches and banned away the strongest picks, some of the biggest playmakers. But RQ have looked flexible. They've introduced stuff like the Fiora, the Gragas, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. We completely forgot about this champion. This was permaban by BRU yesterday against RRQ. The respect to Devil J and the flex potential to possibly go over the Helios as well. Now, Flash Wolves, they snatch it up in the first pick.
This is a Yumi Garen angle. Because basically,
Possibly,
if you will be facing against a Jace as a Garen, you can actually, still be able to withstand the pressure. And this Ziggs pick is actually addition by
Ooh,
subtraction.
wow, Exocen just going right onto the Rakan here. Gragas is still up, Set is still up. He says, I will just throw down the Gauntlet, pick up the Rakan here. Will we see maybe like a Varus Trash here for locking in Eason? I think that's going to be a very effective combo.
I think that's the only angle Flash Wolves has to go through here. Again, when talking about Rakan
Hold that thought though, because Olaf is still up, and if you don't pick it here, RIQ get Olaf, Rakan 2-3.
That's true.
So there's a lot of things for Flash Wolves to consider here. What do we value the most? What do we want to take away from you?
Oh,
no, yeah, we
Jax.
just go Jax, okay. Doesn't this just set up for an Olaf 3 pick for RIQ?
Yeah, that's still 100% win rate from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And yes, this seemed to me that Chaz will be on the Olaf duty. You invested 2 bans against this guy, and he gets Olaf. Gift from heavens.
We'll see if that pans out though. What's going to be the pick here for Flash Wolves? I think you want a marksman. Maybe you grab a support.
Law Baron lane is still up as we go into the second rotation. RRQ could look to try and pick that up before we get the bans in as well. Otherwise, Greg is out for Flash Wolves.
We're forgetting something here.
Yeah.
That Rakan can still be flexed into the
That
mid
is
lane.
true. We actually did have to mention that Helios's Rakan was basically an MVP performance as well. I got to point out something a little bit cheeky though.
Go ahead.
RIQ, if it is gonna be Exocen playing the Rakan, we basically have both supports swapping the champion pools. We take your Gragas, you take our Rakan.
Okay, all right. So what
I
will
think
be
this
the-
is an
this
Olaf, right? Surely this
should
is
be
an Olaf. No.
It's a Garen.
So does this then force you to ban Yuumi? I feel like it forces you to ban Yuumi on the side of Flash Wolves.
Should be.
Well,
Especially with, the Rakan still being a flex pick
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
by RQ.
Well, let's see. But then again, Ziggs Yuumi not really a combo as well.
RQ could end up getting trying to pick up a double enchanter, really
Yeah.
trying to boost up the Garen, have a second carry, really trying to execute on that. As the bans
Olaf.
continue across, Flash Wolves will ban away the Olaf, don't want to have that dealing against Jax, don't want to give themselves the Chaz experience.
Yeah, and I love the 3-pick Garen angle as well because it sets you up to pick Garen and immediately ban away Darius, one of the only matchups you're worried about, and then the Garen just has free reign.
Exactly. And I'm trying to look for RRQ's pick for the jungle. Here could be a Riven. So Flash Wolves has to ban the Riven because I think that will be one of the scarier champions for Chaz. Zed being banned,
Just
this is a
targeting the
Riven.
5-pick potential from
I
Helios,
know.
isn't it?
But this should be a Riven for RRQ.
Maybe a Fiora angle here. It's still a double flex. Could go
Ah.
jungle, has a decent matchup into the Jax.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves have to show their hand first, have to show all 5 picks, so RQ get that final counter pick, especially with how flexible they're looking now. Will turn out to be the
This is
Riven.
exciting, isn't it? This is shaping up to be quite the
Still is a
active
flex.
game. That's right, RRQ. Ritz, that's what I was talking about, right? Ritz side RRQ, so annoying to draft against. Where's the Riven going? Where's the Ziggs going? Where's the Rakan going?
My God.
Flash
Yumi's still
Wolves
open.
having a difficult time trying to figure out what they want to go for. They still need to decide if they want to have the Gragas go to the bottom side as a support, or if they want to have something else, an
This is
enchanter maybe for the
Gragas
Jax.
Corki, I think, Grandin, because Flash Wolves loves their Corki, right? Oh, Morgana.
There we go, yeah. Well, I do think Morgana has a bit of a hard time in lane against the Ziggs, but you look at the team composition here. Once you get out of lane, you Black Shield the Jax, you hit a Dark Binding, combo that into Explosive Cask. That's basically a free kill right
Soul
there.
Shackles as well, right?
Yeah,
All
great
mini
against RRQ.
champions of RRQ is going to invest to go in.
Yeah, they're
That
gonna
Soul
try to run at
Shackles, yeah, with Stasis play, going to be very effective for Flash Wolves, but they're still missing out one pick here.
The Renekton rounding off, likely going over to Ysera.
Garen versus Renekton top
Something he's
lane.
played a lot of.
This is a bit of a reverse, isn't it? The last time these two teams faced off, the drops
This
were basically
solution.
flipped. Yeah. Devil J was playing the Renekton into Ysera's Garen. Now we have the reverse here. Ysera says, I'm going to show you how this matchup's supposed to be played.
This should be a Lucian, yeah? Because this is going to be a Jace mid, and one of the best champions to go
Yeah,
against
Lucian.
Jace in the mid lane is the Lucian.
There we
you
go. Yeah, in any lane, really. It's a good matchup. I like that one quite a bit. It's going to be a very explosive mid-jungle matchup yet again. Woo.
And Flash Wolves, I mean, the Morgana, we haven't seen all that much of. We saw a lot more of it in the regular season. It was a good response against the Ziggs, gives you some wave clear, gives you the shielding. It just looks like Flash Wolves trying to open up some space available for Cookie. Like you guys mentioned, it's Chaz, Cookie playing it out, fighting it out along with the mid laners. I mean, Bruce and Helios both on very active champions as well.
There was a game in where we saw a very fed Riven go against a very fed Jax. I would love to test you on this, Omo. Who do you take?
I'm
Take
pretty
in?
sure the Jax wins. The Riven could run away, but I think if you just fight, the Jax will win, surely. I think.
There
And
is
you
the
keep in
case,
mind,
yeah,
the Jax
there's a
has the
case
Black
for both.
Shield as well.
Let's start talking a little bit about the side lane pushes as well, right? The side laning that's about to happen here. Flash Wolves, they have the Jax, they have the Jace versus RQ, they have the Lucian, they have the Riven.
Yeah. Well, for the shadowing though, I favor the one with the Ziggs because you can You just throw a Mega Inferno Bomb and that would, you know, give an advantage over to your side. So the split push meta is all about who's going to be with you the right place at the right time.
I got to touch on both of these team comps. I think RRQ, they have a really great team comp that fits their style. It does a lot of things. But Flash Wolves as well, very versatile drafts. They can do a lot of things. But I do think that Flash Wolves does scale a bit better here.
I mean, so much to be seen here. RRQ and Flash Wolves. This is the first match of the lower bracket finals. Let's take it over to the casters to bring us into the action.
I am super excited. A rematch destined to happen in the lower bracket finals. Flash Wolves against RRQ. Last time they met, best of 5. Flash Wolves 3-2. Now we might get to 7 games, Riku. And we gotta talk about Cookie and Chaz again, the jungle matchup for this series.
I know, it's gonna be very pivotal, right, for the first game, because you have to set the tone. It's a BO7, not a BO5, where most of the teams have experience throughout the playoffs. This is the beginning. And for Cookie, of course, your win condition is to be able to scale. And that's the reason why locking is there on the Morgana, so he can go crazy. He can just go in, jump in with the Black Shield, and nothing can hold him down. In the meantime, Chaz, seeing him on the Riven, it's so nice because during the local playoffs in the WCSPH, it was permabanned against him constantly. And now seeing him here, not on the Aurelia, I feel like there's a lot of avenues to play make. No Morgana on Marky though to make him go crazy, no Yuumi this time around. So he's gonna be relying heavily on himself.
Yeah, and we mentioned, and the panel mentioned that these two teams did a lot of prep, right? RRQ did a lot of prep in the lower bracket run for 2-3-0 series, and Flash Wolves also came into this best of 7 with their bans targeting heavily towards Chaz. And in this case, it is a redemption tale for RRQ, right? This feels like home. This feels like their domain. Another lower bracket storyline against their biggest demons thus far, Flash Wolves. Redemption for RRQ, redemption for Devil J.
Exactly that. Redemption for Devil J. And I like the game. I like their approach, right? Play the Garen. Play the Garen, set the tone, play it safe mid lane.
Yeah. Some pokes onto Bruce, forced back by EXO, but backup is here. Cookie is around the corner. Hedos knows that plays within his boundaries.
Could be a 1v1, but it's a little bit difficult though. 2v2, never mind. Scholar is going to be prioritized here by Chaz and Devil J. It's going to be fine. The fact that Bruce is so low means that they can't have the 3v3 available, so this is a really nice win for RRQ.
Yeah, last time we saw this matchup, Devil J against Ysera, that game 5. The champions have switched. Devil J now gets the Garen, Ysera gets to go on the more aggressive side, but thankfully for RRQ, they get the top scuttle. They were able to prioritize the bottom river scuttle as well. Flash Wolves was not able to convert that.
And now we're looking at Ysera on Renekton, which, you know, when you pick a Renekton, you want to get ahead. You want to kill, you want to get gold, you want to make sure you capitalize on that early game champion. But if you're up against a Garen, you basically cancel out the lane. You're not going to die. Therefore, Renekton's gonna have it's not gonna be a Renekton, basically.
Just like your rock paper scissors theory, right? Garen is the neutralizer.
Yes.
He shows up in the game, everything goes out the window. No advantage, no disadvantage. Barring certain matchup, we saw Vayne into Garen, we saw Lucian into Garen, but that is very, very matchup specific. Generally, I don't think Ysera is going to enjoy the advantage that he has. But RRQ has lost majority of those objective fights against Flash Wolves in their upper bracket semis. I think this is an important point to look at.
Yeah, that's why Rift Herald fights are going to be very important. We saw yesterday Flash Wolves struggled a lot against Team Flash in the first objectives. That was the foundation of how the game was going to go. Who was going to get the early lead? Who was going to set the tempo and dictate the pace? And I feel like that's where RRQ is going to bank on as well. How do you shut down Flash Wolves? How do you shut down Cookie as early as possible to make sure that this Jax doesn't go on a rampage?
Yeah. And compared to Flash Wolves, RRQ had it easier yesterday, right?
That's true.
Got 3-0, very convincing win. They were popping out of their minds. But for Flash Wolves, they had a very tough one against Team Flash. So many moments where it felt like Team Flash outclassed them. RRQ watching that series, they definitely learned a lot. And they even thanked Flash Wolves for that best of 5. I think coming into this, RRQ are feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, it's like, okay, Team Flash, we know that they're a team that is very, mech check heavy, right? And this is very similar to RRQ. They're playing Riven, they're playing Lucian, Rakan as well. So these are very heavy on the playmaking side. So first objective, we know what's up, right?
right, Husky? It's
Yes.
about the Rift Herald fights. Look at the position from RRQ. Helios a little bit late to the back though, so this could be a big 4v5. Unless RRQ buys time, they have the capability of doing so because they have pokes coming from Marky.
Rift Herald down to less than 50% health. Eason puts his body in front. It's going to be Chaz locked in with explosive cast, Counter Strike channel. Cookie secures the Rift Herald, but it's going to be Exosen going in with the engage. They do get the first blood for locking though. His Flash Wolves winning out the initial fight, and a good stun will cause Devil J to surrender his life. The culling from Helios not connecting at all. Flash Wolves continue the chase. Exo is going to be victim number 3. Exhausted to Eason. Helios only trace 1.
You know what happened there, Husky? It was the unfortunate back timing of Helios. Flash Wolf started the Rift Herald quite quickly, and unfortunately RQ couldn't. Oh my gosh!
Oh, Helios!
Helios!
You cannot do that. It does buy space for Chaz, but Ysera flashes. Chaz exhausted, has no ultimate. Ysera gets away with daylight murder.
My god! I bet Helios didn't expect that. I mean, he wanted to stay underneath the tower to make sure that they stay. Basically, bait it out. Chaz can follow through. Maybe get a double kill for Chaz, but in the end, no. Flash Wolves gets Rift Herald, and they get the Dragon. RQ, what are you gonna do?
They only have one ultimate, and that's Devil J's out. But even then, it doesn't matter. Cookie, easy smite. Flash Wolves wins the initial objective scuffle.
Flash Wolves are doing so well at the first 5 minutes of the game. RQ, this is a composition. Riven, Lucian, these are things that you want to utilize proactively early to mid game, or else you're gonna not match the scaling that Flash Wolves has, and that's gonna be a worrying trend for sure. I mean, we're still at 5 minutes, there is still a 10-minute mark, but remember, 15 minutes, that's when the Jacks can shine, and that's where RQ has to be worried.
And we talk a lot about the 15-minute breaking point
Yeah.
for RRQ, specifically during their first best of 5, but Flash Wolves also encountered that problem yesterday against Team Flash, right?
That's true.
Come 15 minutes, Team Flash outclassed them at the Baron and the and subsequently the Elder Drake. But RRQ thus far, getting some flashbacks from the best of 5. Exo shows up, but it's going to be East to spot them out. Double explosive cast. Exo's forced to pop all his spells just to get away.
Wow, Flash Wolf sees everything coming from RRQ. The fact that they have a Gragas here on Eason means that whenever RRQ wants to go all in, it's just so easy to just pop in the cast, disrupt the placement of RRQ.
And you can never really eliminate the whole champion pool for Eason, right? We saw this Galio ban, we saw Exo snatching Rakan. Doesn't matter, there is still the Gragas. He doesn't need the center to function. Not for Flash Wolves though. We've seen Eason being so comfortable on Gragas. And just like that, Rift Herald gets 2 charges down bot, and Devil J drops into the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, I said Renekton, Garen, you don't die, but the matchup with Bruce on this Jace, when you have to go face-to-face, that's not pretty. With the ranged matchup into that Garen, you saw how low Devil J went.
And this is kind of a reminiscent of what we've been seeing in that best of 5, where RRQ just couldn't really dominate these solo lanes, right? Devil J, you put him on that Garen, you put him on that weak side, focus on Chaz and Helios, but it felt like it fell apart at that 5-minute mark. And Flash Wolves have the liberty to slow things down a bit. They have the Hullbreaker online on Bruce. He's going to run around the map. He's going to split push the side lanes. And Ysera can now match Devil J.
And that's the worrying part, right? Devil J has to have a Hullbreaker of his own to match, at least to survive the brute force that Bruce is going to put on the side lane. So I feel like that could be the match. Will this be a dive?
They have Exo showing up. Marky is close behind with the ultimate. But Flash Wolves, they play a systematic game. Just take the turret, get out 25 minutes until the next Rift Herald.
Yeah, you gotta love how Flash Wolves is moving around the map. Like they're fine not taking aggressive moves because they know if they do enough, they're gonna win the game in the end. RQ is the one on a pressure cooker, right? They have to move, they have to punish, they have to time all of these Dragon backs, Rift Herald backs rather, to initiate a fight.
It's just Cookie though, channels the counter strike, just take damage from Marky, but locking, watch out, the binding doesn't connect, but Eason flash body slam and to catch Marky, the quickness will be dead, but Ysera joins in, slices and dices straight towards the backline. It's Marky first, Exo not the second, but RRQ cannot fight anymore, the Rift Herald spawns.
Oh my gosh, RRQ, I told ya, they wanted to take a fight, they saw Cookie, but unfortunately it was just Marky. Marky at this point, as a Ziggs, has no damage!
Devil J is dying to Bruce solo. You talked about Devil J needs at least his own Hullbreaker, but do you want to put him on the side lane? I think that's the dilemma that RQ is facing right now. We need the Garen, but we also need to stop this Jace.
Yeah, it's more of like a diffuser, right? You're not
Yeah.
there to defeat Bruce, you're there to at least slow the burn before the towers fall, before you fall as well. So we'll see if that's indeed what Devil J is going to do. How will RQ retaliate? It's going to be the Mountain Drake, and I feel like RQ should take that away.
Oh, Eason, again. The Grand Entrance only good onto the Gragas though. The culling completely wide. Gragas just tanks it up, and
Whoa!
Ysera, big call to make, forcing to exhaust out of RRQ as the Mountain Drake spawns. Again, a bad timing for RRQ to reset. This dragon is gone.
Flash Wolves look so clean. They're making RQ look like yesterday's performance did not exist. I know it's still game one, but we'll see.
And Devil J, he tries to spin in, but he's forced to flash away. Cookie follows up, counter strike, and Ysera shows who is the king of the Baron lanes.
Flash Wolves dictating what RRQ has been doing so far. RQ has been so pressured to attack whenever they see Cookie, whenever they see someone in the map, but RQ's not together. They're not moving as a single unit.
This feels like some really harsh Asian parenting, right? Like you do so well. You do so well, you pass every test. You come to Flash Room and Flash Room was like, nope, not good enough. A+, nah, I want S+. I want 101 marks. 100 marks is nothing. We do 100 marks every day.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
There's a lot to ask for.
Look at Ysera though.
4 out of 4
Dominus.
objectives so far for Flash Wolf.
That's a lot. Dominus.
Oh boy, it's going to be Marky forced right out of the fight. EXO goes in, 3-man charm, but that is pretty much it. A binding lands, and it's going to be Devil J into the backline, but he cannot even finish off Easton, and Ysera just puts his body in front. RRQ looking for a re-engage. Ysera dashes away, and good fighting onto EXO. He gets locked down, and it will be Cookie taking him out, and Devil J once more finds himself in danger. Manages to run away with the tankiness, but still Flash Wolf gets the win.
The thing about the composition of RRQ, they need Exocent to lock people down, or else...
Oh boy, Ysera into Chaz. Can Chaz do this though? It feels like he's very close to completing that, but Ysera just have enough health.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chaz has no flash to do an outplay. So at that, Ysera's going to be fine. He's going to be the guardian of the towers here for now. But this is going to be a worrying trend, right? We talked about how RRQ needs to win these skirmishes, these team fights. They're still staying. They want Ysera's head.
Oh, Ysera, can I do this? Devil J shows up. There's only one though. He's baiting Ysera in the mind games, but guess what? Who is there? It's going to be Easton. Ysera down low, but Easton shows up, and it's Easton, the savior. Chaz is down. Devil J out in the open. Double kill for the Gragas.
Flash Wolves is reading RRQ like a book. It's like they've read this story time and time again. I know this, the Little Red Riding Hood. I've read this since my childhood, and we're encountering it again. And this is just so crazy because every single time RRQ wants to make something happen, Flash Wolves is always right there to make the correct response.
When Flash Wolves first beat them, they probably did some manuscript, right?
Yeah.
This Eason, Devil J thought he was setting up the bait. Ysera was doing the same. Of course, Eason had to be the savior.
Yeah, exactly. It was a window that RRQ wanted to take. They wanted to hit Ysera's head. They wanted to give kills to Chaz because this Riven is such an important pick. But unfortunately, it's not the same Aurelia performance that we saw. Flash Wolves is just so good reading every single move that RRQ makes.
Not looking good for RRQ. Not looking good for the Baron layer. Cast, a binding, they're all thrown now. Eason. Well, Exosen goes for an engage onto Bruce, but he proto away. Exosen once more, but he was exhausted. Now forced to flash away. Devil J also runs. RRQ get nothing.
What a tough way for RRQ. I mean, when we look at Marky's side, yes, he's on a wave clear scaling champion, but versus the composition and the lead that Flash Wolves has, I don't think it's going to be enough to turtle their way out. And the fact that RRQ, because they're behind, they're going to be relying on situations where someone is alone from Flash Wolves. Who's split pushing, who's side laning? Ysera, Bruce, that's the time that they can actually kill someone. But in a 5v5 scenario, unfortunately, it's not going to happen. And that's why when objective spawns, they have to get a pick before they can get a comfy take, especially this is a Cloud Drake.
Oh boy. Oh no, Chaz. Stunned by the counter strike, body slam into the face. Chaz goes golden. Flash Wolves connect a binding, point blank. And look at the map, Riku. Cloud Drake is the third Drake, means we get the Elder Inferno Drake. But will we get to that point, right? Because RRQ, they're collapsing at the seams. And Flash Wolves so far have been able to dominate RRQ left, right, and center. We talked about wave clear from Ziggs, but when Flash Wolf has such a lead, you have the Jace, you have the Morgana. Ziggs is nothing.
Yeah, Ziggs is gonna have a
It's water balloons.
Yeah, it's just water balloons at this point. Versus the Morgana, the Soil, and as well as Bruce's Wave Clear.
Oh no,
The
Helios.
lock-in.
Yeah, they were looking for him. Can't find Helios. Well, they find EXO. Good enough. They're engaged. Completely eliminated for the next half a minute.
This is just a full Flash Wolves game, right? This is their game right now. RQ, honestly, at this point, gotta think of how they can recuperate for game number 2, because this is Flash Wolves reading every single thing that RQ wanted to do to get back from behind, to get a lead. First, from the Rift Herald, the way that we talked about how RQ is, on paper, most likely just as good when it comes to the mech checks, just as Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
So, Flash Wolves, they struggled against that, but once you see it coming, I feel like they have the answer. You know, they know that the Rift Herald's gonna happen. They know that they're gonna try to find picks as a tool to get back into the game. So now, what are your options, RQ?
Well, we're looking at RQ being a team with a lot of finesse. But
Yes.
Flash Wolves, they feel like the scholars. They've read everything on the paper. They've got their thesis submitted. It's 100 marks, just up to the standards. I mean, RQ had 2 3-0 runs in the lower bracket leading up to this rematch. But there was this one game that Flash Wolves completely dominated RQ. It was game 4 in their best of 5.
That's true.
So RQ had been here before, but it felt like it was their first time. It felt brutal as always. And Chaz, he's standing under the vision, and that means he's going to get control. But was able to dash away with the
coming
promo
in.
belt. EXO goes in for the re-engage. Only good on the 2 though with the grand entrance. They need to follow up with the damage, but it's Ethan
Whoa!
again. Puts his body in front, forces the stasis out of Chaz. The shock blast,
Oh my
not enough.
God.
But the torment, the soil certainly will be. But
Is
Ysera, he wants blood. He sees Devil J. That's that top gap right there. Devil J runs.
My God, Flash Wolves, full control. Again, RQ cannot do anything. I say anything in this game. And the only thing that I feel like that can put RQ at least some sort of chance to take back everything is if they steal the Baron. That's not available.
There's no Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz is not there. Elder Drake steal. But we've seen how it's so struggling for Chaz to go in because you don't have an enchanter to boost you up. You don't have the Black Shield. You're easily punished. You're easily stunned when a Riven just goes in.
Yeah, and you told me that when that Morgana got picked up by Flash Wolves, you were like, yeah, that's what RQ would want, right? You want to give it to Chaz, you want to give it to Devil J, but Flash Wolves, they had that in mind. Yeah, ban out Karma, ban out Shen. Guess what? Morgana, that's what you play against us, and we beat you on that.
Yeah, so good, right? Flash Wolves from the draft up until how they've been playing this game, from the very first objective, from the laning phase, it's just been so good. I honestly have no words. It's just so perfect. And I feel like it's going to be a worrying trend, right? I know it's a BO7. This is just game 1. RQ can come back from this for sure. But Flash, this is a really strong showing though.
Yes, very solid.
Yeah.
It felt like there was no cracks in Flash Wolves' gameplay in game 1. In fact, we've emphasized a lot on the Chaz and Helios, right? But
yeah.
There are 2 hands. You need both hands to clap. And in this case, Flash Wolves, they shut down one side. They shut down Chaz. This Riven could not do anything. They targeted champion pool and Flash Wolves. They pushed into the base. 2 inhibitor turrets gone in an instant. RRQ only have one last chance. Devil J tries to force an issue, but you also have to watch out for Cookie though. The Baron buff is still online for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough, right? Like, they're behind. How do you defend? You have wave clear, but there's just too much, Husky.
It felt like this game is already over. 17, close to 18 minutes, but Flash Wolves just go straight for the Nexus. RQ. Fight all you want, throw all your spells, but all it ends is just Flash Wolves giving him a slow and painful death. Chaz falls again as Easton re-engages. They get a couple of knockbacks, a couple of kills, pat that KD, and Cookie puts the final nail in the coffin. Game 1 for Flash Wolves.
What did I just watch? It was Flash Wolves not allowing RRQ to play Wild Rift at all. It was crazy the way that they controlled the game from the get-go.
Do you see their faces? They're like, wait, did we just end the game?
Like,
okay.
what?
like what? Those are the faces of Ice Cold Killers. Right
I know.
there. Emotionless, just focus. It's just game 1, but it felt like they've already gotten a big blow.
Yeah, I think that's a good morale boost, right? Like, that's really good for like setting the tone for a BO7. And the thing is, the Masters region is so good at prolonged series, and what more on a BO7 scenario. And you know, I know for the RRQ fans out there, of course it's not yet over, it's a BO7, there's still adjustments to the draft adaptation, but it's looking really good for Flash Wolves. It's so clean. honestly, I think that's the cleanest game I've ever seen from Flash Wolves.
And it makes me super happy because I remember when we did the BO5 in the upper bracket semis between these two teams, I was the only one who voted for Flash Wolves and they won. And I'm happy to see that I'm not the only one this time. I have Omo with me on the panel. At least I'm not the only guy who's huffing on that whole bill. But Flash Wolves got off to such a great start. The panel mentioned that RRQ have so much confidence coming into this,
Yes.
but it felt like it all came crashing down.
Yeah, it felt like they seemed lost, but it's
Right.
only because of the way Flash Wolves was playing. I think everything. They basically became like the puppet master, like, oh, dance, my little puppets, dance. It felt like that.
Yeah, dance RRQ because game 1 goes over to Flash Wolves in this very long and grueling best of 7. We still have more to come, but for now, we'll toss it back to the panel and get the thoughts on game 1.
Thank you very much, Husky and Riku. That being said, thoughts for game 1? Well, I have a few, but I think there are some highlight points, Otto.
Yeah, let me just slap myself for a bit.
Hey, let me help you with that. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
On the mic, you know
Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the mic. I'm sorry about the mic. But yes, that was a good wake-up call. The Flash Wolves is still a very formidable team. Hey, just looking at the draft, wow, what wonderful answer to the Rakan. Again, on that Morgana.
What that smile on your face, Omo? Get that out of
One
here.
binding was enough to really clip the wings of Rakan in that game, right? And EXO said that champion was just outperformed by
Didn't have the
Eason.
best game. He frankly did not have the best game. But if you look at it step by step, starting from the Herald fight all the way on, I feel like Flash Wolves just had RRQ's number. Every play that RRQ went for, Flash Wolves had an answer, and then some. I can't name an individual performer who really cost RRQ the game. You can't say, unlike the last time, oh, it's Devil J's fault, he lost lane too hard. You can't say that this time around. Flash Wolves just played better.
Wow. Just wow, right? Again,
really good game.
It was really a good game, and if there was an MVP, if we are to choose an MVP, I think it's an obvious choice, right?
Yeah.
Eason on that Gragas. I remember casting this person, and I was telling the cast, "Easy, son." Eason, something like that. But yes, what a way to really just outperform RQ game number 1.
No words there, Otto. No words. With that being said, I mean, this was a strong statement win for Flash Wolves, right? They've gone into it. First Baron was all they needed to close out the game. They were able to snowball very far ahead and very quickly at that. Oh, you mentioned early on, this looked like the two teams had switched compositions.
Yeah, especially the Gragas. It's something which has been played by Eason a lot in the past, but I kind of expected RRQ to pick up the Gragas for themselves. I was pretty surprised they went for the Rakan, and to be honest with you, RRQ, the players that we need to see succeeding, Chaz especially, got shut down this game. Exerson, every single one of his engages got stopped in its tracks, be it by the Gragas, be it by the Morgana. They just didn't have options to play, and I feel like RRQ draft might be a factor here, but it also seems like they just got shut down.
That was a 0-5-0.
Yeah, it was not
from
great.
From the superstar Chaz. That's okay. That's game number 1. Okay.
Your prediction was 1-4.
Yeah,
4-1,
exactly.
right?
And then I did myself justice by slapping myself and reminding myself that Flash Wolves is still a very formidable team. But
fair.
that does not change the outcome. RQ would win. Go ahead.
We'll see. To be fair, Flash Wolves also won game 1 against Team Flash yesterday before losing the rest of the series.
But not
so
that way, though.
it's just starting out. Like the caster said as well, it could potentially be a very long and grueling series. I myself predicted a 6-game series, so we should be here for a couple more good games. But if that game 1 was any indication to go off of, Flash Wolves just seem to be in very good form. They're playing clean. This is the Flash Wolves that we saw in the Masters regions when they were playing against teams that they were just better than. It looks like we're seeing that here again today.
And again, the biggest turning point for me for that game, it's not just the draft, but also the decision to really contest the first Rift Herald, and in where Flash Wolves already had proper positioning. Again, against the Morgana, if you just try to steamroll and go inside her zone, that's going to be an easy bind, an easy bad Islam, and an easy Sun.
93% KP and 800 DPM on a full tank Gragas.
Someone at the back agrees with you here, Omo. I mean, Eason had an amazing performance.
Anyone of ours would agree with me, generally.
Generally. I mean, yeah, just had an amazing performance. They managed to grab the Gragas from themselves, and it was also probably because RRQ had decided to go for the Rakan first. That we talked about the flexibility with RRQ being able to play Rakan in the mid lane with Helios. Well, Eason picks it up for himself, picks up the Gragas for himself in response, and they do very well with that. That being said, though, Flash Wolves, well, they've come in here strong. They've picked up their first win for themselves, but it's not over yet. RRQ still have a lot to be done. And I think we are all feeling a little bit more confident when we say that, well, there wasn't any specific weakness. It's still not the redemption, though.
That's the thing. I wouldn't say you feel more confident as an RRQ fan because you didn't have a lane blow up. I would say you feel a bit more afraid because your lanes all went okay, but still, Flash Wolves just outperformed you at every step of the way. This engage from Easton in particular, he just ignored Exosin, he walked past him, and he body slammed Flash the back line. Very good target identification. And this was a clear example as well of the recon pick just getting shut down. See, Flash Wolves have your number. Every player you're going for, they know.
Yeah, this is the bait play, right? We were calling it from a mile away that, hey, no, don't get baited, don't get baited. Apparently, Eason and company was still able to secure that counter gank. And again, looking at the Flash Wolves right now, I have so many things checkmarked for them, but I still have to disagree with Omo on that point. That basically, RQ fans needs to be more afraid with what happened. I don't think so. I feel that the very first point that needs to be checked and where Devil J needs to perform better has been checked. That's already been lifted. Now, come game 2 with Devil J having that confidence back again, they just have to go back to their drawing board, and Coach Kaigu would do just that.
So, but the win condition for RRQ is not Devil J having confidence. It's Chaz and Helios and Exison as well being confident, not being afraid to make plays. I feel like that game has got to do a number on them. Keep in mind, the last 2 series that RRQ won have been trios, and each game in the series, they got more and more aggressive, proactive, decisive. Getting the win completely taken out of their cells like that, I feel like that does a number on your mental.
Okay, all right.
So maybe we need to start talking about the auto-win conditions here. I mean, he's giving you a lot of points about how RQ are not stepping up to the plate. How do you feel, Otto, about what RQ need to do?
Actually, for me, your point being that Chaz and Helios has to be, you know, the win condition for RQ. I did not at least include, you know, their pairing in the auto-lose, auto-win condition. My number 1 auto-lose, auto-win condition is to have Devil J bounce back. Basically, right? Bounce back, Devil J, and my second point is now the not so bossy in game number 1, right? But Boss H, or Helios, is going to really step up because the last time that he faced against Bruce, he didn't have as much freedom against Argini, right? And that is a testament of Bruce being the veteran, being, you know, a superstar in the Masters region as well. And number 3, to play as if you have nothing to lose. That's been the RRQ way the past 2 series. Now they're being pressed against the wall. And I'm thinking that now with that 1 loss, game number 2 is going to be much more important than it should be.
Yeah, game number 2 is going to be also important because you need to see the confidence come back to RRQ. You need to be able to play aggressive and decisive. If you get shut down like that, yet again, Flash Wolves, now they are like a brick wall. What I always complimented them on, even when they were having those tough games at the start of the tournament, was their setup was always good. They would reset, push the waves, set up in river at the right times, at the right place. This was the same thing this game. They played stellar around that, and they shut down RRQ's attempts.
I mean, a lot done by Flash Wolves here to get themselves set up against RRQ. I felt like the preparation going into this series was phenomenal. The bans, the picks, everything kind of set themselves up well against RRQ. I think RRQ were caught a little bit aback by the fact that Flash Wolves was so prepared for the things that they've been showing up until this point, especially with Chances Irelia. Being able to shut down a lot of the options they had between the mid-jungle was a great choice by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I believe they got surprised by the fact that Yuumi was left open. And RQ didn't even consider picking the champion, right? Right away, going for the Rakan, allowing that Exocent engage to happen, however, was shut down by the Morgana and, of course, the Gragas.
Yeah, I don't feel like Yumi's going to be a high priority pick for either one of these teams, but you know what has been and will be? Bot lane picks, Dragon lane picks, Senna being banned away in the first rotation, Varus, Ziggs, these champions are going to be so important. And if you look at how Flash Wolves won the last time, you don't exactly see number 1 come true. There wasn't quite a top gap, even though Ysera did perform very well. Devil J did hold his own as the Garrett.
Sure.
Number 2, number 3. Bruce Almighty, baby. This guy, he knows exactly what he's doing. He shuts down Helios. He keeps him locked in lane. And number 3, especially, was the game-winning factor for Flash Wolves this game. Eason and Cookie, this duo controls the map, runs the game, and they set the tempo that you then have to follow.
I mean, what happens here for RQ? How do RQ respond to these kind of situations? Do they stick purely to the auto-win conditions, or do they have to try and shut down Flash Wolves conditions as well?
Eason, they have to respect that Eason is just on a different level. I know that they faced the Jets yesterday, but Eason's confidence right now is just brimming over the top. And Exocent has to play, you know, champions that I feel will be less punished by the Morgana, because now that they have found out that Morgana is an option for Flash Wolves, I wouldn't mind if they ban it away.
All right, game number 2 coming away. Again, it's Flash Wolves and RRQ. Flash Wolves take the blue side. We mentioned how RRQ being on the red side was a difficult spot for Flash Wolves, having to draft against them, but Flash Wolves make it work.
Ooh, Irelia being banned.
It's going to be a run back of
the same bans.
Yeah,
Yes,
100% it's going to be a run back of bans. I feel like if you are RRQ as well, if you are RRQ's coaches right now, you don't really identify that bans were why we lost the game. It's more about our pick strategy here. We adjust that. We should be in a much better spot in game 2.
That sounds like a Flash Wolves motto. If this team was, if the best team in the world was playing our draft, would we have lost the game?
It's not that our draft was perfect. Our bans were fine. It's that our draft priority, I think, needs to be shifted.
I also think that Jace being left open for Flash Wolves also did them so big favor, because Bruce was just able to, you know, pick up the Hall Breaker and then was able to just
What was that
outpressure.
ban last game? Senna. So this could be a Senna first pick angle, but I feel like Flash Wolves, you're in no rush to pick the Senna here unless you want to deny it from Maki.
Yeah, and there's an Olaf that was left open in game number 1 and then got bad second rotation. But we will see if this is going to be a Senna, because again, Southeast Asia teams love their Senna.
They do indeed, and for good reason. Senna first pick set up for Flash Wolves here. Now, if Eason wants to run back to Gragas, he very well could.
Yeah, get a lot of playmaking options with the bot side. Eason could go for the Gragas, could go for the set, whatever he really wants to go for. I think RRQ now want to try and get rid of a couple of options from Flash Wolves and set themselves up for some strong options. There we go. They pick up the Gragas and the Morgana for themselves this time around, not giving Flash Wolves a chance to play
What a way to respond. Okay, you play the Morgana, we play the Morgana too.
And I think your point about Morgana just being such a good pick for Flash Wolves because of the zone control she provides. You want to walk into the brick wall of Flash Wolves when they're throwing out Dark Bindings at you, that's going to be very hard to do. So it's a good takeaway here from RRQ.
Yeah, and now Flash Wolves is now left with one champion to pair up with the Senna. That's the Nasus, right?
There we go.
Yeah, very quick to adapt here. RRQ immediately respond after the first game, say we've identified some of the issues. The Jace banned away, Morgana, Gragas picked up. Flash Wolves respond to Senna Nasus now.
Yeah. Darius, I think, is also an important pick here for Flash Wolves. Again, the trifecta of Senna, plus whatever pairs up with Senna, plus the Darius.
Garen, Darius, Olaf, many picks available, but the Jax was a game winner for them last game. I see no reason why they don't run it back here.
I think this is the time that you go for Olaf, right?
I think so too. I think the Olaf would be a great pick for RRQ. But it's not the best synergy so far on the bot for Olaf, but I think just based on his champion strength, you go for it. Fiora was something I suggested last game as well as a matchup into the Jax. It's not the worst. I like it a bit more than the Riven, to be honest with you. But once again, I'm not exactly sure if this is the best pickup. Yeah,
right?
I feel like the draft from RRQ today, much less power than the ones they had yesterday.
Yeah. Keeping on the priority on the bot lane isn't really doing them much favors, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it's not really the time for you to pick Morgana second pick. I believe you still have a lot more options for Marky. You still have the Ziggs, you still have the Varus, right? And I think that this Morgana pick was actually picked a little bit earlier.
A little bit too concerned by RRQ to prevent Flash Wolves from grabbing the Morgana themselves, so they go for it early. As a result, we see Olaf banned away in the second rotation. Flash Wolves get to take away a very powerful jungler. Singe,
that's an interesting one. I feel like if they put a Singe mid here for Bruce, you could very well take Fiora to the mid lane, right? Yeah, but they just want to respect the pick. I think that Singe is just so annoying with the Senna Nasus or Wither. You run him down, you flip him, you double slow him, plus the healing from the Senna as you run in. So I get it as a ban in context of the team composition.
This could still be a Z ban, right? Yeah.
There we go. You want to get rid of the 5
set of bans from Flash Wolves.
If it ain't broke, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You get rid of some of RRQ's best champions and the ace in the whole Zap possibility. You get rid of these, and I think Flash Wolves this smooth sailing from
But a very different look from Flash Wolves now. They don't have the same playmaking potential. Eason isn't on a champion. They can get stuff done by himself.
Yes, true.
I want the Darius here over Garen. Just because of that Black Shield or that Darius reset potential as well. You still have the damage being available.
No, just go for the Shen instead, right? You want to play side lanes now, I guess. RRQ, it's better because at least this gives you a win condition. Sure, you might say Jax against Fiora in the side lane. Jax will win out. Well, if you have a Stand United coming in, that kind of tips the scales.
That's true.
Different Ninja picked up by RRQ, so they get to play for the side lane, have someone boosting up the Fiora, and still leaving that last pick open. So the Fiora could go in the jungle, could go in the mid lane. Now Flash Wolves have to decide their matchups, pick up what they want to go for.
No reason to change. They could still pick the Renekton here. Renekton is good against the Shen, and we saw how Ysera really played the champion, right? Ooh. They're taking away the Lucian.
Mr. Bruce, he says, I'm going to show you how it's done.
Is this the first time?
It's the second time, I believe. He hasn't picked that a lot in the WCS finals, but it's something he's played a lot in C-Champs.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's
That's his
ready to
staple
run
pick,
it back. Yeah,
right? The pocket pick of Bruce.
Keep in mind as well, back in League of Legends PC, Bruce was a marksman player. He was an AD player, so he's more than familiar with these champions.
I mean, just getting back to something familiar for Flash Wolves here, they have
Nice.
a lot of
I like it.
scaling options.
I really
very
like it.
tanky. The Garen will round off the composition.
Yeah, now that Shen is going to face against the Garen, there is still an execute option. If they opt for, you know, a hyper-scaling Fiora in the late
And
game.
I have to add on the point that Garen is so important here because RRQ is running what Flash Wolves Team Comp did last game, right?
Yeah.
They control choke points. Well, your Dark Binding, your explosive cast, they're going to
Can
be
be
much less...
absorbed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all absorbed by this Garen. And now this mid lane matchup. Run us through this.
Wait a minute. Okay, so if you go for an Akshan against the Lucian, it's more of a skills matchup. No one's really going to win the lane that hard. When it comes to priority, they both have decent wave clear. I will favor Akshan by a bit just because of the passive dirty fighting. I'm thinking that this is not really the pick that we expected from Helios.
It's not a game-winning pick, right? It's not a game-winning 5 pick.
I mean, what happens here for these compositions? Flash Wolves, they've gone for the NASA Center early on. How does this composition
all
work
about
out?
tempo right now. Again, it's all about who's going to get the advantages in the maps in the early stages, because we saw how Flash Wolves was able to transition that early tempo lead into a game-winning clash in the Red Herald.
But RQ over here, they have the Scent, they have the Fiora, they have the Shen, they have the Akshan. I mean, they get so much roaming potential going on here.
So it's all about tempo, and I think once again, despite the fact that Flash Wolves, they have much better scaling this time around. Garen, Jax, Senna, Nasus, even Lucian scales very well. They have a very good scaling comp, but this game, like game 1, it's really going to come down to setups for objectives and how you play around it, and I favor RRQ on that.
Yeah, ExoSen versus Eason.
Run
Round
it back,
number 2.
yeah.
This
Round
is the
2.
most important game for RRQ, I believe so.
And a change this time around now, more proactivity on the side of RRQ, so we'll have to see how this game goes. We're going to toss it over to the casters to bring us into the action.
Game 2, Riku. The second identity for Flash Wolves and RRQ. Completely different drafts, completely different renditions of what we expected from game 1. And early skirmish is down mid, it's a gank, first blood for RRQ.
Oh, I don't think Flash Wolves expected that. I feel like they expected, but at the same time, they didn't expect to die, maybe a summoner spell. But that's the way you start the game, right, Husky? Being able to get first blood. They have really strong level 1. They've got Marky's Dark Binding, and if they get one, they kill one.
Yeah, and you know, Akshan's passive is dirty fighting. This applies to the whole team. They did Flash Wolves 30 down mid.
Yeah, but you know, Flash Wolves, I'm sure they're totally in phase. It's Eason. But I think the biggest question is where the kill went. And I feel like, you know, Marky on a Morgana, it can early to mid game, Morgana still hurts, especially if you are squishy at this point of the game, at that game state. We're talking about Jax, Lucian, and Senna. Morgana's gonna have a fun time.
Yeah, when you're also seeing both Marky and EXO being completely shoved all the way back to the tier 1, no goal, no experience for them, locking and Eason setting up the wave so well. But for this game, just like the panel mentioned, it is more important for RRQ than it ever is. And in fact, for Flash Wolves, I think it's equally important because their goal this season is to make it to top 2. And they're one series away from doing that.
Yeah, the journey at the moment seems so short and long at the same time. It starts with a dive.
Yeah, here we go, Cookie, counter-strike, they get a good snag, they just combine all the crowd control, Eason tanks out the turret shots, and they finish off Marky down bot.
Oh, the roam's coming from Helios though. I don't think they can do anything.
No point of entry.
Yeah, it's gonna be too risky, right? It's a 3v4 situation. Easy math, you lose that.
Yeah, you have eyes on Cookie, but it's a Jax, right? He just spins his God Staff, your attacks misses. Easy Scuttlecraft, first Scuttlecraft for Flash Wolves in the early stages. You know, game 1 here, they got nothing out of it.
I love the proactivity from Flash Wolves, right? Because we've known Flash Wolves and the Masters region as a whole to be very slow and steady, calm and controlled, but they're deviating from their usual, and I feel like it's something that catches RRQ off guard, because RRQ is a team that flourishes in the first objective, the first spawn, where they win a fight, Chaz gets 2 kills, Helios gets 2 kills, and if Flash Wolves dictates that before anything happens, before the first spawn, RRQ, I feel like they can struggle.
That's what we saw in their past series against Phantom Adversity and Buriram United. They win the objective fights, they win at the first spawn, but Flash Wolves feels like that blockade. First spawn has always gravitated towards Flash Wolf's favor, right? So it's something that RRQ needs to overcome over time.
Yeah.
But I want to quickly focus on Devil J a bit. Again, game 1, not his best, completely ran over by Flash Wolves and Ysera. But game 2, they put him on another champion that can play on the weak side, but has better avenues. It's the Shen into the Garen.
I think it's because, yeah, you're also up against a Garen, something that, a pick that is, the purpose is to not die during the laning phase, and to stabilize the laning phase. So this is actually very fine for Devil J. They're going to trade here and there, but nobody's going to die. Look at them both, they're carrying barriers, so at that point you know that they're just going to survive the laning phase and interact here and there, but it's nothing.
Yeah, we see Devil J queuing up the Divine Sunder first item. He's had enough of Ysera shenanigans. He's like, I will kill you, you know? I will take you out. You think I'm a tank, but watch out.
Yeah, it's a lot of value, right? Because there's a Garen, there's a Nasus as well. So it's just a lot of value to just build up that Divine Sunderer. Might see a little bit of a gank though. But something I want to touch upon is that Marky, we finally get to see Marky get his champion on that Morgana. It allows Chaz and Helios to play extra aggressively. Like earlier, Chaz, when you dive in as a Riven, you're just going to die because you're just going to get CC'd. But this time around, you have that black shield to make sure that you're safe when you enter the fight. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a trade though, so no first spawn fights this time around.
Yeah, RQ just dodging Flash Wolves, just making sure that if Flash Wolves is on the Dragon, we get something in return. We don't want to fight them. We don't want to take that coin flip. But it's the Mountain Drake for Flash Wolves. A bit of extra shield against RRQ's pokes, especially for Marky and Helios. That's going to be really helpful in the long run. But we look at the silver lining. Rift Herald for RRQ. It's going to be good into those side lanes, right? That's what the composition has been drafted for.
Yes, it's going to be that 1-3-1, right? Because we know that the Fiora, there's really... Ysera's not going to keep him in check for sure. There's not going to be any dives here though, but they're being aggressive.
Grand challenge.
Stand
United in. Here comes Devil J, who is going to taunt, misses it. And that means locking can X-score the unless EXO makes a play, and it's going to be a good cast. Body slam, locking, flashes to safety. Binding doesn't connect. It hits onto a minion. Dawning Shadow just as an insurance policy. Flash moves get out.
Minion MVP, does RQ commit, dive, finish the job?
EXO is thinking about it, Bruce. Relentless pursuit, forced to flash. Taunt doesn't connect, but is there enough damage to Cookie? Monstrous counter strike, but it's going to be Chaz trading his life. Here comes Eason. They're on the Spirit Fire. They're all burning. And that turret is still alive. Devil J, he needs to walk up, but Eason is just hammering down with the Cycling Strike. Devil J gets a dash away. Locking wants to follow up. Spirit Fire onto EXO. He's dropping low. Wither on top of him. The ultimate for the Nasus runs out. Eason could not pursue it.
I did not realize. The fight felt so long. Eason's ult felt so long, and at that point, RQ, I feel like that was a really good play from EXO with the body slam to make sure that Devil J doesn't fall, just denying kills, just to make sure that they lessen the bleed, because that could have ended in a different direction. That could have been disastrous for RQ.
Could have been disastrous for Flash Wolves, right? They bought so much time, and it was a 3 against 4 with the Rift Herald in RQ's favor. So Flash Wolves, we thought that normally they would get an advantage in the side lanes, but this time, Helios, he was dealing with Ysera. So no side lane advantage. Bruce did die in that bottom fight.
With a Hull Breaker acquired, that means... Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen here, though. Okay, but that means Helios is going to be in a comfy spot, activating the 1-3-1. We already see one tower fall down. And I'm curious to see if Chaz is going to be doing the same thing in his item path, whether or not RQ is going to feel it out a little bit. Does he pick up Hull Breaker? But of course, at the point of the game where Elder Drake's going to spawn, Baron's going to spawn, you don't have the same room to actually try to split push, but you are on a Fiora, which is so good at the late game when it comes to side lane.
It's so much cross-map potential, right? Devil J, you have Helios with that gold rogue speed boost if you are on the trail of a scoundrel. But we look at Ysera, slightly different build path. He has a Hull Breaker himself.
It's more of that defensive, right? You need to, because your opponent has Hull Breaker, you need to have Hull Breaker to withstand the blunt, withstand the pressure that Helios or potentially Devil J is going to give you. Your job is to not kill. Your job is to survive and slow down the tower bleeds.
Yeah, if you don't go down, RQ can get the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
But we see Flash Wolves, they have set up a lot of visions on the top side, so they know that this is coming. Chaz and EXO They want Bruce down. Devil J can facilitate that. Locking. Does he arrive in time? Bruce dashes away from the turret. Darling Shadow just about a bit more time, but Exo knocks him away with the explosive cast. And it will be Chaz picking up the kill. Marky shows up, tanking a couple of turret shot, but there's not enough output from Flash. They're thinking about the chase though. Cookie shows up. It's going to be Exo stunned out by the counter strike, but he has a flash. Flash followed by Cookie. Stand United used by Devil J. They want to get Exo out, and Exo gets out.
That was crazy. RQ invested so much to eliminate Bruce. Good thing RQ was able to disengage because it felt like Flash Wolves would have gotten more kills versus RQ. And at this point, I like it. I like what RQ is doing. They wanna, they're catching aggro from different points of the map, so Helios can side lane, can push.
The panel say Bruce almighty, but not that mighty when he's died twice thus far. Biting does connect. It's only onto locking though. They're looking for an engage. Hito just swings in. Cookie does show up. Counter strike. Watch out for Exo though. Chaz wants an entry. Repulse, well used, blocks the counter strike. But they good Assault Shackle and the binding. Ysera flashes to safety. RRQ finds no kills.
No one's dead yet. Yeah. They zoned them away. What are the ult circles are looking like? No ults for the side of RRQ. Flash Wolves, they can still see if they can land a root. Counter strike in.
There's still an execute from Ysera. Gotta watch out to RRQ. No binding. Exo looking for a way in. Devil J forced away from the Dragon Pit. This is what Flash Wolves is good at. Good at controlling objectives. Exo and Chaz, they want Cookie away, but Cookie leaps in. Joins his team. They have the Spirit Fight with the zoning. Ysera just walks on, follow a cast to disperse the battle lines, but Darling Shadow keeps them alive. And Ysera executes Exo. Cookie goes in, double counter strike. They get it binding off onto Ethan, but it's not enough. Silence onto Helios. No more revive mechanic for the side of RRQ. And they just pummel Marky into the grave. Flash moves the tree and the dragon, but it feels like they want more. They got the Exo on the Devil J. Chaz is so low. Ethan is thinking about it. Spirit Fire doesn't take down Devil J. He heals up, but Flash Wolves wins regardless.
That's the weakness of RRQ, right? Like, you're up against a team that can sustain, that can heal, that can reset the fight, or you're gonna wait for your ult cooldowns to come up. We're gonna heal up using the Senna. And you saw that RRQ had the HP disadvantage. Everyone was lethal. Everyone was lethal to a Demacian Justice ult coming from Ysera. Ysera, all he had to do, pick one who's the lowest, I'ma kill one, 4v5 automatic.
Yeah. Devil Jade, he does have Stand United, so he can't join his team if they need him. Only went for that recall, but the Spirit Fire is restarting to hurt. The Oblivion Orb, the Rider Crystal Scepter components ready. And while that was happening, Cookie just works on the Rift Herald. RRQ shows up with 3 members. It's a split fight. It's going to be Chaz giving away the Rift Herald, but they need to get away from this to make it work. A good repulse, Bruce stun up. They proto bell forward. Ysera ultimate doesn't finish out Marky as RRQ goes for the chase up to locking. The Grand Challenge will proc. They all heal up, but watch out for Cookie though. He will be the center of attention. Same as Ysera. Exo forced away. Devil J wants some kills, but it will be Ethan in the front line. RRQ though, they get to. Hito swings forward, doesn't find an entry. No extra kills for RRQ.
That's how RRQ would want to play a fight, splitting the map. You saw how Locking and Bruce are basically separated by the rest of RRQ. And if you split the fight, you win the fight.
The Kaz only knocks Cookie away, not enough to take the tier 1, and that's all Flash Wolves are asking for. Keep that structure alive, but RRQ, they just need some finishing touches. Devil J flashes forward, taunts, but it's only onto Ethan. Darling Shadow comes out, Devil J too far forward, punished by the might of Demacia from Ysera, and RRQ forced to rout.
Oh no, it felt like RRQ wanted more, but it seems that it might backfire.
And Flash Wolves, they know when to stop stepping on the pedal. No overheating for the Masters region.
Yeah, it felt like RRQ wanted to zone as much members from Flash Wolves, but it ended up Devil J unfortunately being that sacrifice to make sure that RRQ is safe. And here, Flash Wolves now removing some of the towers, and this is going to be a worrying trend. Like I meant that we talked about how RRQ has decent scaling, has Chaz, has Helios. You got the Black Shield to enable RRQ to play more aggressively. So now I'm confident, like, they have a fighting chance now if it goes beyond the 15-minute mark.
And if you are RRQ, Locking is the guy that has to go. No Senna, easier fight. Right? No healing for Flash Wolves, no sustain, no annoying snare. And RRQ was able to accomplish that at the Rift Herald fight. That's how they won the initial skirmish, but it went south really quick.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. We talked about having to split the fight, right? Look at Helios and as well as Chaz. They split the fight. They basically zoned out Bruce and Locking, the 2 main damage dealers on the side of RRQ, and just isolating Cookie on this Jax. Therefore, They have to keep doing this, right? They have to keep doing this. But I don't think they can have that luxury once the objective spawn, once the Elder Drake spawn. RQ?
Yep, they do get a good engage on the Eason though. Pops that ultimate. The comeuppance plus binding should be enough.
Wow.
They expend 4 ultimates for this Nasus.
That's the window. That's the window that they will always welcome. They gotta worry about Bruce though. Good thing he doesn't have Hullbreaker, or else that tower is gonna fall if he did have it. So it's just Bruce doing Bruce things, right? Like we're take every single time, even during the SEA Championships, Bruce would always get that side lane farm and then have the most gold out of everyone. Look at him now. He has the most gold out of everyone at the moment.
He sees an open side lane, he's like, go, side lane. He just gravitates towards the side lanes.
Yeah, you take too long to fight at the other side, I'm gonna like just farm all the waves here. And I feel like RQ definitely sees that coming, right? And I think that's the window that they should take. They have the tools to heavy engage. They got the taunt, they got the body slam. We'll see though.
Yep. Again, Locking has to be really careful though. He might be the provider of the shadows, but you have to worry that RQ can engage. Devil J, location reveal. RQ split from one another. Comeuppance only going to be blocked by Ysera, maybe Bruce. So one ultimate is already expended. They don't have Stand United just yet. RQ cannot do the dragons.
Comeuppance is fine. I feel like the most important key here would be the explosive cask.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why EXO is in front. He has Devil J, he has Chaz, Black Shoe online.
Oh, Chaz.
Chaz just Polo Bells. I
Wait.
think he found a target. It's just going to be Bruce, but Ysera is there. A good
Oh!
riposte! Blocks the ultimate, but Chaz is forced out of the fight. At the end of the day, it might not matter. Watch out, Redemption! Drops down. Chaz sidesteps that, but the fight is still going on. Marky forced to go golden. So Shackles doesn't land on the important target, and Marky gets punished for it. Flash Wolves once more wins the dragon fight.
Remember what we said, Contra. If it's a dragon fight, if it's an objective fight, it will be very difficult to split off the fight. Props to Chaz though. He saw an opportunity to check out a target that is isolated, but unfortunately it didn't work out because what you just said, Ysera was there.
You're correct, Riku. You're absolutely correct. And this fight started with Chaz being forced all the way back, right? You said that, you know, RQ needs to separate both Bruce and Locking. This time, they did not have Chaz.
That's the problem. It was an immediate 4v5 already because Chaz already tapped out of the fight. And if you don't have Chaz, it's going to be a problem. But we talked about the 1-3-1 because that's how RQ is going to win this game. Not in a 5v5 scenario. That's out of the window. They got a 1-3-1. And it's a very small window. It's a very small window of Elder Drake, the Infernal Elder Drake. So it's a couple of minutes that RQ should take advantage of because when the Elder Drake spawns, it's over, Husky. It's over.
I feel the same too. I feel that right now. At least game 2 is a bit closer compared to game 1. We didn't see Flash Wolves just walking over RRQ. RRQ did put up some fights, right? They didn't lose all objective fights. They got the referral. They were able to at least set up a contest at Dragon. But Flash Wolves have such good zone control, right? They draw the line in the sand. They just make sure that they map the perimeter.
Yeah.
That you can't see. You cross the line, Siren starts wailing, and Flash Wolf comes at you.
It's like that. You grab a twig, you set the line. No, on top of that, you have the yellow tape too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're not allowed here. They put up a sign as well. It's going to be very difficult for RAQ. Let's see if the 1-3-1's going to pan out because so far, you know, Hullbreaker only for the side of Ysera. Very defensive. 1v1 though.
Oh my goodness, Devil J is getting pummeled by Cookie. Cookie's just going to jump on and force him away. Yeah, Flash Wolves, they only have Hullbreaker on Ysera. But when Jax ramps up, he doesn't need a Hullbreaker.
He doesn't need,
He doesn't even need a real weapon. Give him a lamppost, give him something, a wet noodle.
A twig.
He beats you to a pulp with a wet noodle.
Exactly.
Pool party Jax. That's the next idea.
Oh yeah, there is no pool party
There's
Jax.
no pool party Jax, right?
There should be.
Yeah, just beats. So every time he beats you with a wet noodle, you just hear the beep, beep. Like, you know the squeaky toy?
Yeah. The rubber floaters.
Rubber floaters.
Yeah. That's definitely.
And every
Beast's
third hit
weapon.
with his ultimate, it's just a louder version of it. Yes, that. 10 out of 10.
Going back to the game though, RRQ has to be careful because we talked about the 1-3-1, but if Flash Wolves keeps pressuring the Baron area, RRQ doesn't have the space to do 1-3-1. They can only do 4-1 with the Devil J free teleport.
Yeah, and Devil J just now had to recall, so that lane thankfully is already shelved up, but that means Flash Wolves, they take control of the Baron pit. They learned their lesson. Don't take the 50-50s, right? Just make sure you play a systematic game. Make sure that RRQ is zoned out from the major objectives. Choke them out. We don't need to take the risk. They have vision. They see EXO. They know Chaz is around the red buff. No engage from Flash Wolves. RRQ, they keep the split push going.
Okay, RRQ, Devil J still continuing the split push just as you mentioned. And we'll see how Flash Wolves still not pulling the trigger. Of course, Stand United is available. So that's why they're responding towards the bottom portion of the map. He's not going to get caught. He's going to be fine. So RRQ can keep doing this, right? No 1-3-1, but the 4-1 can be enough. The biggest problem I see right now is Elder Drake is spawning. RRQ has to prep the waves before that, so they have enough space. I don't think Helios is going to be picking up teleport. He's holding on to the enchant, though. He only has boots, no enchant. Does he decide to pick up a stasis? Does he decide to pick up a teleport? That's the biggest question.
This is setting up to be what we've seen in their first encounter, right? That time Flash Wolves have triple dragon and an Elder Drake. And
That's
RRQ was able to win
scary.
that.
That's scary.
10 more seconds. Elder Drake is spawning. This is an important moment for RRQ. They have not won any Elder Drake fights against Flash Wolves.
But now I feel like there's an avenue, right? Chaz goes in, Black Shield, you have a little bit of space to work with.
Oh my god.
Exo sad!
Oh no, Exo forced the flash. Devil J still getting a split push going.
Yeah,
this
no.
is what Flash Wolf wants.
Yeah, no,
Oh, no.
flash body slam though.
Elder Drake already started. How much damage can Devil J do? He has done the split push yesterday. He has won against BRU. Redemption
that's
dropping
so
down.
close.
Flash Wolf, they're looking for the turn.
Pull the
Look at
trigger.
Chaz. He's going to go for the repulse, but forced to flash away. Ysera on top of him. What is the Master Injustice? They get to Stand United. Devil J finally tries to fight, but watch out for Ysera. Triple silence. Oh my goodness, Flash Wolf, you do it so well. You do it so well for Cookie. Triple Counter-Strike stun and RRQ. They get run down bot, locking with the third kill, and they do trade Eason back, but this fight is done and dusted. Unless Devil J can do something. He has healers with it. Locking has to go. That's the scoundrel. He needs to die, but they cannot catch him.
Wait, starting that over. Devil J is gonna die. Oh my god. Flash Wolves gets everything in the map. Despite Devil J's efforts to split push, Flash Wolves is unfazed. They're gonna get more.
Caught mid-swing. And that is the pendulum swinging in favor of Flash Wolves. Teleport comes in from Ysera. An important game for RRQ, but the result is the same. A different look, but the outcome remains identical as game one. Flash Wolves draws the board 2-0.
They look so calm and collected. I mean, I know the Flash Wolf style, the Master style, but it's like just another day at work, you know, like it feels like it's not the lower bracket finals. It feels like zero pressure because it understandable because they're 2-0 already in this BO7 series. It's full control. It's like you cannot let Flash Wolves get into 15 minutes. You have to have a 10k gold lead. You have to have all Rift Heralds, 2 dragons before the 15-minute mark to have a comfortable fight against Flash Wolves.
You cannot let Flash Wolves get to 3-0 without drawing a single game from them. I think that would be the biggest statement from a team from the Masters regions. We dubbed them as the slow, the calm, the steady team, likes to play 30 minutes. But if they close it out 4-0, you're going to look at Flash Wolves and you're going to be like, oh my goodness, what just happened? I just want to point out something, Riku.
Yes.
Just look at this team portrait, right?
Yes, I see it.
At least they have some smiles, some smirks. I don't see it at the Coca-Cola pop-up. I don't see it. They scare me, Riku.
They're just so calm.
Yes.
But at the same time, it could be another angle of maybe they don't want to celebrate too much. They don't want to lower their guard just yet because they've seen a lot of
hold on,
VO5s.
watch that.
Oh, you're husky. You're husky.
Riku called me Contra yesterday. I understand because Contra casted with you, right?
Yes.
But
many times.
And you call me Contra today.
That's my limit. It's I reached a quota. I
Yeah,
will
so-
only call you Contra one time.
One per day.
One per day.
It's okay, you know. The one thing I enjoy is the confidence when you say it. That's what matters. That's what matters. That's something that RRQ needs.
I commit.
Yes, you
exactly.
commit, right? You commit to calling it. RRQ needs that confidence, though.
That's true. I agree with you.
So RRQ now down 0-2, Flash Wolves with an opening statement, and they follow up with another statement in game 2. We're going to toss it back to the panel and see what Grandin and the rest of them have to say about this.
Look, Otto, I think we have a bit of a problem here. Flash Wolves just went 2-0. They just crushed RRQ in a tight game, but they ultimately came up ahead. I need some new reassurance. As a newly converted RRQ fan, can I get some reassurance from you? So how do I cope with these feelings?
All according to Keikaku, all according to plan. Don't worry. I know that I predicted 4-1. I know I predicted 4-1. But you know, sometimes I I get wrong prediction scores, but it will still be the same, dude.
Okay.
RQ is still going to.
I'm so
still going to
relieved
the
right
grand
now.
finals. Yeah, dude. Again, for RQ, it's the way they're playing the game 1 and game 2. Actually, game 2 was more reactive than the proactive RQ that we saw the past 2 days, right? And to me, that's something that needs to get fixed. Helios is now really on a tight leash by Bruce. The Qeon pick, I wanted him to, to go against Bruce's Lucian as an assassin, not as an Qeon. And to me, that's where the confidence comes in. We have dubbed RRQ as the confidence team, and they need to regain it faster. They need to regain it soon.
Yeah, and I think there's some things that we need to touch on as well. We'll touch on draft a little bit, and then we'll touch on the confidence points, right?
Yeah.
I guess we'll flip it. The confidence thing, RIQ, you got to keep in mind, their last 2 wins started out winning game 1, stomping game 2, demolishing game 3. Once they get going, it's very hard to stop them, but this time around, we see Flash Wolves stop them from the get-go. In RRQ, they seem to be having a hard time picking up any steam. Now, talking about draft, the Qeon pick, you got to keep in mind, 2 games in a row now, he had the counter pick to Bruce. They were on red side 2 games in a row. Lucian into Jace, Qeon into Lucian, both times around. Bruce played very well, got the upper hand. He got ganked a lot this game, got punished in the side lanes. But if you look at the damage charts, I'm pretty sure Bruce still topped it. I feel like it's the assassin pick is a good point, right? I don't think you want to opt into marksman matchups against Bruce. I think you need to play to what you're good at. But to their credit, Flash Wolves have done a very good job identifying it. Zed Ban, I think, has been hurting RQ a lot. Wow, it's not actually Bruce, it's Eason. It's Eason.
I mean, a lot of it is because he's around the fights, right?
Yeah.
Like he's living very long. It's been difficult to take him down.
Multiple Spirit Fires.
Exactly. His time in the fights is a big reason why he does so much damage. I want to point out for Exosun as well, though, that despite the fact he doesn't do that much damage, his activeness in these fights was a world difference from what we saw in the first game.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. And again, we saw the first blood heading over to RQ, immediately answered by a well-timed dive in the bot lane. The question was, how was the matchup in the mid lane gonna go, right? And I did say that it's going to be a tempo-based matchup in where who's going to clear waves better, who's going to trade better. Is it going to be the Qeon? Is it going to be the Lucian? Turns out Lucian still has the advantage, and we saw it
dying at the start of the game.
Exactly, we saw it right away when they were able to set up the dive on the bot lane, right? That will only be made possible if you have priority in the mid lane.
But once we started going into the middle of the game, towards the end of the game, we saw a really interesting response from RQ. They tried to go for a 1-3-1 split. They tried to go for a 4-1 split. But particularly it was the 1-3-1 that gave them more effectiveness. It seemed more successful for them there.
A double hull breaker. Okay, lesson time. 1-3-1. You basically have a split pusher on both lanes. You have the Shen, you have the Qeon. You saw the hull breaker first item buy for Helios, and they really doubled down on the split push strategy, meaning they want to break apart the 5-man squad of Flash Wolves, because the 5-man squad of Flash Wolves was so very tanky, was so very strong that they just continuously heal up with the center pick.
And you got to keep in mind what the champions on start of RQ want to do as well. Fiora is great at skirmishes, great at 1v1ing you in the side lane. Same for Qeon, great at skirmishes, great for swaying fights in side lanes. Problem is, when you come to the 5v5, Flash Wolves comp has a clear heads up there. Now, going into the next game, one thing I would like to see from RQ as well, draft the most simple to execute team comp. Draft something that you can team fight with, play to something which is easy to execute, get some tempo back in your favor, and then you can run with it the rest of the series. I'm trying to help RQ out here. I call it a fall too, so.
Yeah, well, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Another MVP.
MVP again for the support player from Flash Wolves. I mean, being able to do a lot here, it just seems like Eason's able to come into these games and make massive impact.
He's the youngest member of Flash Wolves, and he's now making a mark that Flash Wolves can center around their playstyle to this support player that is not just, able to make plays, but also is a stabilizing factor for them. Again, against Exosen, he's showing that, you know what, I have more experience than you in the support role.
And it's so important because Flash Wolves were willing to first pick the center, right? And one of the default options with the center pickup is going to be the Nasus. The ability to play that well is such a big factor into all of this. And we think about some teams opting to have the support player play the center. Most teams opt to have the marksman play the center instead. We see here from Eason that there was a need for him to execute well, and then he survived throughout a lot of these fights, did a lot of damage. I think his impact was definitely felt, despite not being one of the most proactive champs.
Yeah, this is a botch dive, right? And I think this is where RQ is kind of on the bad side today. Their coordination isn't as crisp as yesterday and the other day. And we're seeing it here because Eason was still able to push down the mid lane, go back to the bottom lane, and was able to influence that team fight alone. Again, the 5v5 of Flash Wolves is definitely superior to RRQ in this draft.
And so when you say the 5-5 is superior to superior here for Flash Wolves, I mean, how does that do in the side lane then? You know, with the Shen and the Yakshan in the side lane, who matches that for Flash Wolves?
Okay. So you basically can cheat away the side push meta or split push meta by going for the big objective fight. When you have the Baron, when you have the Elder, the threat of the Baron being taken, the Elder Dragon being taken, especially with 3 dragons ahead, the split push meta gets nullified. And that's why, you know, when it comes to preparation, I believe that Flash Wolf really has the best preparation in Southeast Asia. I mentioned this to you, Omo, yesterday. I did not even bring up RQ. I brought up Flash Wolves as one of the teams that has the best preparation in the game because regardless of them picking the same champions, the way they play it, very calculated.
That just describes their playstyle as a whole, right? I think the best way to look at this, you look at how they played around the Hellbreaker Jace in game 1. So methodical, step by step. It's like they're following a script here. And that's what this team does so well. Even if you have a lead against the Flash Wolves, you saw this game, it doesn't really matter. They secured the dragons, they played to scaling. When they fall behind, they're very good at cutting their losses and stop the bleed out. That's something which RRQ needs to figure out. How do we get a lead? And what's more important, how do we snowball that lead?
Yeah, well, they tried, right? With the bottom lane dive, but the execution wasn't there. The Dark Binding did not get to hit the right target. We saw Exosen flash Body Slam into the Senna. Senna just flashes away, was able to survive. Locking was able to survive that engage immediately. And Wild Rift is a game of milliseconds, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you give Senna a little more breathing space in the bot lane or in any clash, she will just regenerate and she will be more effective in a team fight.
Especially when you have tanks in your front line, right? The fact that you're able to constantly boost them up and it just gives them so much more space to play with. We have to talk about this mid lane matchup again because Bruce and Helios, it's going to be an important one. Helios, I mean, look at the guy's score, right? I mean, he's popping off in his matches, but Bruce doing a great job holding him down this series.
Yeah, Helios was the double MVP yesterday. He had an amazing performance against BRU. But
He also had cool sunglasses.
Also had amazing sunglasses, but Bruce is just built different, I guess. The experience on this guy, the pedigree, he knows exactly what he's doing. One interesting stat I want to point out. Look at the KDA difference here. Bruce 2.89, not the flashiest player. He gets shut down a lot. People like to gank him. Partly also because of the champions he plays. Right? He's played like Tristana, Lucian. He's played a lot of marksmen. When you see these marksmen come true, you make the call, okay, let's go shut them down, let's go gank them. That's what's happened to Bruce a lot. But his game impact remains the same. Look at the DPM, 1,000 DPM throughout the tournament so far. Just an amazing performance from the guy. He always delivers. He always does his job, even when you try to shut him down.
Swag. I think what's missing with Helios right now is, again, we're going back to the confidence. He was given 2 counter picks. You're right on that one. Was not able to capitalize on both. And these stats that we are seeing right now are the stats prior to the series. On paper, we would be saying, oh my god, this is going to be a runaway for Helios, but turns out that Bruce's experience is able to just, you know, make Helios second guess himself. And that second guessing is really what makes Helios a little bit more vulnerable than he was in the previous series.
So here's the thing for me. RRQ have gone into the series and they've picked up some pretty safe options for themselves. They've gone like, okay, well, we got the Lucian matchup. Let's play Akshan into it. We're not going to lose lane, right? We're going to be able to pressure. We're going to have some side laning pressure.
No more
as well.
marksmen.
But here's the thing. You said you want to see them play an assassin. Do you want to see them double down? Go big, go home.
Right. And again, the assassin pickups for Helios was still available. I know that Zed has been targeted, right?
Yeah.
But you still have the Akali, you still have the Fizz. Both champions that Helios can make work in any situation. So we'll see if Game 3 will have a different story. I'm hoping. I'm really, really hoping. Whatever.
Sure,
Yeah.
and you know, this could be the turning point potentially here. RRQ continue to be on the red side. They really want those counter picks, want to have something to say against Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and RRQ have had the red side for both games now, but to no avail. They need to swap something up. They need to throw a curveball. The drafts have been too predictable. This was not how you beat Flash up Buriram yesterday. You need to run the same mindset here. Be unpredictable.
But here's the thing, they did that against BRU yesterday, which is why Flash Wolves get to respond now.
Okay, interesting.
RRQ now has respected. I'm also, you know, putting my eyes, squinting my eyes on the Jacks on games 1 and 2, thinking that RRQ would finally respect it, and finally they do it now, and they double it down. They're taking away 5 junglers in the 6 bans, both teams here.
I mean, we don't want to play against any of that, right? Just get rid of the junglers.
Jace is open.
Trim down the pole, but this means Flash Wolves, they get to go back to game 1 strategies. Jace is again open. We've seen RQ played in jungle before.
But they can now answer with their Senna composition or Senna variation.
Yes.
Remember, on game number 1, they banned away the Senna.
Yes.
Now, Marky, games 1, 2, 3 yesterday was on Senna duty. We'll see it now.
Do you see that auto? Flash Wolves are deliberating between the 2 pickups. Should they go for the J? Should they go for the Senna? Now RRQ, they get that choice. If they want to go for the Senna pickup, they could pair that with the Gragas, get Exosun on something with some tempo.
This is the curveball that RRQ needed to throw. They can't get rid of everything. So make Flash Wolves choose. Do you want Jace? Do you want Senna? RRQ, they're going to get Senna plus Gragas very likely here as well.
Senna wins games. It has been the theme for game 1 and 2. And again, for Marky, it's one of his most effective champions. Senna Set is actually one of the champions that we often overlook as a pair with Senna, and is now on the hands of Exosun.
I feel like Flash Wolves here can still go for the Ziggs. It's one of Locking's best pickups when he's not playing the Senna. You know, he does really well on that, especially when you have Bruce as a hyper carry already. So Flash Wolves could maybe just go for the Ziggs angle early.
Oh,
wow. Cookies Riven
not.
comes out right
just
now.
totally
no,
not.
but this makes a lot of sense because you look at the bans. Irelia's gone, Kha'Zix's gone, Jax is gone, Olaf is gone. What's next? Play the Riven.
Is this a Lee Sin angle for Chaz? Because there's nothing much left. Possibly
yeah,
a
really
Rengar?
isn't.
Oh,
okay,
Zed.
this makes a lot of sense, right? Because Flash Wolves always banned Zed on second phase, so RRQ, they know if we want to play Zed, we have to pick it right here, right now. But that does give Flash Wolves an option to counter.
Exactly. Right now, you are defeating the purpose of picking red side to begin with.
Yeah.
You don't have any counter pick. Are you going for a counter pick for Devil Jet? Are you going for a counter pick for your jungler Chance with this limited options on the jungle? I don't think so.
Exactly right. Flash Wolves get to ban away the jungle now again with the last 2 picks. You talk about how Lee Sin was an option, Xin Zhao, Javan, all those can be removed here, or many of those can be removed here by Flash Wolves.
And I want to add on, if Jace takes Exhaust, he's not afraid of Zed. He's happy to play that matchup. So this Zed is purely just a confidence pick for Helios, which I agree. I think he does need it. He needs to play something he's comfortable on. He needs to have confidence going into the game. But if you look at the champions on paper, if you look at the matchups on paper, Zed does not look particularly strong here.
How can we experience the Chaz experience if they're not going to play something active on it, right? Lee Sin banned out here by Flash Wolves. RQ, they need a second ban. I mean, realistically, it's
Rengar.
It's
Double
tankier
assassin.
options.
The double assassin come from RQ. That might be their option here.
Yeah, you still have a very stable tank in the set, and you could double down with a Darius or a Garen for Devil J, or maybe even a Shen. Shen plus Rengar.
Maybe, yeah, Shen plus Rengar looks like a very good angle
But
here.
you only get 1 pick here first.
It's not going to get snatched away. I believe it's going to be okay for you to get both. It should be doable. You probably start with the Shen.
You go for the Shen.
Yeah, you start with the Shen here. You get the Rengar 5. That looks like a good save from RRQ. But let's see what they actually go for.
I mean, still quite not the easiest decision to make. You still have to want to get rid of
so it's a
the
double
champion pool
flex.
from Eason.
Interesting. So it's a double flex right now from RRQ. Yeah, I like the fact that you mentioned they target the champion pool for Eason. Let's see what he does go for, though.
Because Flash Wolves, they still have a couple options here, right? The Jace not necessarily having to go into mid lane. Doesn't mind the Zed matchup, but could still flex around.
Sorry, my old man eyes. What is that champion next to Rakan? Alistar, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm blind.
Yeah, they go for the Shen.
Yeah, that's a very good takeaway.
I mean, there's no room for the Shen anymore.
And keep in mind, Shen is just so annoying against Zed as well.
Right,
you
every time you're about to get the kill.
Stand united.
Yeah.
Stand united every single time.
Oh, Braum with the Ziggs. A classic combo. Hasn't been performing well. 17% win rate in WCS finals so far. I believe we have already solved, Braum as a support pick. all throughout, the regular season and heading over to WCS finals, didn't really have the best of times, but it's still very effective when paired up with Ziggs.
But this is a very Flash Wolves comp setup so far, right? You have a lot of stability, you have the poke, you have the disengage, but just like you want it. It's gonna be assassin top lane. Double assassin.
Jungle
Gragas? Oh yeah, okay, that's interesting here, right? Coming out from Chaz, it's not something he would typically play, but Zed, Akali, does it get more RRQ than this?
Yeah, no. It's more about the side lanes now and giving Chaz an option to be more impactful in the early game. Remember, this is an AP Gragas that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you said here, RRQ need to go into this with confidence to treat it like it's any other match, and ignore the fact that the opponents are the Flash Wolves. Does this feel like that to you?
It feels like they feel forced to snatch certain picks. The Gragas is very telling of that. They didn't need to take Gragas on 4. They really didn't need to. The main things, I feel like they felt pressure that we cannot give it to Issa. We need to snatch the Gragas. They're panicking. They're saying, what do we do about the Gragas pick? Okay, we'll just pick it. I'll play a jungle.
I beg to disagree. Because
you think it's a good pick?
Yeah, I feel that this is now their gauntlet.
Okay.
If they don't change anything with their drafting, they end up losing.
So I like all the picks except the Gragas snatch. I feel like that was forced upon them.
All right, well, in this matchup, RRQ, look at the past 2 matches against Flash Wolves and decide for themselves. They need to change things up, pull in the Gragas here.
I don't care about who wins this game. There's just one thing I want to see. I want to see Akali backflip, follow the Shen across the map. That's all. Just do that one thing and I'll be happy.
As long as they manage to get that, as long as they manage to see that mechanic, all is good here. But third game between RRQ and Flash Wolves coming your way very soon as we go into the wrist. We'll toss it over to the casters to bring us the action.
Flash Wolves up 2-0 Riku. An unprecedented opening. No one expected to see this. We thought RRQ would go 2-0. We thought RRQ would go at least 1-1.
Yeah.
But here we are. Flash Wolves up 2-0. We hardly see them in the lead, Riku.
Exactly. This is Flash Wolves taking control of Game 1 and Game 2. Very convincingly, very dominating. And RRQ had zero answer. They were trapped in the draft, and now the dynamics have shifted. It is now not the Chaz experience, but instead he will be playing like a support, like the utility. Okay, guys, I'm gonna start the fights for you. Okay, Devil J, you're off weak side duty right now. You're gonna be Akali. You're gonna mech check alongside Helios. I'm not gonna be doing the mech checks anymore. I'm gonna set up for you guys instead.
Yeah, we saw mech checks from RRQ in both opening games. And now they double down on the mech check. And they put Devil J back in a position where he has the power to carry. He has the responsibility to carry. Last time didn't went well, but this time he's up against the Shen Ysera. It's the Ninja against Ninja up top.
Yeah, he's been gated, right? He's been assigned Garen, he's been assigned Shen. These are things that assist. Devil J can now play make on his own, so I'm excited to see this ninja action going on for RRQ because they also have the Zed. But as Omo mentioned, right, there is that Stand United as a response time and time again whenever the Death Mark comes in.
So are we pivoting away from the duality yesterday? I mean, Cookie tried to follow up with the Flash Broken Wings. Doesn't really connect onto Chaz. So no connection, no follow-up from Flash Wolves. Meanwhile, Devil J just follows back with Shuriken Flip. It's onto Ysera. He gets a couple of love taps in with a 5-point strike. But Scullo goes over to Cookie.
Yeah, flash for Chaz and Cookie. At least, I feel like that's still going to be... I think that's not a huge thing at the moment at this point of the game. So there is still that leeway during the first spawn for these summoner spells to come back up.
So we go for this RRQ exclusive cocktail. Double Assassin. Doesn't get more RRQ than this.
Yeah.
Into a Flash Wolf classic mocktail. I'm trying to find the words, right? But it's a melting pot of compositions. Bruce has to flash because Helios has a death mark. Thinking about it though, Bruce. Oh boy,
still
completely trapped. This should be first blood. Helios just confirms it. First blood for RRQ's mid laner.
He didn't have flash. He didn't need to use flash. It's such a good kill from Helios, and this is what that's the start that RRQ wants because so far, Game 1 and Game 2, RRQ were at the mercy of Flash Wolves' control in the map, but this time around they're making proactive moves. And these proactive movements did not require the rest of the team to come together. Helios burned down Bruce all on his own, and the follow-up coming from Chaz.
This feels like a Divine Sunderer path for Devil J Akali, right? So many tanks to slice through. But with that being said, in Game 3, we are basically pivoting away from the Chaz-Helios dynamic. We're looking at Helios, Devil J. We throw that script out the window.
Yep.
Whatever we have prepped so far. But Flash Wolf are no strangers to playing from behind. They're no strangers to starting from disadvantage. We still need to keep our eyes out for that 4-minute objective fight.
It makes sense because there's so many squishies on the side of Flash Wolves. Riven is squishy, Bruce blocking as well. And now the biggest hurdle that RQ has, that they will encounter, is Eason. Eason on the Braum. So it's so, with this composition that they have, this is quadra melee composition, by the way, from RQ. So easy to put this passive stacks from Eason to lock people down, to stun people down. It's so easy as well with the Braum ult. It's just a lot of value for this pick, honestly.
Yeah. In last game, we looked at Eason and we were like, yeah, he's on a Nasus, not really the playmaking champion. But I've never seen a Nasus support play like a Baron lane Nasus. He's ulting, he's walking in, he's beating people with the siphoning strikes. He's getting stacks off of dead champions.
Exactly.
So now you look at Eason, sure, Braum's playmaking ability, not as flashy, not as flamboyant. But into RQ's comp, it felt like it didn't even matter, right? You just need the Braum to be there.
It makes sense. It makes sense because you know RQ is gonna go to you, like right now.
Yeah. They just force Flash Wolves out of the Dragon Pit. It's just a Cloud Drake. Nothing major. Probably the least important Drake that we have in Wild Rift.
Cloud Drake is so important for RQ's composition, right? There's that 1-3-1 with the Akali and the Zed. So that's the reason why they're prioritizing this. Flash Wolves also doing the same.
So we see the exhaust onto Helios. That's the exhaust out of Bruce. They still have one more in locking sand. And then Inferno Bomb out first. Exosen forced to use his Haymaker, so no bulky shield for the set. Eason is ready for the ultimate, gets rooted down, puts up the shield. Finally, Glacial Fissure knocks onto two, explosive cast, knocks everyone aside. Again, Helios grabs into the kill. Exo with the ultimate, a scattered fight for both teams, but it's Cookie, big go! And here comes Ysera! Joins in the last second. He's rooted down, but they've already taken out Helios. Chaz secures the Cloud Drake, as Devil J also plays Disruption down bot, and it's gonna be up against Bruce. No kills coming out though. Ysera assassinated out of screen. RQ 4 kills in.
Oh my god, Devil J rather. He's able to keep two people from Flash Wolves so busy. Does Devil J want the kill? Does he want to cancel this port? No, that's not going to be a no. That's going to be a no, rather. But RQ played that really, really well. They were able to divide and conquer. They knew that they needed to start that dragon immediately. Let's take a look at that again. Again, it was a 4v5. Ysera's going to join in. Really nice cast to disrupt the placement of some of the members. But I feel like Devil J did a lot in this fight. He had basically Flash Wolves, kept Bruce, and locking in check.
Yeah, he forced everyone away. That's what we want to see from Devil J. Chaz able to kind of reset the Rift Arrow, though. Smite does come through for Cookie. As Flash Wolves looks for an escape route, but it's only one way. Exo tries to go in. Flash body slam! Big one from Chaz. Cookie caught out. Valus forward, but still goes down.
Gotta love how RQ is moving right now. Game 1, Game 2, it looked really dicey. And now, Helios.
Yep, that bar. Watch out.
Wow.
Bruce, not even a challenge. Exo again, Haymaker just to mitigate the damage. A good cast, but blocked by Easton's shield. RQ, they want something in return. It's going to be the Glacial Fissure onto Marky, but RQ, they got what they wanted.
So good. It's so nice to see the confidence back in RQ side. The way that they move, the way that I don't need the death mark. I don't need these key ults. I'm going to set this up either way. And RQ, if they find an opportunity, they press the go button. They have so many tools to press the go button, and they're so reliable. Body slam. They've got the showstopper, face breaker. If you're all clumped in a very short, or rather very compressed choke point, then that's going to be painful for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and RQ finally gets some grip on objective fights, right?
Yes.
They secure the Rift Arrow, they secure the Cloud Drake. In most cases, that's the Drake that teams are willing to trade. But like you said, RQ, they want to play the side lanes. They have double assassins. Now they get the Cloud Drake. They get to move around the map even faster. That means Flash Wolves now have to be a bit more careful, right? Bruce has put back 0-2. The jungler, Cookie, 0-2.
And this is the start that RQ has always wanted. The reason why we saw them winning during the Buriram United match was every single time during the first spawn, Helios or Chaz are going to get early kills. Look at the scoreboard right now. 4-1-1 onto Helios.
Oh, yeah, Helios getting basically the best possible start that he could have asked for. Especially when we talk about a team like RQ.
Oh my gosh.
It's all about Helios on the Zed, but he's going to be jumped on by Bruce. The rest of RQ, they show up to bot side. Bruce wants to escort this Rift Arrow, but he's forced to back away. He has Cookie with him, but Cookie's not in a condition to fight. Good
call coming from Flash Wolves. I feel like Helios needs his Hull Breaker of his own.
Look
as Bruce
top
has.
though. I mean, Ysera, he's beating Devil J out. I
Yeah.
feel like we've seen this before.
We've seen it before. I mean, he does have Divine Thunderer. But the Sunfire Cape and the way that Ysera is going to be playing this, he can definitely stall it out, have that better sustain. Having that Merc Treads as well, because there's a lot of CC on the side of RRQ.
And Ysera at least has barrier, you know, so an extra layer of shield just to extend the longevity in those fights. But at least for Devil J, he was able to open up the top lane, right? That tier 1 is gone.
That's what matters.
That's what matters. And another good news is that, yeah, Flash Wolf got the Rift Herald, but they were not able to break open that mid tier 1 with the Ziggs. Something that RRQ will gladly take, but second Drake is coming up.
Interesting, right? Because Helios seems like this is an Infernal Drake. This is one of the
Flash face breaker only onto Eason. Doesn't really get too much out of him, except for the ultimate though. This is going to be huge for RRQ.
Yeah, all ults available still for the side of RRQ. No disengage on the side of Eason anymore. Flash Wolf still wants to force this.
Yeah, Bruce and Locking can poke them out, but remember, there's double assassin, Locking getting jumped on. They put down the exhaust. Helios just toying with them, just expending those resources. Again, EXO engages Mega Inferno Bomb, only good unto one. Soul Stopper straight to the back line. They have your setup with Stand United, but they have eliminated Locking. No more Ziggs, no more damage. Cookie is alone, exhausted, and he is out of the fight. RRQ finds 2 kills, actually finds 3. And Devil J doesn't follow up with this. They don't need to do it. Similar to Devil J, once more, he wants a piece of Ysera, he wants some revenge, he wants some 1v1 action. But you have to remember that Bruce is around, Devil J gets taunted, and there is going to be some shield, some damage from point strike. Goes into the Shroud, but gets blasted point blank.
That's true, it's not a 1v1, it's a 1v2. And RRQ, I feel like, you know, Devil J has to be careful, but at the end of the day, RRQ played that map so well. Was a bit concerned, Helios was split pushing topside with the timing of the Infernal Drake. But the good news was, RRQ, they had control over that riverside. Flash Wolves could not go in. In the meantime, it is the second Rift Herald. This is going to be free. No teleport coming from the side of Helios. He's just going to keep split pushing. No Hull Breaker just yet, by the way. So this is Zed going to be split pushing. But he's building for these fights. He's going to split push and then join the fight.
And we're looking at Flash Wolves finally thinking about breaking open this mid lane. The RRQ, they were not in a position to contest this. But you give EXO a playmaking champion, he's going to keep forcing those fights.
Oh my
Devil J,
gosh!
solo Q in the top lane, perfectly executed.
Let's go, Devil J on the Akali. He got picked off with the 1v2, but in a 1v1 scenario, it's so hard to shut him down, especially if you have no CC punish. That's exactly the reason why you got Eason. And this is Bruce with Hullbreaker, by the way. He just melts in the face of Devil J.
Yeah, we say about killing tanks with the Sunderer. Well, Devil J has a Leandry, 2 of the best tank killing items that we have in the game. What else could you ask for? This is probably the best game Devil J has played against Flash Wolves. 3-1-1 in that Baron lane. Doesn't get better than this.
Exactly, right? This is the redemption. This is the redemption that we're seeing right now. Real time on Devil J. No one... I mean, Flash Wolves has to invest more resources to shut him down, but in a 1v1 scenario, it's so hard with Leandry's on board. Now I'm curious to see what the teleport enchants are going to be, because Helios and Devil J has been holding on to those things, whether or not they want to set up a teleport. But mid lane is their next mission.
It's going to be a bit hard to clear with all these spells coming up from Flash, with all those pokes. Glacial Fissure only connecting onto EXO though. Do you want to follow up with the EXO? Still has the Haymaker. It's going to unleash it right now. The damage is not enough. Meanwhile, backline, they force Locking to go golden. They're supposed to cast dodge by a flash from the Ziggs. The Flash Wolves will be able to get away from that.
So good. The exhaust timings coming from Flash Wolves is so good. They have double exhaust from what I've noticed. So if ever Akali Devil J goes in, they have another.
Yeah, and what slightly concerns me right now is looking at Locking's item build. He has the Luden's Echo, and he just got an Archangel staff. So very defensive setup for the Ziggs. We're not looking at the Oblivion Orb right now. We're not looking at Ravenous. We're looking at Locking, trying to stay alive. Exhaust, not enough. Stasis, not enough. I need an extra layer of shield from that Archangel, from the Cerberus Embrace.
Exactly. The Summoner spells are not enough. Stand United and Eason's Disengage is not going to help at all with the burst coming from Devil J and Helios at this point, where currently Devil J has 3 kills. Helios has 5 kills. He can keep rinse and repeating. Going in with a Death Mark, going out, waiting for it to be off cooldown, and then going back in.
Yeah, they have temporarily... Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb actually is... Did he tap it and it went... right, so the weird interaction. But RRQ have dampened the damage output from blocking.
Yeah.
And that is important, right? Because we're looking at 13 minutes in. Baron is up. RRQ, full control of the river.
Yeah, super defensive, right? And you're up against a Senna who has that infinite scaling as well. So at a point where we're reaching, what, 50 minutes? Marky has more of that output versus a defensive blocking on this Zig. So I think that's an avenue RRQ is looking at right now. Helios 1v1ing. Is Sarah? Oh, he's fine.
Yeah,
He's
he's
fine.
He's
He's fine, Husky.
He's fine, no worries. But we have seen Helios solo queue tanks before, right? He has done it to Singe.
true.
That time when it was against Bruce. Ysera will be a tougher cookie to take over, no pun intended. It's not even cookie.
It's not even cookie.
But at least we're
Cookie's
talking
here.
about Shen, right?
Yeah.
He's just gonna poke him at every single opportunity he gets. Third dragon is up.
So what? It's going to be a rinse and repeat from RRQ. Helios positioning, push the wave, put Ysera behind. Wait, Death Mark? No, he flashed in.
Oh, he's going for it. Ysera might die!
Oh!
A solo queue at top!
Crazy! Helios!
If Damage can do it, I will do it.
Yeah, and now the tower's going to sink? No, he's going to go back.
Locking force to flash. EXO, he wants this bad, but there's going to be a lot of damage. EXO gets the Haymaker off, but that's a sacrifice to Flash Wolves.
So 1 for 1.
RRQ, they're doing the dragon. I think they got it. No contest from Flash Wolves, at least RRQ. They're showing Flash Wolves the
Devil
weakness
J?
in the armor. Devil
Going
J
in?
once more.
Whoa!
That's locking. This is the show for
There
Devil
one
J.
more.
This is the Devil J and Helios combo. This is what the panel talked about. And we just see these two assassins styling on Flash Wolves. In fact, Cookie, there's no avenue in, right? Isa might give up his life. Devil J just goes in, standing right is out. Devil J, careful there.
Oh my gosh, he's so low.
Ysera, he's
Can he
thinking
escape?
about this. No flash to follow. They have the twin shadows, but Devil J has bought some distance.
Okay, they're fine. I was a bit worried because Helios and Bruce were about to do a 1v1 as well. But it seems to me that Helios didn't have Deathmark used already.
Do you know lore-wise, for League of Legends lore-wise, this makes
Okay.
a lot of sense. This actually is very interesting. Because the masters for, Akali's masters and, and Zed's
Zed,
master
okay.
is Shen's dad. And they're both solo killing the Shen.
That's tragic.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
Comes
tragedy.
full circle, you know.
Yeah. Lore is so sad.
Yeah, the lore is very sad.
But Ark is definitely happy with this game state right now. This is what they wanted to do in game number 2 with the 1-3-1. But this time around, it's successful because Helios is 6-1-3. We got 4-1-1 Devil J. No one can deal with them in a solo scenario. Flash Wolves has to utilize his Sarah.
Yeah, good taunt. Deathmark uses Sarah, tanks most of the damage. He's not going to pop from this for sure, but Cookie has that Blade of the Exile activated. He's looking for Helios, but I don't think he can get anything done. Helios is too fast. You have to watch out for mid as well. EXO is around the corner. Bruce is very vulnerable. They really want this tier 1, but Flash Wolves, they refuse to give it to RRQ.
Yeah, it's Ziggs the gatekeeper, right? It's so difficult. Unless Exosen sets up a dive, they're going to meet with Eason.
I mean, RRQ are happy playing this game. There's a split push, right? Devil J is at top lane. You know, EXO is bot. They bring a Sarah in. They want to 2v1 Devil J, but Devil J is playing it so well. Hiding in the shroud, 5-point strike. Gotta watch out mid though. It's gonna have a lot of commotions happening, but EXO is a bit caught out with that ultimate. Glacial Fissure, he's stunned by the passive concussive blast and stab, and EXO still holding on to the Haymaker. Finally lets it rip, but Helios is gonna be in the back line, gets exhausted. EXO is still alive, and they force the Stacy out of Cookie. Cookie trying to buy as much time as possible. The wind slash is out, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of that is RRQ with 2 kills and losing none, but Easton is low. Locking is running away. RRQ playing game 3 to the absolute T.
Oh my god, RRQ. Wait, they're gonna cancel the teleport back?
Oh, Helios. Careful though, Mega Inferno Bomb.
Whoa!
Just way too well. Helios just playing around Flash, just running laps, and Helios still goes back in! A statement piece from this Zed and RRQ. Use that window to grab Baron Nashor. A commanding lead right now for RRQ.
I freaking swear, Helios is the best Zed player in this tournament, in the WCS. It's crazy!
And this is why you emphasize, this is why Autolus emphasize Helios, best mid laner coming out from the PH region.
Yaha!
And he might be the best laner that we have seen right now. So much confidence. Give him that 8-2-3 scoreline. He's not done just yet. In fact, RRQ taking this one game at a time. They have that advantage. And it's a matter of can they close out game 3.
Oh my god, Husky, I freaking swear. Yeah, that's the biggest question right now, right? How can they close this out? Because RRQ They have all the dragons. They've been playing the map so well. They have Baron right now. Everything is in their hands. Flash Wolves has been playing defensively. But every single time, this is a composition that requires to be together. But when RRQ splits you up like this, what is your answer?
I don't know how to answer
Nothing.
that. Right? I am as lost as you are. Elder Dragon fight. Remember, RRQ have not won a single Elder Dragon fight against Flash Wolves.
That's the avenue.
This could be their ticket back. But when you look at EXO, Black Cleaver, GA, Gargoyle Stoneplate, Divine Thunderer. In fact, I think, you know what, Riku?
What's up?
We should move one of Vayne's quote over to Zed instead.
Okay, what's the quote?
Hitting me is like boxing with shadows.
Oh my god, that is definitely what Helios did. Fight in the middle? No.
Mega Inferno Bomb out. Feels like it only tickles Chaz and EXO. No damage at all.
Yeah, it's a defensive. It is just that Rabadon's death cap being picked up for that third item, so...
That is 1-3-1, very deadly from RRQ. They're utilizing this Baron buff. They want to open up the map. They want to make sure that Flash Wolves does not get any avenues. EXO, he's looking for Eason, but Eason has the shield up. They push him back though. They get them in tier 2. They're ready to set this up for a convincing win. The Elder Dragon is on the table. Flash Wolves might have vision, but they have no point of entry.
No answer. We talked about this before, right? 1-3-1 is the avenue for RRQ. And Flash Wolves, when they're split up like this, they can't fight back.
And that's a flash from the Shen. You don't see that often. And Helios is breaking that top in-hit turret. Doesn't get it still, yet. We say that, and the rest of RRQ are setting up for the Elder Drake, right? You see Flash Wolves, they're beelining towards that objective. They want to make sure that RRQ don't get anything more than that. But the magnitude of pressure coming up from this double assassin is suffocating.
It is. The map is just all in for RRQ.
They started the dragon. Oh no, Eason, he's caught out. Can't go down. EXO is very low. Double J follows up. Shuriken flip. Perfect execution.
Wow.
Darling Shadow is out. Double J is safe. He wants more. Bruce is next on the chopping block. But look at that. Helios. He's in the base.
Oh my god.
He has broken open the base, and he's still in the base. The Elder Mountain Drake is getting initiated by Chaz and EXO. EXO is damaged.
They can keep doing this, you know? EXO is there to tank. Chaz is there as well. You got the rest of RRQ zoning them out. I can see Helios now porting back to base. And this is full control from RRQ. Flash Wolves has no answer at the moment.
It has to be Cookie.
Yeah.
But his chances are running thin.
Teleport.
EXO is not going to let it.
Helios.
Teleport.
Coming in.
Backline. Cookie gets knocked away. There's the Stand United Cookie. Can he get in though? Doesn't even get it. Cookie finished off. Meanwhile, you have Peters and EXO. They just clean house. And this series is not over yet. RRQ are not willing to go down into the good night. It is not a quiet night. It is not even close to the finishing line. One game at a time, Riku.
Yeah, this is such a good sign because game 1 and game 2, they couldn't do what RRQ is known for. The mech checks, the flashy plays, outplaying you. And now, with this game, Devil J's confidence is back, Helios' confidence is back, and now it's going to be a 2-1.
We looked at Chaz Helios, but it's time to put our eyes on Devil J Helios because RRQ secures game 3. They pull us back to a closer series in this long best of 7.
Oh my god, now I can totally see this going to a BO7. And now you gotta love RRQ, right? The confidence, the first rotation on that Zed, they're like, you always ban it at second rotation of bans, we're gonna get it before you ban it. And they made it work. The worry was you always have an answer. You put Garen, you put tanks to counter, make sure that no one dies. It doesn't matter. As you said, Husky, Helios can kill tanks. It don't matter what you pick in the mid lane or elsewhere.
And this sets up a very interesting game 4. Will Flash Wolves change that first phase ban? Because so far, it has been the same bans over and over again.
True.
Irelia, Kha'Zix, Galio. But now they see the Zed go through first phase. Flash Wolves might need to give up something.
Yeah, RRQ is, especially when we look back at the WCS PH, they're the team that is very confident picking Zed early, no matter what side. Don't matter. That's why a lot of the teams respect Helios's Zed and just ban it out straight up.
Yeah, all the losers can breathe a sigh of relief. It's not a trio, right? He has a talking point to prove Omo wrong, because Omo didn't like the Gragas pick, but look at what happened, right? RRQ were able to set up a great game tree, and not just any game tree, a very dominant game tree.
Yes.
They gave Flash Wolves a taste of their own medicine. Now going into game 4, are we looking at the 2-2?
I think so. I mean, it's all about Devil J, Helios gaining back their confidence after a crushing game 1 and 2 in this series. That's very important, Husky.
Yeah, early on, I said that their confidence might have dropped, right? The skills might have tipped a bit, but I guess I was wrong. You can never ever count RRQ out before the series end. I mean, the hopes of the Philippines regions rest on their shoulders, right? They have slain one team, right? FLA have done that. They want to be the master slayers. But it is still a long journey. We don't get too excited just yet. We just toss it back to the panel and get their thoughts on that game tree.
Thank you very much, Husky. That being said, Game 3, that was just an RQ show, was it not?
Ah,
that was just RQ
we
all
were
the way. They came
spoiled,
in here,
dude.
walked in the Zed, walked in the Akali.
And a Helios moment, right at the middle, right? Just dancing, Faker-esque,
Very much so.
reminiscent of the Faker versus Ryu.
Our resident ninja here, how do you rate that performance?
Honestly, fantastic from RRQ. That's exactly the kind of performance we expected from them. That's exactly the way I expected them to win 2 games against Flash Wolves. I'm giving them one more game. I think RRQ, you can pull out one more dub here. But at the end of the day, I feel like there are clear things which Flash Wolves can take away from this game. They can look back and say, we lost because of the Zed, Senna, Braum. These 3 points specifically. Braum has like a, 15% win rate right now for good reason. I feel like this champ just does nothing in the matter. You are always playing one step behind. You're basically playing a 4v5. Senna, 100% win rate since yesterday till today. And of course, the Zed from Helios, need I say more. These are clear factors which FW need to adapt on next game.
Braum self-inflicted on themselves.
Yes.
They also chose to go for the Jace instead of the Senna. But there's one more thing. You mentioned here, the Zed coming in. They've been banning in second rotation. RRQ went for a first rotation instead. I mean, you only have 3 bans to start off. What do Flash Wolves do?
I'm thinking that they have to... looking at how the drafting went, right? Bruce had no choice to counter-pick the Zed. It was already out in the open. The Jace will be the pick in the mid lane. Almost said that a Jace with an exhaust is enough to not be afraid against the Zed of Helios.
But he solo killed him. He basically solo
that's
killed
wrong.
him.
No. it was definitely wrong. And I understand your point about the Gragas, because if we look back into the early minutes of the game, we saw that the Gragas was able to not really do anything in the early stages of the game because it was a double scuttle over to Cookie, right?
Yeah.
That means that the tempo of this jungler wasn't really up there. However, Helios was able to make an opening for them to kill down Bruce, and that was what they needed to really accelerate the Gragas into their favor.
The mid jungle is back, baby.
The mid jungle is back, and it starts with the mid lane getting control first, then Eason. Well, let's talk a little bit about the spot side as well, right? Eason has come in here, he's trying to play the Braum. You mentioned that you don't like that. You feel like it's a very poor win rate. I mean, what happens here? You try to play for the Ziggs Braum?
I don't think you play for the Braum at all. Just don't pick Braum. I feel like this champion is just not it in the current meta. It does too little. I think Exosin learned his lesson. The last time he picked Braum in Game 5, he could do nothing. They lost the game. They lost the series. This time around, Eason has to learn the lesson the hard way. Just stop picking the Braum. And you look at the DPM from Helios, absurd.
I mean, of course, we have to talk about the guy. I mean, he walks in here, 1700 damage. He is shredding tanks. I mean, his build melts through them so quickly.
Yes.
It's difficult to watch, honestly. He's shredding through your Sarah.
Yeah, and again, guys, looking at the item choices here by Helios, you would say, hey, this player doesn't know how to build the right way, because you see a Black Cleaver, you also see a Trinity Force, basically, you know, a Phage and a Phage item that doesn't really stack. But guys, you have to understand that there's really the attack speed component on the Trinity Force, the dueling component on the Trinity Force that as a Zed player, you would need if you are a split pusher.
I mean, on top of that, he had the Edge Knight, he had the full build. He walked into that final fight fully stacked up, dancing and kiting around Flash Wolves. They had no way to respond, they had no way to follow up with. I feel like Ysera on the Shen did not look as comfortable, especially when you saw Devil J. Devil J managed to step up here immensely.
Yeah, this was the point that I'm talking about, right? Had it not been for the pressure of Helios, that kill wouldn't go over to Chaz, and this game could have been very different.
And I gotta point out this Shen pick as well, right? I dislike Shen when it's used purely as a defensive option. He's not the best tank. He's not the tankiest tank. And that's because his power comes from Stand United. So if you want to play Shen, you need to pair it with aggressive options. What aggressive options do Flash Wolves have this game?
I mean, Cookie, probably,
Literally
I guess, with
just
Riven.
one Riven, which is like not a true engage option.
Right, exactly, and that's where the Braum point comes in.
Yes,
Braum is very defensive, right? It doesn't really have an engage option. Props to Devil J, though. Again, the #1 point on the auto-lose, auto-win condition, he has to bounce back. And now RRQ is confident once again to give him the Akali or the Ninja.
And doing very well with that. You talked about the Divine Sunder Akali being one of the standouts for you.
Exactly. In your average normal solo queue game, you would often see Lichbane as a preferred option for the Akali, but in this particular instance, in where and meta in where you have so many tanks that you can regen from.
Sure.
With the Divine Sunder on Akali is so busted because the longer that she stays in that shroud and being able to auto attack, the better for your chances.
You hear that?
Following him. I don't know what I saw.
I hear this thing in my ears.
Is it? I can't see it.
Is it Riku? Riku and Husky?
Yeah, from Riku and
I can't
Husky.
take it.
What are they
Are
already
they taking
here?
our jobs here,
He's the-
dude?
I'm not exactly
Helios
sure
is
what's
the
happening.
hardest, is the most difficult player I've ever had to cast because I can't see him. I can't cast something I
Hey,
can't
Camera.
Husky, we're on camera.
What's the camera?
We're on
What's going
camera.
on?
Hey panel, what's up?
Hello.
How y'all doing?
Hi guys.
This is a bit unfair. Why do they have Coke cans over there? What's that?
Because we're
You-
chilling. We're waiting
We have
until
to get
draft. Okay, so
You don't get to have demo, unfortunately. I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh well.
And it's only after a good
Yes.
good cast.
So, cheers to you guys.
that was a
Cheers to
good
you
So
game.
you would have never have one.
You
so.
guys are doing great.
Back at it.
Come on, guys. You guys got a show to run. We're gonna chill until the draft. So see you guys
Chilling
later.
like a villain
You guys are
over
doing
there,
great.
those guys. Sure,
Featuring-
enjoying those Coke cans.
Featuring Riku and Husky again.
To be fair, you would need really a very cool beverage after what RQ has shown, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what Flash Wolves need right now. They need a break. They need to reset. On the other hand, though, RRQ, we talk about what happens once they get going. It's a steam train running you down. RRQ after that game 3 performance, if they can keep it going, they could very well flip the script here. But Flash Wolves, can they identify what went wrong? Can they fix it? I think so, because they are a veteran team. They have the experience.
Exactly.
I mean, if you could identify it, I feel like Flash
Exactly.
Wolves have a pretty good chance of doing it too, right? I mean, you broke it down to such great parts, right? Such an easy response. You know, don't play the Braum.
Negative
get more
value,
active
dude.
picks to get some value options here. And so we're hoping to see that from Flash Wolves, especially because we do know what happens when you unlock Bruce, right? We get him on something that is very active here. And so I'm thinking we're going to see very heavy center prioritization.
Yes.
Even beyond what we're already seeing. It's first pick worried for sure between blue side and red side, but now I'm thinking it has to be blue side, otherwise red side's going to ban it out.
I mean, I'm okay. If you... Okay, so there's still the dilemma that we were presented earlier today, right? Or before game number 3. During the draft, it was a toss-up between the Senna and the Jace. And there is still an avenue for you to punish a Senna pick. Again, we're talking about Varus that hasn't been picked yet in this series. So what I'm trying to say here is if Senna goes over to the blue side for Flash Wolves, immediately counter it with a Jace, a very flexible pick, can be flexed on 3 different roles for RRQ and go for the Varus bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, getting more power in the bot lane. Let's talk a little bit about what the compositions were from both these teams, right? So Flash Wolves had opted to go for the Shen. They opted to go for the Chase. So we don't see a cohesive identity. That was a big issue for Flash Wolves. But with RRQ's side, they've gone for the double assassin, but at the same time, you still see them with some strong engages like the Gragas.
Yeah, and that I think is where the genius of RRQ support stuff comes in. Banning away the Alistar, a champion that we haven't seen all throughout the WCS.
Sure.
It's very, very limited appearance, but they saw from 1 mile away, hey, you know what? They need an engage option. And the best engage option left for Flash Wolves at that point was the Alistar.
They also stole the Gragas.
Exactly.
You have no options.
Ooh, wow. Now you're loving the Gragas.
You said
more.
4th pick Gragas
I
wasn't.
said they were forced to limit his champion pool, which was a good plan. It worked out in the end. But I don't think in an ideal world, Chess would want to play Gragas. If he could ban it away, if they had 3 bans in second phase, I'm sure he would have banned it.
Still though, that still solves the problem of too many mouths to feed. Again, you have a double assassin composition. You need one to sacrifice, and Chaz was the sacrificial lamb on game number 3.
Well, game 4 is coming underway. We'll have to see how much Flash Wolves were able to take away from that 3rd game in response against RRQ. We're never switching sides, guys. I think both teams are very comfortable on where they are. Flash Wolves have decided we still want that first pick priority. We want to be able to determine what we go for. I think the Senna, again, is going to be a big point. Flash Wolves start there earlier, man.
And one thing to note for RIQ is that they don't stick with the same draft regardless of them winning, right? We saw it yesterday. We saw them switching it up after game number 1, after game number 2. But this time, they feel content. They feel content. They are banning away the Jax. They're banning away the Camille. And again, ooh, okay, finally, Zed gets banned.
What was the Z ban before?
Galio.
Galio, right? So this
Yes.
is Galio, Senna, Jace. These are the 3 options available, and I
Yes.
think if you are Flash Wolves, you cannot take the Jace. You have to take Senna, or Galio, preferably the Senna. You cannot give both parts of the Senna-Galio combo over to RRQ.
And then you go for the Jace pick here, and the Galio
Jace
as
Galio,
well.
yeah, Jace Galio would be a great setup, great opener for RRQ. Let's see if they do it. Let's see if they want to go for something different, maybe.
But RQ have also shown that they are willing to go for something different, right? Over the
Sure.
fact that they were willing to go for the Z early, they were willing to go for the Akali, stuff
Jace
like that.
Galio.
But at the end of the day, the strongest picks prevail. RQ will go with the Jace
Now,
Galio.
this shall be just a Gragas pickup +1. What's going to be the next strongest pick beside the Gragas?
It could
You
be
have
the
to go for
Nasus
the
again.
jungler, right?
No, I think you could do like a Gragas Garen, something like that is fine.
I mean,
We'll
Flash
see what
Wolf has
they
shown
opt
priority
for.
to go for the Nasus first.
Sure,
They want to
Nasus
hold
is
those
also
last
fine, yeah.
picks later on.
Yeah, Riven Gragas.
Wow.
Riven Gragas, yeah, Riven Gragas.
All right, there we go.
Riven is an interesting one for me, though. What is RRQ going to play into this again, is my question now.
Well, we just saw the Riven played by Flash Wolves the last
Yeah.
game. This time around with some more initiation, with the Gragas hoping to be able to find more impact in the game.
I'm seeing an angle here of RRQ going for the Rengar just because of the global threat. You still have a Twisted Fate open, a Galio.
Oh
with a
my
Twisted Fate,
goodness.
a
This is Lux for Maki, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's a bot lane Lux for Maki, and I feel like this champion, it's undervalued. I feel like it's much stronger than people think it is, and when you pick it in the right circumstances, I think this is the right circumstance, right? You said double poke. This is basically double poke setup from the side of RRQ plus additional catch. It functions very similarly to the Morgana. Once you control the choke point, FW cannot walk in. I want to see RRQ ban away a Garen now.
And also that gives them damage variety.
Yeah,
now they have
sure.
an AP damage. You know, rather than going for the Varus that is also AD, just go for an AP champion.
Yeah, some flexibility, some variance in the damage, but this is despite the Ziggs being up. They still chosen the Lux despite that. I mean, what kind of benefits does the Lux offer?
Crowd control over the Ziggs. Basically, you lock them down with the Galio Taunt, with the
catch potential.
catch
so
potential
annoying,
from
yeah.
the Lux, and also
Also,
the ultimate.
Sure. I think one of the key things about Lux's kit, which isn't really talked about, is her shield is so
Static barrier?
broken. You literally shield, you set an ulti, your whole team,
Yes.
on like a 10-second cooldown. And keep in mind, it shields once going out, shields again coming back. 10 seconds later, you repeat that, you pair that with a strong front line, and you basically do what Senna does.
I mean, a little bit of a hybrid, right? Between
Yeah.
like what you want from the Ziggs, what you want from the Morgana. The Lux kind of provides a little bit of both there.
I know. I'm looking at the bans of RQ right now. They're taking away the champions of Bruce. Now with a 4th pick for RQ. Oh, Rakan got banned away.
Interesting. They're thinking that Galio might go to mid? Oh, wait, no,
No,
because of Rakan
Rakan
mid.
mid lane.
What a world we live in.
Exactly. They're looking at the composition of RQ as an all-in on one. You know, bust it out, the combo it out, and Rakan is a perfect combination with the champions of RQ. Lee Sin is now picked over to Chaz. Just a trivia for everyone: during the regionals, Lee Sin by Chaz was only picked twice.
Why is that? Was it banned away, or is it just not
No.
high prio for it?
It wasn't priority for RQ.
Okay, well, let's see how it works out this time around, going up against one of Cookie's trademark picks in the Riven.
And Flash Rules here, they still get to have the final 2 picks, decide what they want to go for. They've banned away both the Zed and the Akali, do not want anything to do with the double assassin clone from RQ last game. Now they get to respond again. Lee Sin, like you guys mentioned.
Oh.
Now we understand why this Singe ban kept happening by RQ.
The wild card. You go for the Darius?
Wow,
Yes.
the tanky
That's
boys.
it, right?
Singe Darius to round it off for Flash.
Chunky boys.
What's the mid lane option now for Helios, Dad? I think you want a Bruiser too, because it fits so well with your comp. But what
Fiora.
Bruiser? Maybe an Ari angle could work again.
No,
Ari
I'll go for the
Lee Sin.
Fiora
You'll go
here.
for, yeah, Fiora works, right? Against the Singed.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll
see.
go for the Fiora here.
They can shred past them, do well against the crowd control that they have as well.
Oh, Renekton mid.
The ultimate
Is
decision
it a
for
Renekton
RQ.
mid or is it a Jace mid? That's the question, right? I think both matchups you're happy with. Let's see what RQ want to go for.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what these compositions do, right? Flash Wolves now, they've gone for a little bit more engaged. We've seen this before, but RQ with a very different composition. No traditional marksman, they have the Lux instead. How does the Lux function in this comp?
Amazing at dragon fights, amazing at objective fights.
Yep. And the longer the game, the longer the clash goes, the better for the Lux, right?
Yes.
More prismatic barriers, similar to the Senna. So this is basically their answer to the Senna. You go for the long team fights, we go for the long team fights as well.
Exactly. Our shields versus your healing. What's going to pay out in the end? I think Lux wins out a little bit in this angle, and I think the Lux catch is also so broken here.
And I just hope that Helios gets to learn a few things from the Jace of the other regions and going for the Divine Thunderer, because I believe Divine Thunderer Jace is very OP in
It's
this
really
draft.
good here against what Flash Wolves have.
And I'm looking at RQ, it feels like a team fight kind of composition, right? You
Yes.
dive in, you said ease of execution. Is this it for RQ?
Well, it's better. It's definitely better. It's not the easiest, but when you have champions like Lux, when you have champions that just perform one role, I think that's going to be much easier for RRQ to execute on.
The X Factor is really bruised on that cinch.
Yeah.
If he's able to disrupt and catch Marquis off guard, that's it. That's game over for
You have to
RQ.
run in quick, have to try and stop RQ from
You have
being
to
able to
juke
build
the
space.
light binding.
Juke everything. Get out of RQ's way, run to the back well. We're going to go into our next match, Flash Wolves and RRQ. The action continues with our casters, Husky and Riku.
Well, Flash Wolves want to access the back line. They want to run to the back. RQ wants to run it back in this best of 7. Riku, we see both teams throwing down the gauntlet. Singe coming out for the mid side. Ysera back on the Darius. He was the one who opened up the Pandora box in that best of 5 when they first met. How is this looking?
Yeah, he was the one as well that became this, apprehend bot. The proto belt into apprehend, getting a pick, enabling that 4v5 for Flash Wolves. Earlier, their composition did not allow anything to happen. Braum doesn't do anything till the opposition does something. So now, Flash Wolves has more access, has more enablers with Ysera's Darius and as well as Eason's Gragas.
We see Marky taking a heap of damage. They
My
exchange
God!
exhaust on Marky.
It's a lot!
My goodness, so low. Meanwhile, first blood, Bruce gets the kill.
Hold up.
They should trade something back, right? Ysera goes down. The barrier was expended. But man, Flash Wolves early rotate from the Singe.
Both of these teams want to set the tone before the Rift Herald fight, right? When we look at RRQ's composition, the panel mentioned that this is an 80 carry minus composition. So they will need, and they have to prioritize the Rift Herald, or else they're going to have a difficult time chunking down these towers. You have to be like in melee range, in close range, and you do not want to be in range of a Gragas Cask. You don't want to be in range with the Apprehend as well.
Yeah, we look at RQ's Dragon Lane. We say they have a lot of poke from the Galio Winds of War, from Marquis Lux. But Locking and Eason, they both have Sustain. Happy Hour, right? The Piercing Darkness. Yeah, try poking them. They dare you to. They just heal back up. In fact, who would expect Bruce to rotate that early? You don't see the Singe do that, but at least RQ gets the return.
Yeah, they're able to at least exchange. You get to see Chaz getting that early kill for themselves. Flash Wolves has the Gragas, has the Senna. They have a lot of opportunities to set up the dive, which we saw in game number 2. They set up for Cookie. And Marky and as well as EXO, they gotta be careful.
Yeah. And that was something that we have seen across the past 3 games where Flash Wolves bottom lane gets early priority. It's always pushing Marky and EXO far away from the lane, denying them any resources, even calling in ganks from Cookie. And it's happening again. So where is RQ's point of attack?
They gotta stabilize. They gotta make sure that they're not dove upon, because we know top side is the exchange.
There's the Proto Belt fling. Bruce is so good on the Singe. You can't even get mad at that death. Helios gets killed off.
I wanted to point that out because when Bruce got back from base, his first buy is a Proto Belt. He was ready to make a play. He was ready to fling someone. And that victim was Helios, and he can keep doing it again.
Oh, it's only a kick onto Cookie. And that's an exhaust onto Chaz. And you thought that as an apprehend bot. In the front with Ysera. Oh, guess what? You have a fling bot now.
You got a fling bot, you got an apprehend bot. And it just works so well versus the composition of RQ, right? You got a lot of dashes, you got a lot of gap closers, and the adhesive is gonna keep them in place, and that's so perfect for the apprehend. Like, you fling into the apprehend, you have literally no escape.
We see Bruce pulling out all of these surprises, right? Like, every time we thought that, all right, he's done with his card tricks. Pulls out another one. And another one. He has a card up his sleeves. He has a card hidden somewhere in his hair. He has a card in his pocket.
Everywhere.
He has a card everywhere.
He's
like a box of chocolate. It's always full of surprises.
Yeah. And we haven't even seen the Kaisa mid, the Graves mid,
Oh, yeah.
a lot of the Tristana mid. Not even. It's like Flash Wolves didn't even need to dig deep just yet. They're not pushed into a corner just yet. They are in the lead in this series.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Maybe Bruce plays marksman mid because he says his team asked him to, right?
Yeah.
His team is probably not asking him to do that. It's like, yeah, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
RQ get Drake control. Cloud Drake again as the first major objective of this game.
Interesting, Flash Wolves will not trade.
And they get a taunt to Cookie, all the bindings laid out, final
Wow.
spark easy, kill Darling Shadow a bit too late. They won't keep Cookie alive, but they do get a body slam onto EXO, who will flash forward. They will they will see Cookie, wow, they see Chaz. And Hito's also down low. Hito's entrance used defensively. Bruce forced away, but here comes Ethan, flashes in. They get a cast off, they get the barrel, but it's still Chaz carrying the dragon. And look at the good kick from this Lee Sin. He turns the fight around, and it's all down to Ysera. He's exhausted, but he gets the dunk off. Watch out for the reset of Devil J, max hemorrhage stacks. And RRQ walks away with the objective.
Mini MVP there has got to be Exocen. Helios should have died in that fight, but because of the taunts, because of the justice punches that Exocen dealt for Flash Wolves, they couldn't reach the low health targets on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves' saving grace was that Ysera was able to get some kills.
That's true. It is very difficult to have Ysera going, right? We talked about it as an apprehend ball. Look at the justice punch. Look at the taunts coming in. There's another fight!
Another fight, Rift Herald. Secured by Cookie, EXO gets a 3-man taunt, but he will sacrifice himself. Final spark this time is not good enough. RRQ losing one member in the objective.
Yeah, we talked about how important that is for RRQ to open up the map. They do have wave clear, but they do not have access, a safe range to chunk down turret plates. They have to get kills, they have to dive. They have the ability to do so before they can actually have a comfortable tower take.
Yeah, RQ, they have some hard engage, they have some pick off, they have some poke, but Flash Wolves also have some hard engage, right?
Yep.
Prolobel apprehend, Prolobel mega adhesive into a fling.
Yes.
So Flash Wolves, they're taking the fight straight towards RQ's doorstep. And that's something that RQ was able to experience firsthand in the first 2-3 minutes. Probably ready for that triple Black Cleaver and Merc Treads coming up from RQ.
That's a lot of tanks on the board for Flash Wolves. They got Eason, Gragas, they got Singed, and as well as the Darius. So of course, they do want to get that shred on the board. They want to eliminate these targets. They have a lot of damage to work with. Like, if we look at RQ's composition, it's a very early to mid-game centric. Flash Wolves has better scaling in their hands. It's very scary when you get Ysera going.
Yeah, and this feels like a death ball comp from RRQ. Right?
Yes.
You want to be constantly putting on the pressure, you want to be constantly fighting, and that's why we see Helios go first item Black Cleaver, poke them out, get the binding, get a kill, get the objectives. That's why the Lux was picked in the first place, for those objective fights. You know, a safety net for RRQ. But so far we see Locking, he's off to a good start. 2-0 on the center.
Yeah, that's a lot of, that's actually a really good lead. Having to get Solari Charge, not Solari Charge Blade, the Locket Enchant rather, to get the magic damage mitigated from Marky and as well as Exocen when he goes in with the hero's entrance. I like how Flash Wolves is responding to this, right? RQ wanted to set up a potential dive, potential kill, but instead they pushed further, dropped the Rift Herald, and now RQ has to play defense.
Yeah, and they know that RQ wants to prioritize Dragon. This is why Bruce is in the backline. EXO only taunting onto one. He might give up his life for this though. The turret is already dead and EXO knows that there's no way out from this. Again, Flash Wolves picks him up, but Helios is split pushing up top.
Yeah, every single time, you know, you get Helios having to split push. I don't think he has Hullbreaker just yet, but that's the thing, right? RQ had no idea. They had no vision to work with to know that Bruce was lurking around the corner. Their vision is very aggressive because they wanted to get a pick, and Flash Wolves' response is to get that in check.
Play around the blind spots of RQ.
Yeah.
There's always some cracks, you know, some darkness, some shadows that you can sneak through. We see the double exhaust again from Flash Wolves.
Oh yeah, it's very what do you call this? It's very linear, right? You know RQ is gonna go to you. You know Chaz is gonna go in. You know Devil J is gonna go in.
They get a binding into a taunt, but it's only onto Eason. So Gragas very beefy, and Bruce blocks the Sonic Wave. The next dragon up in 15 seconds. This is the Mountain Drake. Flash Wolves have to lock it enchant on locking. So they definitely will want to contest this Mountain Drake as well. Get the extra shoe against all these pokes.
Yeah, the timing of the take as well of the objectives. Dragon will come up first, and then Rift Herald after, so there's no opportunity to get a trade on the board.
Flash Wolves get to that dragon pit first. In RQ, they have to try to find a way in, but they do have all those pokes. So Bruce is looking for someone. But it's not going to be EXO. EXO is too far away, and that's Protobell expended from Bruce. Chaz is playing with fire. The binding goes wide. Ysera also expending his Protobell. No apprehend target. RRQ just keeping Flash Wolves just slightly further away from arm's range, and now they're going to go in. Devil J forces the flash out of Ysera. Meanwhile, there's going to be a cast. They push Marky away. Marky forces the flash away. Look at EXO. Big taunt onto 4. Final sparks. Follow up. Easton is low. He's going to be down. EXO. Hero's entrance to follow up forward. Cookie is also going to be eliminated. RRQ played that so well.
Super well well, Husky. The fact that Chaz was playing with fire, safeguarding forward, going back to his team is just so crazy because what they wanted to do was bait out Isera, Bruce's proto belt, to deny any of the playmaking, any of the engage that Flash Wolves wanted to take, and RQ is rewarded with the mind games, with the baits, and they get the dragon.
And you deny the extra shield from Flash Wolves. And Helios plus Marky, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Those pokes are going to hurt more than ever.
Yeah.
Youmu's for the Jays. You have Ludens now out. Marky also has the Oblivion Orb. Healing reduction, something that RQ desperately values.
It's crazy, right? Because you have Prismatic Barrier already, and then the Mountain Drake Shield.
When they're looking for a fight, EXO goes in. Aegis is blocking with his body. No taunt out, but look at Bruce. He's trying to play distraction. He's trying to run laps around RQ. The shadows have ran out. Chaz, he's looking for a kick, doesn't find it. Flash Wolves this time will not be baited in.
Yeah, everything's still okay. Flash was still able to get the Rift Herald, right? They deny 2 Rift Heralds away from RQ. Again, it's not bleak for RQ when it comes to tower sieging. They just have to get a kill. It sounds easy, but it's hard. Now, how do they defend from this?
This is going to be a question, right? Keep your eyes on Chaz, though. Lee Sin, spotted out. He's under the vision of Flash Wolves. Shelly will at least get a charge off, but you have to always be aware of that Proto Belt engage, and that is why Helios is playing from another angle, and you see EXO cannot get the Justice Punch off. Good Mega Adhesive. And RQ finds no openings.
Yeah, they're very conservative. Flash Wolves, they're in a different state now, where they don't have all the dragons. Gold state is even. But at the same time, RQ got a lot of damage. They got a lot of engage.
Does Flash Wolves read this move, though? Ysera, he's going to be a target. Cookie is nearby. Bruce is also there. Yeah, Chaz and Devil J, they show up. They see Cookie. They see Bruce. They have to call off this gank. It's not happening.
A good call from RQ, right? We've seen them commit to a potential dive, and then Flash Wolves is just right there for the response. So I like this coming from RQ.
So far, we went from a very stylistic game tree from RQ. So there's this mellow, throw glass bottles at you. You're a master at street brawl, right?
Yeah.
Glass bottles, wooden planks, shock blast.
That's what happens, Husky, when Zed and Akali is gone. That's what happens. That's it.
Oh, I was waiting for a punchline.
No. Although I did accidentally write, I looked at my notes for this game while I looked at the draft.
Right.
And I accidentally, I wanted to describe the RQ composition as a poke comp, but I typed poke cope.
Poke cope. Well, Flash Wolves have to cope with that.
I know,
sure.
exactly.
I'm trying to save you right here.
Thank you, Husky.
Round 2 for RQ. Looking for another gang. It's just locking at Bruce, right? They don't have the damage. So EXO and Chaz just need to find an opening. Oh,
there it is. That's the opening.
Locking is going to be gone. Pops the flash, pops the locket. It's going to be Chaz. They're juggling that aggro so well. There's nothing that Flash could do. EXO tanks the turret shot, but doesn't even surrender his life. And Chaz to secure that kill. Helios forces the flash from Bruce. Ethan goes in. Body slam. Oh, watch out for Marky. He gets a binding. Ethan can't move, but it is still going to be Ysera getting the dunk off. At least Flash Wolves gets an exchange.
Yeah, that's going to be a 1-for-1. Helios down for the count again. Does Chaz go home? He gets to go home. Wait, no,
he's shooting up.
No. He's going to get...
Oh, he finds Bruce. Even with the Mega Adhesive, doesn't matter though. Chaz so much damage. And he's confident. He goes on to Ethan. Ysera is pathing down bot. Ethan, he's playing with him. EXO is coming out. Who is going to reach there first? Ethan flashes. Tries to lure Chaz into Ysera. But we've seen the mechanical prowess. Body slam. Ethan, Justice Punch, final spark. Out from downtown. And across the map, RRQ picks up that kill.
Oh my god, the trust of Chaz with the final spark. I was looking at EXO, said, does he have ult? Does he have ult? No, he doesn't. Chaz was just so confident to do that 1v2, to eliminate everybody, and Marky will join in with his global ult. Crazy, Husky.
This is crazy from RRQ. Insane, even.
Yeah.
Back to the third Drake. RRQ so far have secured all the Drakes in Game 3, and they're poised to do it in this Game 4 as well. Flash Wolves, 5 more seconds for Ethan, but 5 seconds is 5 seconds too long.
Yeah, Ysera is on top side, like pushing, because Ysera, or Devil J rather, set that up, so he's forced to stay there. Flash Wolves has no answer to this at all. 3 dragons already on the side of RRQ. They are poised to get that Elder Drake win condition.
Explosive cast used defensively. Golden out from Cookie as well. Oh, Ethan, he really wants something, but there's nothing. I mean, Ysera is coming in from the flank, but they don't have Bruce with them. So at the end of the day, RRQ is playing this very slow game. it feels like they have finally figured out Flash Wolf's playstyle. You want to play the long game? Let's do it.
Yeah, we can do that too. We've got wave clear, we've got poke, we've got setup, we've got engage, we've got everything. We can still play make!
Flash, taunt. It's going to be Ysera caught out.
Wow.
No way out for him. Godlife for Chaz. And look at EXO. So darn durable. He's just going to go back in. And then the binding, double binding as well. Locking got caught. Heroes enter cancel. That is great. A great key strike from the Riven. They get a Sonic Wave. No Resonant Strike just yet. They toss back to Jace. And Helios will be surrendered to Cookie. But Devil J, he's been pushing up top. Flash Wolves might have got the 2 kills. But they need to defend that tower. And he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. It's mission accomplished. Although RQ lost Helios and Exocen in that scenario, Flash Wolves lost the tower due to the fact that Double J is able to take one down, use a distraction. And this is worrying, right? We talked about how RQ, this is a very early to mid-game composition. Eventually, you will run out of damage versus locking scaling. And that's basically Exhibit A. Let's take a look at that again. Exocen had a really, really amazing setup. But the follow-up, the damage, there's none. A Lux, after you dish out your skills, your whole combo, everything's going to be on cooldown. You have no consistent damage dealer. You have no AD carry versus locking. And that's the reason why the Elder Drake is going to be very important for them to have a more comfortable 5v5, to be more confident, have more damage to help them past the 15-minute mark.
And of course, there's the mini MVP of Cookie, right? Canceling the hero's entrance. The mini key strike right there. They were trying to catch out Bruce, but Bruce, he knows better. In fact, RQ, they're still playing that topside river. Ysera, 1 versus 1 against Devil J. Max Hammer stacks on this Renekton. Ysera cannot do it. He just cannot do it. Devil J getting some sweet, sweet revenge, but FW have Cookie to get that exchange.
But Cookie had to go down to make sure that it happened. It's 1 for 1. Here's the cavalry. Are they going in? No.
Thankfully, Eason is dead. They have to deal with Helios. They have to deal with EXO. These guys are split pushing. EXO can join his team anytime. And Helios is keeping Bruce busy. Without the Singe, RRQ have free reign of movement.
Yeah, their only other mode of engage rather is Eason. Chaz and Marky are just having a time. They wanted to steal the red buff.
It's a good attempt, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good attempt. I mean, you are a Lux with the blue buff, level 13, some CDR.
60 minutes already, so it's going to be on a
yeah.
relatively low cooldown. It's basically already like a basic ability level
It's
of
coming back
cooldown.
up.
Yeah,
Look at
exactly.
that.
It's
Look
pretty
at
good. Yeah.
Okay, so 20 seconds? Something
Easy.
like that, right?
Easy.
That's without killing anyone.
That's true. And now the biggest objective is going to be spawning in a few, right? That's the window that RQ is willing to take, because in a 5v5 scenario, we saw how they lack the damage. That's why Devil J has been split pushing. They need to prep this up. They need to have more map space to get a comfortable Dragon take.
Yeah. And what we saw yesterday when Flash Wolves played the Galio against Team Flash is that if you kill the Galio first, the team has nothing left.
Yeah, that's true.
Does the same apply against RRQ right now?
Yeah, he is the tank. He's building tank. Dead Man's Warmugs.
Oh, Bruce, that's a target. Marky caught out in the open! Forced to go golden. This has to be Flash Wolves' fight.
Wow.
A flank from Bruce again, but Devil J, he's doing the right thing. That's the Hullbreaker. What is the move for Flash Wolves? You gotta watch out for your base. These kills don't matter too much. Devil J is laying waste to those structures.
But it's 40 seconds and 3 seconds for the Elder Drake to spawn. This is very critical.
They're pathing towards Devil J. Oh, this is looking a bit dicey though. Devil J, he knows his trap.
Dominus.
He needs the structure, but they're running laps around him. Issa shows up. Body
He's
slam.
trapped.
It's gonna be some Q. Devil J, where else can you go? Exhausted. They want to keep him grounded. They want to make sure that Devil J will not pull the backdoor trick ever again. Don't you dare split push Devil J.
Husky, but bottom lane tower is destroyed. That's natural lane pressure at bottom lane. But it happened again. Marky got caught out. It happened before. Ysera with the apprehend kills Marky. This time it was Bruce flipping him over. And now Marky is alive, but Devil J is not.
Helios is shoving mid as well. They don't want to give Flash
Helios.
Wolves space to breathe. That is going to buy time for everyone to come back. RRQ playing immaculate macro game right now. I've never seen Flash Wolves so lost before.
Yeah, they're so torn. Look at the Elder Drake. It reset it. It soft reset it a little bit. Bot lane is pushing. They're starting it again.
And it's going to be onto EXO. That's the target that needs to go down. Bruce is going to start laying on the damage. Poison throw is up. Cookies, Lau no. Healer still pushing down mid. This is going to be a coin flip.
Oh
Flash
my
Wolves, you got to do
God.
it right now. Explosive catch. Chance brought back. Dawning Shadow. They're just buying enough time. Flash Wolves have no more choice. They have to do it right now. But TP is coming in. They don't have Ysera with them. This is going to be an unfavorable fight for Flash Wolves. The Dragon is so low. Ethan, he's down. He's dead. The Dragon, who's going to get it? Is it going to be RQ? And yes, it is Exosa nonetheless. And this game is done, Riku. This game is RRQ's. This game goes over to Devil J. And this game pushes us to an even 2-2 state.
What is this series, Husky? What a wild turn of events. We talked about how RQ, they need to get this Elder Drake. Marky down, Devil J down. It's no problem. They split off the map and win the game.
And a Coca-Cola pop-off just to celebrate us back onto that even state. And guess what, Riku? We're back to a best of 3.
Oh, yes, we are.
Right,
Yes,
it's
we
2-2,
are.
right?
It's 2-2.
It's 2-2, so we're back to technically a best of 3 right now. But RRQ, unlike last time, no pop-up just yet.
Yeah.
We remember
Not
what
yet.
happened.
Not yet.
They popped off and then they got shut down.
Yeah. They're up against Flash Wolves, who has this buff. As the series go by, as the game transcends, that's the time they gather their strength.
That's the late game team.
That's the late game team. Masters region is the late game region. And for RRQ, they need tempo. They need early game. And we saw that. We get to see early game kills coming from the side of RRQ. And if this trend continues, I feel like they can close the series.
So RRQ have solved 2 parts of the equation
Yeah.
to Flash Wolves, to Flash Wolves' questions, right? To the stress that Flash Wolves have been throwing in their face. They win the fights, they win the skirmishes, they take control of objectives, and they win the
Yes.
macro game. You close my eyes and I would tell you that RRQ was Flash Wolves in that game. But with that being said, now we have hit the Game 5 critical mass. The late game potential of Flash Wolves as a team should be unlocked, theoretically.
Yes.
But we have 7 games, right? We have a potential 3 more to come. And this is where RRQ gets put to the test once more.
Yes.
Flash Wolves at their best.
Yeah, RQ has to win 2 straight. They should not allow 2 straight. Is my math right?
2 games straight, yeah.
Yeah, 2 games
right,
straight. Because what Team Flash did yesterday against Flash Wolves, they never allowed it to reach game number 5. Because they know Flash Wolves is going to win in the end. So it's the same story for this one. RQ gotta end before the last game, which is game 7.
Yesterday's condition was 5 games, it ended in 4.
Yeah.
But today, as long as Flash Wolves wins 1 game, we are guaranteed a game 5, right? So
Yeah.
Flash Wolves know they are guaranteed that late game power spike regardless. But with that being said, this is setting up to be an amazing series, a fitting rematch in this lower bracket finals of a best of 7. We're going to pass it back to the panel and see what they think about that amazing game 4.
Oh my goodness, thank goodness RQ pulling back. 2-2 now at this point. Auto, I felt good. The reassurance worked. I feel like RQ have come back into it. They're refreshed. That being said though, that game 4 didn't quite sit right with me. I mean, Flash Wolves walked into that. They had the window. They got the pickup onto Marky. They walked into the Dragon Pit. And they said, well, I don't feel like fighting you. I don't feel like doing the Dragon. I don't feel like defending my base. Why don't you guys decide what you want to do?
I think what happened there was a moment of definitely not Team Flash, right? If it was Team Flash, a decisive
That's how
move
they
would
flip the game.
happen.
They would flip the game right there. And that is the curse that plagues the Masters region. That's why I doubt them at times. They do things so well when it's smooth sailing. But when it comes down to making a snap decision, when it comes down to taking risks, then they freeze up, then they get paralyzed. They need to tick every single box before they commit to the play. We need to set up our waves, we need to do all these things. But you can't do that. You don't have the luxury to do that sometimes against teams like RRQ who pressure you to the limit.
So I have 2 points to bring up in this match between these teams.
Yes.
First things first, the revenge for Devil J against Ysera.
Yeah.
The pop-off. And Bruce solo killing Helios. And then the pressure to hold him in place to give them some leeway.
Yeah, I mean, Devil J is the focal point heading into the series. Devil J was manhandled, was exposed by Ysera. But now it's a different story. Devil J got back his confidence. Exocet wanted to really focus on the top side because he was saying, right, who's the better top laner now? And Devil J is making a case that, the stories have revolved, or has rotated, has flipped over to my side now. And to your point, Bruce against Helios, it's more of the champion now, right? As a cinch, even if you get a first blood, even if you get 2 kills against the Jace, the later the game goes, Helios will have a free time.
Yeah, and Bruce rather, was definitely very smooth on the cinch. Very clean, very well practiced. But the thing is, as a cinched, you can't carry a game.
Yes.
You can make the plays, you can run and be disruptive, but you're never gonna be the carry, and that's where the rest of Flash Wolves drop the ball. Frankly, this Riven pick has been extremely underwhelming to me, and I hope they drop it.
Yeah, they got Marky. Right, that was towards the end of the game. They got Marky at the Baron pit. Right, that was the pickup they needed.
That should be a game winner.
That should have been a game winner.
I got scared for a bit. You know, my heart jumped out a bit because it was very reminiscent of what happened during their first clash, game number one.
Not Chaz!
Zevil!
Not Chaz! He gets...
I mean, dude, he was able to...
He gets redemption here.
You see, this is storylines triumphing over gameplay. Chaz was smooth with it that game.
Yeah, how'd you give him that?
Every single kick that Chaz made had insane impact. Even at the flip of the Elder Dragon, did you notice he kicked Cookie out of the pit and smited it? Oh, he didn't smite, the Exo got it. But he kicked Cookie out of the pit so he couldn't smite. Every single kick, either multi-man kicks, disruptive kicks, he had such an amazing impact that
It's
game.
all right. Well,
Chaz,
let's
you're my
not celebrate
MVP. Hey,
Devil
Chaz,
J, though.
you're my MVP.
Devil
Chaz.
J gets to have the actual MVP.
Yeah.
Chaz gets to have the Omo MVP.
Which
not
frankly
as
is higher
For
prestigious.
me, though, I mean, I'm giving MVP to Devil J.
Sure, I mean almost MVP, not as prestigious anyway. You know, you don't even get
know
to
what?
be
It's
on
the one that the
screen.
players know better.
It's going back now to the same problem that we are saying about RQ. Who's going to win the MVP? So are you flipping the script now and saying that RQ is going to win?
I mean, I predicted a 4-2. Like you said, you're the one that reminded me, hey, I predicted a 4-2. It's not over just yet. But it seems like RRQ have figured it out a little better. Now the question comes down to adaptation. And the Masters region have been notoriously bad at adapting. They have a one-track mind sometimes. If they can adapt, if they can change their bands, change their picks a little bit, they still have a very good chance at coming back, winning 2 more games.
This was a highlight moment.
This was so smooth from Chaz. Look at the kick he does here. Just so clean. He just kicks away that guy midair, and he gets in, gets the kill, gets out. I'm pretty sure he gets a multi-man kick here as well. Look at that. 2-man. Okay, 2-man's a bit underwhelming. He landed a couple of 3-4-man kicks here.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And
This was Solo Bolo.
I mean,
moment.
Solo Bolo. Oh, that was
Bonsai.
Jay's redemption moment right here.
Right, exactly. Devil J is alive and kicking. And this is the
Look at the kick. Look at the kick here.
Dragon Dance.
Goodbye, Cookie. No smite from you. Exo gets it.
And I think this is also the same reasoning why Flash Wolves was hesitant to go for your 50-50.
Yes.
They know that the Lee Sin still has Dragon
They
Rage
waited
available.
way too long. That's the thing. If they pulled the trigger earlier and they used the Gragas to zone, they could definitely flip it. It wouldn't even be a 50-50. It's like an 80-20 chance that he gets into the pit. You need to make calculated risks sometimes. That's the nature of the game. You said a game of milliseconds, you have to take these risks. That's where Masters teams have historically struggled. RRQ, Killer Instinct is back.
I'm okay though. I'm happy. We're going back to the point in where Oculus is smiling, the whole of Philippines region is smiling, and Omo is frowning.
It's all good. I'm calm because I know once we get to tomorrow's game, my smile will be so happy. I will light up the room with my smile.
Team Flash hoping to get that matchup that they were looking for, right? Well,
yes, that's true.
With that being said, though, as we reach the halfway point in this series, we're going for a quick little break, but don't go anywhere. Our friends over at Ghost of Gamers have a little piece ready for you guys to keep you guys entertained when we come back the rest of the 7-game series.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
น่าค้นหาครับ น่าท้าทายครับ
โหดมากๆครับ
ชื่อเมธิตวงศ์ชูศรีครับส่วนชื่อเล่นชื่อน้อยครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่ออัดครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อแบงค์ครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อนิกครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อโอมครับ
ก็ชื่อในเกมปัจจุบันใช้ชื่อโนเอลนะครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเป็นชื่อที่แม่ตั้งใจจะตั้งให้ตอนเกิดครับแต่ว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยฝรั่งเท่าไหร่ก็เลยเป็นน้อยแทน ก็เลยมาใช้ในเกม
ชื่ออาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าอยากได้ชื่อที่เป็นตัวเองนำหน้าครับ
ชื่อในเกมชื่อ What a Jazz ครับเลือกชื่อนี้เพราะว่ามันแปลกดี
1-1 จินตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผมเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเป็นคนชอบเล่นเมชครับ
ครั้งแล้วเรียบร้อยผมเสียไปอีก4คนครับอีวอนสปอร์ตบุรีรัมย์
เล่นแครี่ครับเพราะว่าชอบเป็นตัวถือปืนครับ
โดดเข้ามาแล้วปาดลอยตายลงไปก่อนแก้มตาตาประกอบต่อไปหรือเปล่าโดดตามเข้ามาด้วยลิฟต์แล้วปิดเกมเบียร์อยู่
เล่นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับมาเล่นตำแหน่งนี้เพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นนะครับก็เลยมาเล่นเอง
อาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าชอบเล่นมุกแบ็กบ่อย
คนที่ตลกที่สุดน่าจะเป็นผมนะครับส่วนเหตุผลก็เพราะว่าผมตลกครับ
อาเชนี่ครับ
อาเชนี่ครับ
ส่วนเรื่องทำงานหนักน่าจะเป็นตัวอาชินีครับทำงานหนักมาก
ตัวผมเองครับ What a Jet ครับ What a Jet
ฉลาดที่สุดในทีมทั้ง4คนยกเว้นแบงค์
ตอนเด็กๆผมฝันอยากมีร้านกาแฟเป็นของตัวเองครับ
ก็จริงๆตอนเด็กอยากเป็นหมอฟันครับแต่ว่ารู้สึกว่าไม่เวิร์กเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมาเกมที่
ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วสไลด์หนีเข้ามาครับโดดช้ำเข้ามาแล้วยังไงไล่ฟันโนเอลกำลังจะตายแล้วตั้งลิฟต์โพสต์สุดท้ายโดนลุมแล้ว
นั่งดูรีเพย์วิเคราะห์ตัวเองครับ ก็นอนดูรีเพย์แล้วก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับผม
ผมอยู่ห้องกับโนเอลแบงค์แล้วก็อาชนีไม่เปลี่ยนนะครับผมชอบนอนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเหตุผลที่โคเดนฟีดแยกไปนอนเพราะว่าเขากดแล้วผมเป็นคนเซนซิทีฟกับเสียง
แชมเปี้ยนที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่อันเดอร์เรทที่สุดในตำแหน่งของผมตอนนี้น่าจะเป็นเคนเนนครับเพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่ได้รับการบัฟมาหลายแพทช์แล้วครับแต่ว่ายังไม่ค่อยนิยมกันมาใช้กันเท่าไหร่
เกรฟส์ครับตอนนี้คนชอบลืมว่าเกรฟส์เขาเป็นตัวที่ฟาร์มไวครับแล้วก็โหดเลดเกมครับแต่ตอนนี้มันสู้ไม่เก่งครับคนก็เลยไม่ค่อยหยิบมาเล่นกัน
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
ไปแล้ว
โหดมากๆครับ
หน้าค้นหาครับ
หน้าท้าทายครับ
รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็ประมาทเล็กๆกลัวที่จะทำให้หลายๆคนผิดหวังแต่ก็มั่นใจครับว่าทำได้
น่าจะเวียดนามครับเพราะว่าเป็นประเทศที่เล่นแบบดุดันครับเป็นทีมแฟลชจากเวียดนามครับผมเพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วมิดเลนเขาเกือบทำพวกผมตกรอบครับก็อยากให้แฟนๆไวลิฟในประเทศไทยเชียร์ทีมไทยทั้ง2ทีมเลยครับแล้วพวกผมสัญญาว่าจะไปเหยียบเวสเทิร์นให้ได้
ก็ผมก็จะพูดเหมือนในทุกๆครั้งที่ผมพูดนะครับก็ขอขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเรามาตลอดเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับ
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS Final sắp tới.
In game của em là Jisoo. Lúc còn bé, lúc em đang ngủ thì có một vị thần tới đặt tên cho em là Jisoo.
Trong game in game của em là MT vì phát âm nó khá là giống với cái tên của em là hai chữ em muốn là chữ M và chữ T, MT.
Thì một ngày em lướt Facebook em thấy một cái post
có các bạn nói Yoshi đó, em lấy tên hay quá em lấy luôn.
Hồi bé thì em có là fan cứng của Elsa nên em lái cái tên qua một xíu, em đổi thành tên như thế.
Em chơi ở đường Baron, tại vì ở Liên Minh thì em đi hầu hết các lane rồi, còn mỗi lane này em chưa đi rồi.
Em đang đi vị trí đường giữa cho team Flash và thực ra thì em rất thích đi đường giữa từ đó đến giờ.
Khi đang rồng 1800 máu từ rồng bị chặn ở phía ngoài là các thành viên bên phía của Seven bắt đầu đánh ngược trở ra.
Em chơi vị trí hỗ trợ thì bởi vì em muốn hỗ trợ cho team.
Tại vì hồi xưa em đam mê Liên Minh PC, mà sau này em muốn chơi mấy game mobile hơn, nó dễ tiếp cận hơn, nên là tốc chiến ra mắt thì em chơi game này.
Lúc thời gian dịch em không ra ngoài quán net chơi được cho nên em chơi tốc chiến.
Hồi nhỏ ước mơ của em là phi công.
Ước mơ hồi nhỏ của em không nhớ rồi nữa. Hồi nhỏ cũng rất nhiều ước mơ. Em nghĩ là ước mơ của em là không phải là trở thành ai, mà nó sẽ là trở thành cái gì như thế nào cho chính mình thôi. Thành viên nhỏ nhất trong đội là Sai, 2K3, mới 18.
Em thì suốt ngày bị ăn hiếp rồi.
Em cũng nghĩ là em luôn.
Lớn nhất trong đội là Yoshi.
Thành viên lớn nhất trong đội là Zoike, sinh năm 98. Chắc chắn là em rồi. Tại vì em tự tin em nói mà, nên em được quyền chọn em.
Oh yeah.
Em sụ gà chiên nước mắm.
Chắc là mì gói.
Chắc là ăn hối lỗi, tại vì em nhiều lỗi quá.
Quê hương của em là Hạ Long, thì là vùng vịnh biển các thứ, nói chung là nó cũng là nơi du lịch nổi tiếng ở Việt Nam.
Quê em ở Quảng Trị. Quảng Trị một tỉnh thuộc miền Trung. Đặc sản của Quảng Trị thì là em.
Nói chung trong một game in house thì em thấy là đó là một điều đương nhiên phải làm với một team esports chuyên nghiệp, và em cảm thấy mọi vấn đề đều mình có thể giải quyết ngay trong lúc đó luôn.
Em chọn Yasuo, tại vì Yasuo là quốc tướng của Việt Nam rồi.
Khắc nghiệt, tấu hài, vui vẻ, rất là khó.
Hơi bị dễ.
Cảm thấy rất là vui vì được sát cánh cùng các đồng đội để chinh phục những cái giải thưởng cao quý nhất.
Một cảm giác khá là vui và tự hào.
If I wouldn't stay in here for
The match between Flash Wolves and RRQ continues here. 2-2 apiece. Teams tying it up. RRQ with the last 2 points in their favor. But now coming back from that quick little break, we don't know if Flash Wolves have been able to rally their strengths back together. I'm Grandin. With me is my panel. I have Luz and Omo. As we break down this series for you guys, before we get into the action though, how has the series been shaping out for you, Otto?
I mean, I know it's a pre-planned break, right? But
yep.
I really think it favors Flash Wolves more than RRQ. RRQ's momentum is really on an all-time high. This is what we call tactical pause. And Flash Wolves, again, in this series, game number 5, heading into game number 5, I know that Flash Wolves will bring out something that would surprise RRQ.
That's the thing, they have to bring out something. We've talked about adaptation this series. RRQ, they did a great job adapting off the game too, but now Flash Wolves, it's your turn. The Riven, it's not working. What do you have left?
For a team that I just saw insisted on not really going for a fight, not really trying to finish the Elder Drake. I mean, it seems like a team that's very persistent, very set in their ways. You know, they've adapted to some of the things that RQ have done. But when it comes to their own individual play, it doesn't seem like that changes very much.
It's a harder habit to break, right? Again, when talking about a series this long, the very obvious fix that you can do is drafting, right? When it comes to playstyle, that's something that you prepare prior to the series. That's something that you work on a whole season, and that's the Flash Wolves way.
I would say more than a season. We've talked about the nature of the region. We've talked about the nature of the players. It's something drilled into you by the coaching staff as well. You need to do steps A, B, C before you do the objective. Sometimes that can be a hard habit to break.
Taught too well, and Flash Wolves fall into that trap, sometimes
Blue
making
still.
issues, sometimes making mistakes, and the issues shine through. But that being said, let's get into our draft. The 5th game going underway soon. Flash Wolves and RQ again holding on to the same sides. Flash Wolves start off, Aurelia, Kha'Zix ban, and RQ with the Camille and Jax.
Ooh, wow, okay, they're still banning away all the
Same bands, yeah,
similar to
same
game
bands.
4.
Will this be an Olaf again then for our There we go. Yeah, same bands for both of these teams. What's the first pick? Has to be Senna, surely. The Senna wasn't a problem.
Yeah. Or just go for the Jace this time.
Maybe you run back to Jace. What's the decision? It's going to be a Senna, so maybe RIQ, maybe the Lux again.
Jace Galio.
Yeah, Jace Galio into Lux again. It sounds like it's just a run back.
Seems like the exact same composition as before. Jace continues here for RQ. So since we have a little bit of time here and we have some expectations here, RQ, they set up for a team fighting kind of composition, but what kind of entails a team fighting composition?
Well, there are a lot of things that you have to consider about team fighting. Number one, if you don't really have a defined split pusher or duelist, basically you have to opt for team fighting. There are 2 types of team fighting. One that relies heavily on their ultimates, and the other one is more of, you know, poke, and then wither them down, and then just finally put it in.
My God.
This is we're going back. Run it back,
Not
dude.
again.
Like a full refresh, and we saw from RQ, they had something with good ultimates, they had the Galio, they had the Gragas lock in and really jump in on their opponents.
Exactly, and that's what you need. This is a center Gragas over for Flash Wolves.
Okay.
Galio for RQ is still, you know, the better support, I believe, at least for these 2 teams. Again, 100% winner back then. Just to piggyback on that team fighting, this is a team fighting composition, but a flexible one at that, because you could still flex, you know, a split pusher that we saw during game number 4 for RQ.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. It's yet again the run back. The bans are probably going to be the same too. Flash Wolves, what do you have to change in the 4-5? Or are you saying, yet again, it wasn't a draft problem? RRQ, you might want to ban Singed here. I think other than that, you keep everything else the same.
I'm okay with Bruce on Singed, because that's...
True, he can't carry.
Yeah, exactly. That's a player that if you ban the Singed tier, you basically open up a carry champion for Bruce, right?
Yep.
And Flash Wolves has been identified as Bruce's team.
It is. It is pretty much Bruce's team. I think that's a fair point. In that case, you keep the cocky Lucian bans. FW, what do you want to get rid of here? What do you think was wrong with the last game? Maybe you ban the Lee Sin now. Chaz was a maniac on that pick.
And for RQ's side, well, they continued with the Lux, still getting that long range going. The shields helped them a lot in a lot of their previous fights, and the final spark before they started to scale down. We're able to find them a lot of value. Now we have to see what Flash Wolves want to try and get done. Flash Wolves side previously, oh, there we go.
Yeah,
that is at least in ban. Don't want to give tempo over to RQ. Difference is they have the Gragas now.
A lot of junglers are banned right now.
1,
RQ.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 10, dude.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh,
6.
Just
Yeah.
6. Just
But
6.
still, 6 junglers banned away in 10 bans. And you just go for the Fiora anyway. I think you're happy with this if you're RQ.
Fiora versus Riven, a match much more stable, duelist jungler than a Fiora into a Jax, right?
Yeah, I like this a little bit better. I think Flash Wolves, they're happy with this one as well. The Lee Sin gave them too much power, too much tempo early on. But Fiora with Lux is still pretty annoying.
Okay.
Could be a flex too, right?
Yeah, it could be a flex too, because again, Chaz has played Jace in the jungle as well. So this is really the trademark of RQ. You don't know where the champions are going to.
Might see a Fiora
final
mid
pick.
now then, since we see the
Exactly.
Stitch. I feel like at some point, if Flash Wolves loses this game again, they have to go to red side. No more. It's literally the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Flash Wolves are saying
They've changed
if
the support,
best team in
right?
the world
That's
plays
it.
this comp, they would win, right? But it's just so stubborn sometimes, right? That's my gripe for Flash Wolves. Yeah.
I mean, even as we look over at RQ, they have been able to adapt in almost every single match they played,
did,
right?
they have,
Coming into
yeah.
BRU's match, they showed us the double fighters. They're coming into this match, now they're displaying
We
this
changed
Galio
one
Lux
pick.
comp.
Yeah, exactly.
We changed one pick from the last game,
And that's,
the
Lee Sin
jungler.
for Fiora, yeah? and to me, you know, the later this game goes, the better for Fiora and ahead of Lee Sin, right?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
And the playmaking will still be there since you still have Exocen on that Galio.
Yes.
And although you could make a case that the disengage will no longer be there because the Dragon's Rage won't be an option, you can still kill them though.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp looks pretty much the same for RIQ with one added change. Wait, hold on a minute. Yeah, you're right. It's the Jace jungle and the Fiora mid. I think this is a little bit different here because the Fiora mid, that's going to give you a better matchup. You're not going to get a lead on Bruce this time around, I think.
That's a counter pick, right?
Yeah.
If you pick a Fiora into a Cinch, that means that you will win the lane so heavy, and now it's a very pretty much defined for RQ. They want the 1-3-1 setup still.
I mean, I think RQ, they're happier with the mid matchup, but I think Flash Wolves, they're happier with the jungle matchup now, though. Riven into Jace sounds a bit better than Riven into Lee.
I mean, Riven versus Gragas, Chaz was still able to make it
True,
work.
yeah, that's true. Chaz has been doing a very good job.
I mean, it's game 4 part 2, right? We've changed one pickup in the entire drafting phase. I mean, they've gone back, doubled down, said this is what worked for us last game. We failed to execute towards the end because the impact that Chaz had on the Lee Sin. Now we get rid of that. We're going to have him play the Jace instead. The Jace cannot do the same things, cannot operate on the same level as the Lee Sin and run it back. Game 4, part 2. We move into the game 5 after our break with our casters, Husky and Riku.
Thank you very much, Brandon. You could not have said it any better. Rico, you agree, right? This is Game 4 Part 2, and for those who have not been keeping up with the broadcast, we're actually in Game 5.
Game 5!
2-2 scores between RRQ and Flash Wolves. Same draft for Flash Wolves, slightly different for RRQ. Jace jungle, Fiora mid.
Yeah, it's like Flash Wolves went back in time. You know, we know what's going to happen with this composition, minus the Fiora. So we're going to do our best to mitigate our losses, because what happened was RRQ, again, it's all about setting the tempo, getting the early lead to transition into, again, towards the late game. And if you have that comfiness, that's RRQ's win. Flash Wolves, again, has to hold on. But look at this! Bruce at the top portion of the map.
Can do it 2 times in a row. You know,
Yeah,
RRQ learned,
true.
right? Like Devil J, yeah, he got killed, he got first blooded in Game 4, but this time, he's well aware. Bruce is missing from mid lane, the Sarah is not there. Where are they going to go? Of course, towards Devil J. In fact, this is basically a callback to what Flash Wolves did yesterday against Team Flash. Picked the same draft, picked a draft, didn't work out, went for the same draft again. Very stubborn.
Yes. And that stubbornness, sometimes, it pays off. But RRQ sees this coming already. And I think the Fiora, just as the panel has mentioned, opens up more of a playmaking potential. You also have good team fighting power with the Grand Challenge. And what set RRQ back in the past 2 games was Cookie just strong arming the early game, landing in a couple of dives. But RQ sees this already. All they have to do is survive until 4 minutes, and it's going to be good.
Look at that. I mean, Flash Wolves put themselves in such a frontal position. Chaz is showing up. EXO gets a 2-man taunt. Chaz is follow with the damage. Good exhaust timing from Flash Wolves. Easton needs to get out though because he also joins in.
Flash
Wolves will not do anything. In fact, RRQ, they get 2 kills off of that. Bruce and Lockie have no damage.
Yeah, they didn't have. Again, they have to funnel all their resources onto one person. That's how you get the damage in. Versus RQ, they have a lot of damage sources. Jace, Rectin, Fiora, Lux, especially Lux early. Galio as well. Galio versus squishy targets, oh my god. So effective. It's painful.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard, Riku.
Yeah.
Tell me what you see on RQ's side.
I
1-0 on Chaz, 1-0 on Helios. Remember what we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
Same thing. They get a hit, they win the game.
And they didn't even have to wait for Rift Herald fights. They didn't even have to wait for first spawn to get early kills. This is all they need.
I'm getting a feeling of deja vu because Flash Wolves against Team Flash yesterday, same thing, right? Go for early bot aggression, completely shut down, and proceeds to lose the game. Though this is also Flash Wolves telling us that I don't think the draft was the problem.
Yeah.
But Bruce, he might be in some issues. Well, not enough damage yet, but they don't think the draft is the problem. They think that, okay, we need to switch up the macro a bit, eliminate one of the power champions from RRQ, and we do some minor adjustments, and we should be good. But they're not off to a good start.
Yeah, it's like the same loadout. Let's just arrange things here and there, do things differently, execute it better. But RRQ saw it coming. That's exactly what we saw last time with Coyote, right? He got a quadra kill the first 2 minutes of the game, but this is different. This is RRQ having Chaz and Helios. If they get 2 early kills, and I feel like that's what they need to have to further their lead into this Rift Herald fight. But I feel like it's gonna be torn. Like RRQ is gonna be torn because it's the Infernal break. They can't trade it. They want to get that.
Yeah, and that mid lane felt it's completely lost at this point. Not only did Helios now went for the recall, has the Divine Sundra, and just now he had the rip off, right? So Bruce could not do anything. But we see Flash Wolves going back to the double exhaust is something that we have seen the entire series.
Yeah.
They just want to limit the damage potential from RRQ, and yet RRQ has proven that the exhaust, they do not matter. RRQ have figured out the playbook around objectives.
Yeah, only one exhaust for them. That's double ignite, triple ignite actually on the side of RRQ. And as we stated, even though RRQ wants to prioritize Rift Herald because they don't have a dedicated AD carry to shut down towers, they need this as well.
This is going to be very important. You see Helios, he's zoning Bruce away, but the rest of Flash Wolves are coming in from a different angle. A couple of shadow things. Go on top of Bruce straight away. They want to eliminate this threat. A good cast, but he actually forces everyone into Bruce. And Bruce is still alive!
What?
Oh, Cookie! What a hero!
Is
They still pro the Grand Challenger. Devil J does not get a Qeon to locking, but you have to keep your eyes on Helios at this point. Devil J staying alive, but Ysera is dead.
Oh my gosh.
No reset on this Darius, and Helios doesn't get any kills as well. Flash Wolves and Flash Wolves triumph.
The way that Flash Wolves maneuvered around that area to make sure. Oh my gosh!
Final spark. They held their breath.
Yeah.
The panelists held their breath. We held our breath. Ethan was like, yeah, nice try.
Yeah, nice try. Damage is not enough. Nope, nope, nope. Let's take a look at that again. The reason why RRQ lost this fight was because they took so long to kill Bruce. Bruce was pretty much alive. It was scattered. The rest of the team of RRQ did not benefit from the Grand Challenge popping, so none of the healing actually went through. And when it comes to being more tanky or being more slippery, Flash Wolves has that in the bag.
Flash was just showing us that, sure, they suffered some hiccups, and by that I mean losing 2 games, but they have made some adjustment, right? A very needed break just now after the game 4. And in fact, Locking, during that intermission, we do play some videos about team profile. Locking has mentioned, right, one of their goals for Flash Wolves, make it to top 2, which is separated by this series.
Yes.
And also him getting a pentakill. And he described Flash Wolves as a team that is united, that has stability, and that is brave.
You can really feel that Locking wants the pentakill. You know why? Yesterday, when they went up against Team Flash, Locking as a Varus, he was flashing forward. He was flashing aggressively. He wanted to get the pokes in. And we'll see. That's going to be available. Honestly, RRQ just have really good target prioritization, right?
Yep.
They know that Locking is the most squishiest member, one of the most vulnerable member, and RRQ just focuses on that and leans towards that.
And we're looking at a Game 5 Flash Wolves. If RRQ takes the lead in the series, that is going to put them in such a powerful position and put Flash Wolves back where they are familiar with, but they do not want to be. This is no longer an upper bracket bout. Whoever loses this finishes 3rd in the WCS finals. Still a great achievement.
For sure.
But for these 2 teams, this is the farthest they've ever gotten. Flash Wolves last time, 4th place. This time, they're at least top 3.
Yeah. See, champs, it was Team Secret that knocked them down in the playoffs. And now this could be a similar scenario because this is a PH team, which is RRQ, the same thing where we're dubbing the Philippine region to be the Master Slayers, you know? Still
Very
could
well
be possible. Yeah.
They've done it once in the play-ins, and that team was ultimately eliminated by their own brethren. But they want Helios gone. This is very important. Hero's entrance used by EXO. He's going to join in. Good riposte, but they brought him back with the cast, and that is why Flash Wolves are so good at these setups. And EXO will put his body in front for a taunt. They want to protect the structure. A napper hand for Ysera. Flash in. The Devil J gets exhausted instantly, and everyone has to cover up the shadows. Wind Strike immediately out, and it's Cookie picking up that kill.
Yeah, Cookie on a killing spree right now. That is exactly the bait that Flash Wolves was waiting for. Okay, we know the hero's entrance is coming in. We're not going to use the cast just yet. Helios, they were waiting for his parry. After the parry, he's going to be super duper vulnerable. As you can see, he was so locked down by the adhesive. There's just so many things that it's just denying any sort of outplay, any sort of escape, and Flash Wolves were very patient. They played that well. Let's take a look at that again. Root did not connect because of the parry, but Cask did because Helios was basically open, and if you remove Helios, it's just so difficult. Marky, unfortunately, couldn't get any root down, so the punish potential wasn't in, and the double exhaust is paying off, Husky.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? For RRQ, you have to always keep this in the back of your mind. There's double exhaust on the side of Flash Wolves, on top of the healing that they already have, the crowd control that they present to the table. And in that scenario, RRQ, the least that they got out of it was that the bot tier 1 still stands.
Yeah, and that lead that Helios and Chaz acquired, I felt like has been evened out, equalized, because Cookie got a triple kill earlier. So this is going to be a problem. Binding?
Should have damage, but
the
the follow-out
timing.
just slightly slow. And we have this super glue. The Mega Adhesive not only stops the lunge from Helios, stops the 2 the skies from Chaz, stops Slice and Dice, doesn't allow EXO to get a Justice Punch. So many mobility disabling utility from that Mega Adhesive. And in fact, we haven't even talked about how Flash Wolves not only won the Dragon fight, but they actually got the Inferno Drake away from RRQ.
Yeah, that's something RRQ badly needs, right? Like earlier, we mentioned that this composition, early to mid, okay, fine. But with the Fiora on board, it's definitely going to help them scale better, as well as Chaz going to deal a lot of damage on the squishy members. We're talking about just Cookie and locking, honestly, because Sarah, Eason, and Bruce are can be very tanky in the late game.
RRQ is going to try the Depth Brush again, but this time Flash Wolves is more prepared. You can see Sarah Flash Propel 3-man that ran into a body slam! And Flash Wolves just do it picture perfect.
I love that. From earlier, Chaz was on Lee Sin. He could try to do mind games. He wanted to bait it out, but he's on a Jace. He cannot play make. He cannot play the mind games anymore. If he pushes forward, he's dead. And that's so good from Flash Wolves. They saw the opportunity, they pulled the trigger, and they are rewarded.
And these guys are solo. Ysera, you don't want to run into him, but Ysera gets free reign. I mean, EXO does not stand a chance. The cast used just to secure this dragon. Now RRQ continuing to split push up top. That's what they've been doing. They want to pull Flash Wolves' composition apart. It's a consolation prize for them.
Yeah, that's the avenue, right? Because RRQ doesn't see a world where they're going to win 5v5 at the moment. Especially that EXO-Sin got picked off. A lot of the flashes has already been burnt. And therefore RRQ, okay, we're just gonna trade, we're gonna see if we can push. It was just a push. This one turret played, I suppose, for Helios. He has that Divine Sunderer, he has that Borg. Again, something that can shred down these tanks on the side of Flash Wolves, but it ain't looking pretty. We talked about how RRQ needs to have a commanding lead in the early game. We'll see how they can pick up from this.
It's game 5 Flash Wolves, baby. Late game Flash Wolves.
Late game Flash
Wolves. We have
Wolves.
reached that point where Flash Wolves, they transform phase 5. The final boss fight. Can you get through them? I think that's the question that RRQ failed to answer last time. The Flash Wolves with that second Rift Herald in the pocket, that means 4 out of 4 objectives have been secured by them.
Yeah, it has been a seesaw, right? It's RRQ getting all the objectives, they win. Flash Wolves getting all the objectives, and they win. It has been a very clear-cut answer, a very obvious outcome so far when it comes to this series.
Yeah, when we saw Bruce actually got obviously soloed by Helios. The Grand Challenge was used, and Bruce had to use his ult as well. So as long as Helios is playing that side lane on this Fiora, creating enough pressure, RRQ will be able to buy time to let Helios scale up, to buy some space, to set up vision. But there's a lot of responsibility on this Fiora because Chaz does not have the playmaking potential.
Yeah, not the same as a Lee Sin. We'll see how RRQ defends on. So now, yeah, that's the plan for RRQ, right? But they do have a lot of answers for Engage. And I feel like at the end, no one's going to answer towards Helios past 15-minute mark. It's not like they have a Jax that can match the scaling of Fiora. It's not like they have a Camille that can cage her down. there's none. So this time around, it's RRQ having to hold out. Even though I see two early game champions on the side of RRQ. It's all up to Helios now, past 15-minute mark.
Can we say for the first time, it is RRQ who wants that late game instead of Flash Wolves?
Absolutely.
We see Flash Wolf pathing up top. They're gonna run into Chaz. Sarah instantly chopped down and still stays alive. Final spark sidestep. Exo gets a ton up with the redemption. So well played. And out of all of that, it's Cookie being the man of the hour, the man of the fight. Bruce takes out Devil J. Chaz doesn't get anything. This time you shall not take your Sarah with us. And Flash Wolves now runs down RRQ. Cookie buys space, locking flashes for root. And Bruce is looking for an avenue, doesn't find it.
You can feel the frustration of RRQ. How can we not kill Isera? He was so low. There was the locket. There was so many shields. The Winds of War coming from Exosin was not enough. None of the skills, none of the autos from RRQ was enough. And they pushed forward. And they just wanted to reach towards Isera, and that's the avenue that Cookie needed to be able to get more kills in his pocket. Look at this! Look at this! Listen, the locket enchant, the heals coming from locking, it was just enough. Look at what Chaz wanted to do. He moved forward, acceleration gate into the blast, but no, still couldn't reach. What Araki wanted to do, if we're all gonna die, can we at least kill Isera?
The answer is no.
No!
Say it with me, Riku. Grum. That's how it felt like, right? Just Grum, just...
Say it with me too.
All right.
Giggle.
Giggle.
Giggle. We didn't say it together, but it's okay.
We'll try it next time when
we'll
it happens.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's really frustrating, right? You can't even see the health bar of your Sarah.
Yeah.
And through all of that chaos,
blinking.
There's taunt, there's final spark, there's everything. And your Sarah he weaves around. Well, what is he? A caterpillar? I don't know. What weaves around things? I'm sorry, I'm running out of ideas right here.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
He's a cat, okay?
We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
Cats are made of liquid. He's a cat.
I thought you were going for 9 lives.
Yeah, what? True, but he
Wait, what?
I mean, he hasn't even suffered a death yet, right? So...
That's true, that's true. Okay,
I'll take it, I'll take it. I'll take your suggestion.
Alright, Husky. RQ right now, we talked about how Helios has a lot of pressure on him. Again. Because whoever wins this is match point, and they'll get to the grand finals and they'll face Team Flash. It's going to be very important how they get to slow down the game. They have wave clear, but so far, every single time they want to do something, Flash Wolves is always there to retaliate. Look at Cookie. If they were frustrated that they couldn't kill Isera, they're going to be frustrated that they will not kill Cookie.
Yeah, one is...
Guardian Angel.
You might be able to kill. The other is... No chance.
No, Sterax already completed.
He's going for Death Dance next, right? Consider the Cookie is going for that item. So even more durability in fight. And Flash Wolves have completed the primary objective to unlock the Baron Pit. They took down the top tier 1. It took them long enough, but they got it done. Right, so now the pressure is on RRQ. You can't split push as effectively. You have to cross into the darkness a bit more because that lane is wide open. And Flash Wolves, they slow down a bit. But if you are Flash Wolves, I think you feel comfortable with it, despite RRQ having that late game advantage.
Yeah, you're comfortable because you know you're going to win the 5v5. You know that earlier Exhibit A, they lacked their damage when it comes to a 5v5 scenario. They have all the dragons. All they have to do is secure Elder Drake, and then they win the game. I don't think Helios will have enough space to actually try and split push because Isera is unkillable. Yeah. If Helios doesn't have Hullbreaker, he's going to have a hard time trying to shred and outplay Isera.
It's a very frustrating situation to be in if you are Helios, right? You did so much split push. You got to a decent lead, and now the one guy that's stopping you is Ysera.
Yeah.
And Bruce.
And Bruce. And everybody.
And yeah,
they're literally all here.
Flash
Wolves. All of Flash Wolves. They're not allowing Helios to play Fiora. You're basically stuck under tower now. And you can't do the split push presence. So what can RRQ do, right? Because they have a lot of punish potential as well. Because you jump on someone, hero's entrance, you got binding. Once you get the taunt, you're binding. It's basically literally layering of CC. Easier said than done, right? Flash Wolves has been very slippery so far in their composition.
Yeah. And you know, now we have some downtime. All of these previous fights, especially the most recent one, it was Cookie, right? we said that, yeah, easier said than done to get those full combo off, binding, all the crowd control.
Yeah.
But we see Cookie just ran past all of them.
Yeah.
He goes straight to the back line. You're a Lux. What can you do? If you go golden, can't throw your spells. Right? If you flash away, can't throw your spells. You have a Riven on top of you. RRQ have to... This is probably one of the few Riven games that we've seen that actually has major success early to mid-game. Right? I mean,
True.
Cookie's pocket pick.
That's true. That's very true.
Showing Chaz how it's done.
I mean,
I feel like the fans are gonna come after me, but I'm basing it off of numbers.
yeah, like right now it's very successful.
Helios has the
Like-
assistance of EXO, has
Oh
the
my.
riposte, but oh my, the damage is too much. Burned down by the Leandri EXOs and forced to flash because the Justice Punch was blocked. And even then EXO can't get away. Flash Wolf just run them down
Godlike.
top. Godlike Cookie, and it's Baron time.
No Helios, no Exocen, Baron time, 18 seconds on the clock.
No Devil J.
Yeah.
Walks straight into a Death Rush. You saw them there. You saw Flash Wolves walking into the jungle.
Oh, that's so
This
unfortunate.
has to be Baron, right? Unless
it has
Chaz
to
is
be
a
Baron.
hero.
It has to be Baron. This is 100% Baron. It's so risky. RQ has to look at Elder Drake right now. That is their comeback potential. That is the only way they can come back into this game. Because we saw there's literally 0 damage coming from RQ. Yes, they have all the shields. Yes, they have crowd control. But there's no damage to supplement all that setup.
You have to take it away at least, right? Flash Wolves have all the dragons. But look at that.
Yeah.
They leave Cookie to finish off Baron because they know RRQ won't be there.
Yep.
And now they're starting out the dragon.
Oh.
Devil J is 15 seconds away. They won't have time. It has to
Nope,
be a
nope, nope.
4v5. Chaz has to be the miracle worker. But look at where Bruce is. He knows
Oh, no,
that
he
Chaz
knows.
might be holding. He sees Chaz. They're trying to throw all their spell. Chaz goes in flash.
Wait, does he?
But
No.
he hammers the wrong guy. Not even close. And Flash Wolves gets everything.
Everything, and even this game, even this match point. 46 seconds on the clock already for Chaz. He's not going to be alive in time. Flash Wolves has Baron. They can end the game for sure.
And resiliency from Flash Wolves finally showed true. They lost with this draft in the previous game, but they do it again. And this time, they make sure they do it right. The base open up. And Flash Wolves will definitely put themselves on that match point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Stubbornness.
And it's going to be Ethan just
Face
nice
off.
body slam to keep Siege Meeting alive. EXO, last attempt. The brick wall, the bastion, crumble in the hands of Cookie, who is legendary on this ribbon. But Cookie once more, they make a statement. Flash Wolves in a best of 7 will not be denied. And this time, they win game 5 and they take back the lead.
There you go. Match point already for Flash Wolves. They're 1 game away from heading on over to the grand finals to get another rematch for Team Flash. And their stubbornness has been rewarded. Like, it didn't work the first time. Let's do it again. Let's just do it correctly. And they did. Cookie was unkillable. It was godlike. Everything just was so good. RQ, even though they got early kills for Helios and for Chaz, it didn't matter because Cookie got a triple kill and they couldn't finish off kills. I think that was the issue. Lack of damage, lack of any of the execution. No Garen, no Darius on your side. So many low health targets, but they couldn't get the finish, and they're just... RQ was just very frustrated. They couldn't reach the primary targets that were low.
And it all stemmed from one ban. One Lee Sin ban that
Yes.
led us down this path of Flash Wolves taking that lead in the series. Of course, they still need one more game to definitively close out against RRQ and complete one of Locking's goals, make it to top 2. And some people might look at the draft and be like, this feels like game 4. You know,
Yeah.
it's insanity, right? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. But they didn't. They switched it up.
Yeah, it works so well. That means they're so confident that we know this works. We've done it before. We know it works. It's just that we didn't execute it properly. And we know if we try this again, we're going to execute it better. And I think that mindset, we remember that interview with Flash Wolves. It's like the reason why they get stronger as the series progresses is because they got really good training, physical training, and as well as, you know, controlling the emotions. So I feel like that's very important in this series, especially in a BO7.
Yeah, it's a very scary thought right now because RRQ only managed to beat the draft once, but they could fall to the same draft again. We'll see what the panel has to say about this. Let's send it back to Grandin and the rest of the panelists.
Game 4 Part 2, otherwise known as Game 5, goes over to Flash Wolves this time around. Omo, you said they were stubborn. Well, the stubbornness has paid off. They managed to pull it 3-2. On track for your prediction.
Well, I learned something new today, that if you bash your head against a brick wall enough times, eventually it's gonna crack. Don't try this at home, kids.
Well, nah,
That's Flash Wolves. That's the story of Flash Wolves.
And I guess again, I mean, looking at that game alone, we saw an opportunity for RQ to still win. Though.
Of course, yeah.
However, Cookie on this Riven, we have been very critical of his Riven. Game 3, Game 4, and now he has shown that he has the chops to really carry the game on this champion. Got the 3 kills, got the advantage early into a godlike legendary performance from Cookie, and outperforming Chaz in the process.
And I think something to consider as well is that given all the bans we've seen, Riven was probably the best duelist jungler left, right? Jax was banned, Irelia was banned, you ban away the Lee Sin, the Olaf, the Kazakhs, Tempo junglers are gone, dueling junglers are gone. You kind of just are left with the Riven and Fiora. That's really just about it. So going for the Riven in this case, well, it makes a bit more sense now.
Yeah.
And I think that the option was available for Chaz to play for a safer jungler, but then if you do that, you don't get the Chaz experience, and that's one of the biggest parts. That's one of the reasons and ways RQ wins games.
Taking away the Chaz experience from RQ, at least in game number 5, has paid dividends for Flash Wolves here. That just goes to show that, again, the preparation coming into this series alone, not just in this game number 5, but the series alone, to target down Chaz, the bread and butter, or the heart and soul of the other half of the heart and soul of RQ, is really making it work for Flash Wolves. Who's our MVP here? Has to be Cookie, right?
Probably
Has to
Cookie,
be
yeah. I could see a world where it's Ysera. He did a very good job as well at starting the fights off.
Yo, my God.
This is definitely interesting, right? The fact that Devil J coming into this one, I feel like he did very well in last game, but it's a different look now. Ysera has come back into this one, and he's laid down his judgment and said, yeah, it's not going to be that easy. It's not going to be that easy. He put Devil J in a bad spot. Devil J got desperate. He had to force a play, but it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, on game number 4, he was helped a lot by the Lee Sin, right?
Yes.
There were so many kicks that went into their favor that basically accelerated Renekton. And again, as a Renekton, it is expected that you will slow down by the time that you reach the late game. How do you counter that? If you accelerate your build process, right? With more gold being funneled onto the Renekton will be more scary. But on even terms, we have a Renekton versus Darius. Darius takes the cake in the late game.
Our player of the game will turn out to be Cookie at the end of this.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think something to consider as well is when Riven is not pressured by the tempo of something like a Lee Sin, she has a far better time.
Yeah, being able to have some additional space, be able to. So you mentioned auto, right? So the game starts out, RQ gets a couple of early kills, but it's the early triple kill from Cookie that really started to define the pace for Flash.
Oh my God, we have to pay homage again to the, I think to the timeless quote. Never chase a Singe, because that's what happened, right? They chased down, they tried to assassinate a Singe that just has bought a defensive AP item in Rylai's.
I mean, Rylai's first item, right?
Rylai's first item. You would see other Singe go for Liandry's first item if they want to be at least, a little bit more aggressive at the damage side. He got chased down, was able to at least bait them out, with Cookie waiting in the dark side or waiting in the fog of war, just hammering down all the members of RQ. That 3 kills into the performance that we saw. Definitely, this is I would say an MVP worthy for performance coming from Cookie.
Yeah, and something I want to touch on a little bit as well is I think we've talked about RRQ red side, the power of their flex picks. But I feel like this game, they tried a bit too hard to overflex. They kind of flexed themselves into a corner. They got a better mid matchup for Helio, sure. But I feel like at the end of the day, I would always much rather have a Fiora jungle and a Jace mid.
Just having that power there, that dual combo coming in. But in all honesty, RQ start this one off by having a very flexible draft, right? Going for the Jace early
this
on.
sequence of events,
opened up for them.
Yeah, the point in where Devil J flashes.
So
there's
greedy,
something
right?
with Devil J and flashes. The Shen and now this time the Renekton. I feel that Devil J still has to be more controlled in that in that regard.
There was no need to force the play there. The play was already over. Just live to fight another day.
Yeah. The objective in that team fight alone was to defend the tower. They were already able to defend the tower, but with greed, that's what happens.
So when Flash Wolves side, when they've stuck to the same composition, they've decided to stay and remain stubborn, it's turned out beneficial for them. Whereas with RRQ, it's not been so straightforward, right? They've gone into this one, they've lost that last match, and it was in good Flash Wolf fashion as well. So what the RRQ have to do to start turning things around for them? Again, I mean, I feel like this just keeps happening, right? Best of 7 series, that's how it plays out. We have one team wins, the other team pulls back. 2-2 before, now 3-2. How do RRQ close it out?
Backs against the wall.
Yeah. I mean, for me though, if I'm RQ, this is the time that they become stubborn as well, right?
Really?
Because game number 4, I saw the potential of the draft that they have against the draft of Flash Wolves, and on game number 5, it was denied of just that team fight in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah.
Had it not happened, again, Master style, had it not happened, RQ would be the one in the advantage here. I mean, the only difference, or the only shakeup that I would do is to put Fiora in the jungle and have
Yes.
Helios in the mid lane as the Jace.
Genuinely, I think that would have a significant impact on the outcome of the game, the impact on some of these fights. And Helios, surely he's learned from the level 1 of the last game. He would not repeat the mistake to get soloed by a Cinch again. I feel like that was a bit greedy. They flexed themselves into a corner. They tried to be a bit too fancy. But I feel like if RQ want to be adaptable, I'm sure they still have some tricks up their sleeves as well. I feel like the adaptability in the series has helped them a ton. And I want to see them yet again throw a curveball at Flash Wolves to bring us to Game 7.
So you say that, Omo, and we have to put things
No, but
back
it's going to
in
be a 4-2. Flash Wolves will
We have to put this back in context as well. This is that last game potentially here. If Flash Wolves win here, we move on to the grand finals with Team Flash. And so RQ, you say you want to see them play with something new, something to adapt to what Flash Wolves have given to us, and immediately we see them switch sides. Now RQ on the blue side.
This is the curveball that you've been waiting for, yeah? RQ being put in the blue side would mean that they don't have the counter pick that they often get. However, they will get the priority on the Senna, which has been so effective in this series and in the past couple series as well.
I mean, so many things that have to ban away, and so Flash Wolves need to decide what they want to try and get rid of. Well, I realize it's going to be the first ban from the Flash Wolves. RQ decided to ban away the Jax, and Senna ban away by RQ.
Why is that the case? That's so odd. I thought they would flex the blue side to try to first pick the Senna, but I hear Riku saying, yeah, agreeing with me. But yeah, I thought they would go to blue side to first pick the Senna, but what do you want on blue side? Do you just want to get rid of the Senna? You could have done that on red side. I'm a bit confused.
Possibly, Camille pressure here.
Sure, yeah. I guess Camille could be trashing right
Jace
now.
pressure as well.
I feel like, yeah, you feel a bit pressured on red side because there's certain picks you just cannot give up. And look at the draft right now. It's Camille or Karma. One of those will be left out. So RQ will get a new pick here.
I think RQ would be banning away the Karma here, though, because they are not really too big
Not
on
a Karma team?
Yeah.
Well, if you ban away the Karma here, then Flash Wolves can just
Jace.
ban Camille. You have to force Flash Wolf into a catch-22 situation. They have to choose one of the two to ban, or they open both and trade.
I also see an angle here of RQ prioritizing Jax.
Flash Wolves have been banning away the Olaf in some of their,
Oh, yeah,
their previous
Jax
matches
has
as well.
been
So
banned
Jax
away.
already being banned. Maybe the Olaf is banned as well, so that RQ don't get to pick something up. A strong jungler for Chaz potentially.
Yeah, Karma. That's it. Or just go for the Yumi.
I feel like Flash Wolves just open both. Yeah, you open both. You realize what RQ are doing. They're trying to force you in a situation where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Flash Wolves says, fine, pick one. We'll take the other one. Pick your poison.
Taking away a very strong champion for Exocet. The Galleon was something he's performed very well at. Also the Gragas. So Flash Wolves have multiple options they can try and go for. RQ, however, will be able to respond with the second and third pick. Now it's about deliberating. Like you mentioned, multiple strong options open.
Camille. If I'm RQ, I'm going.
No, Nina!
And it's Kha'Zix.
Don't you get Karma Camille both here? Is that worth it? I mean, Kha'Zix is very impactful. I completely understand why you would grab the Kha'Zix. It's been permabanned this series as well. But to give up Camille and Karma, that seems a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. Karma, Camille, and then RQ would respond. That would have to respond with a Riven. They don't want to give Cookie again the Riven. And again, looking at the bans here, we have so many junglers that has been banned away.
Though I feel like with the Kha'Zix, you would be happy playing against the Camille. Playing against the Riven, rather, if Cookie picks that one up for himself.
It's like you guys mentioned. It's like you've mentioned, Otto. RQ not such a big fan of Karma. I think Flash Wolves know that. Say we don't have to pick this one up just yet. We can hold that out for a later pick. Meanwhile, to grab the Gragas, one of the better champions for Exocet and Eason alike.
Don't get me wrong, Exocet still is able to play any
He's a mage
champion.
player, right?
He's a
He
mage
played
player.
mid
He's a
lane.
mid laner. However, you know, looking at RQ's identity, Exocet's role is to playmake, and you won't be able to really playmake on that champion. Now the
Same
set
for
has
Flash
been
Wolves,
picked
though.
away.
Same for Flash Wolves. If you take Karma for Bruce, do you really want that on match point? Because
Well,
this Gragas is very well going to Eason
I mean,
already.
Bruce has played the Singed. So
True,
So,
well.
Flash Wolves has been willing to sacrifice a few of Bruce's mechanics to really win the game. More on the Wii side than the I side, right?
Yeah, let's take a look then. It's gonna be Riven instead. Riven and Camille, Ysera showing his hand. This set could very well go over the Devil J. I think that's a fine matchup against the Camille as well. A lot of interesting flexes for both of these teams available right now. We could still see a Riven top, though that is not a Ysera champion, that's a Cookie champion, so very likely 99% Camille top, Riven jungle.
We need to see what Flash was want to try and go for next, right? So they have the bans again, get to decide what the remaining options are going to be. Assassin's now starting to get removed from the pool. We had the Zed ban first off by Flash Wolves to prevent that first rotation, the Zed pickup. Now the Akali also coming through.
Do you ban the Morgana here? Because we saw earlier that the Morgana has been an option for Flash Wolves, and a Riven with a Riven with a black shield, a Camille with a black shield. It's going to be very, very scary.
Nice.
Good read
Morgana
by
ban.
RQ.
Good read, yeah. Did you just say good read to yourself?
By RQ.
Oh, okay, by RQ. And by you as well.
I'm part of their support staff, yeah?
Yeah. Alright, so what's this going to be here for Flash Wolves? Karma is still up. Will they pick it up 4? That's the question for me right now.
Corki has been a pretty staple ban, you know, in a bunch of their matches when they are going down to the final few. They decide that Corki is something they don't want to deal with.
RQ have been banning Corki the entire series. Flash Wolves banning Corki themselves could signal a Karma because you don't want to give Corki a free lane to scale.
A Karma is also similar to a Morgana, right? In a sense, it still is an enchanter. And they could play the Karma for a Cookie. Although,
surely you take Karma here.
I mean, not Cookie, but locking.
Identify that the Singe is something they don't want to play against. RQ are going to ban that one away, but now Flash Wolves are left with the question, should you pick up Karma in this angle? Or a different enchanter, or something else altogether? It's the Yuumi that comes out to be the answer.
This is scary though, like very, very scary. Although the all-in potential and assassination from RQ is enough to kill out any target. You have a set, you have a Kha'Zix, you know the burst is there, and that counters, you know, at least soft counters a Yuumi pick.
I think this is the first time ever we've seen Lock King's pick get dropped to 5th. Is he gonna play like an Ezreal here? Is this like an Ezreal angle? What's he looking for? That's the question on my mind. I could see it very well being an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal angle here.
More of the supportive. Could still be.
But against the set Ziggs lane, assuming if with now the Darius in play, Ezreal Yuumi,
it's fine. It's fine. You just scale for free.
Yeah. You basically have an
Helios.
Oh, okay.
Back at it, right? Helios and Chaz. We need to do it here. Backs against the wall. We need to pop off.
And it's going back to the basics. You have an AP bot lane. Go for a marksman mid.
Okay, let's see. This is the one, right? This is the suspenseful pick. Karma. They've played this before. They played Karma on locking. But why did it drop so low in the draft? That's the question for me. Karma for locking. Wait a minute.
Well, I mean, if RQ isn't going to fight them for it, that Flash Wolves are just going to go for it after.
Wait, no, it can't be Karma for locking. It's a Gragas Yuumi bot. Gragas mid for Bruce. And then a Karma
Don't
Yuumi
they lack damage though?
Well, no, if you're Riven and Camille get a hit, that's all the damage you really need.
Depends on how they skirmish.
Also, you gotta consider Yuumi is not a support. Yuumi is the carry.
Yeah, Yuumi does a lot of damage. You know, you get a lot of the damage coming in here.
Yuumi is being played by Locking right now, so it's gonna be a curveball from Flash Wolves on red side.
I mean, it's akin to playing like a lane swap kind of situation, right? Where you're playing for your weak side and you just have to have the Gragas survive.
Yeah.
And I also feel scared to the recent attempts of Darius and Kha'Zix here because of so many heals and shields from Flash Wolves. Not to mention, you also have a shield on the Riven. You also have a shield on the Camille. Damage mitigation, baby.
You don't really have a great option for the Power Slam as well on the set, right? You don't have a great engage option. If the shields block the reset from the Darius, that could change the team fight. It genuinely could. This game, though, I really want to see the members of RIQ play towards Devil J, get him some control. Bruce on the Lucian start roaming. Flash Wolves team comp, it's very clear what it does. Yet again, they've drafted themselves another Death Ball comp.
And RQ, with their backs against the wall, will force a new composition. Once again, the adaptability from this team pushed to its limits as it's now match point over the Flash Wolves. We'll toss it over to the casters to bring us in.
Game number 6, and Karma is out, Riku!
Finally!
Finally, Karma, Yuumi. We get the Gragas on Eastern, that's the standard pick. But yes, Karma, Yuumi.
Karma, Yuumi!
For Flash Wolves.
Usually it's just one, but now we have 2 in one team.
Karma made it all the way until the end.
Yeah.
When we saw the Yuumi pick, we were like, no way, no way. And
Yeah,
Karma comes out, doubling down on Cookie and Ysera. This is Flash Wolves coming in and saying that this is another of our curveball.
Yeah.
But this time we're gonna run you down.
Yeah, exactly right. This is when you see the first 3 picks that they did: Camille, Riven, Gragas.
Yes.
That is standard, strong level 3, big combo-centric champions, and the Karma would fit right in the middle because you have what? Staff of Flowing Water, ability haste. You just give them a shield and you push them forward, and then you play. You give them a boost, And it's just so it just enables aggression. Flash Wolves has been leaning towards that sort of style to match RRQ, because several times, even before the 4-minute mark, they have been making proactive plays. They have been winning the skirmishes. So this is such a scary comp from Flash Wolves, and I agree with you, Husky. They're saying, we're going to the grand finals. It's not you, RRQ.
Yeah, and you see they have so much poke, so much zone control, so much engaged potential. I say that EXO pulls Ethan back. It's just you know, early level exchanges. You know, we know that Yuumi is not a support. Please do not build support items on Yuumi. You have the karma for that, right? I mean, Bruce could go Rabadons for all I care.
It's always going to be Luden's Rabadons.
Yeah.
And then into Staff of
Flowing
Flowing Water. Yeah.
In fact, this is the first time we see Flash Wolves on Red side in the entire best of 7. Right? The panel talked about how RRQ will lose that flex pick capability, and Flash Wolves instantly capitalize on that. This early invade from both EXO and Chaz, you gotta be careful. There's a lot of pull potential. You see Bruce coming in as well, just to protect this blue buff, and this is well done for Flash Wolves.
There's so much healing coming from Flash Wolves, to the point that it erases the hard work that Marky put in the lane. Like, I'm gonna poke you a lot, and he's gonna keep doing that until forever. That's what he does. But the healing coming from locking and the shields are just gonna mitigate that. It's just gonna erase Marky's hard work.
I mean, Marky's gonna run out of mana before anything happens.
True.
Yeah, he's just going to be like, I've thrown like, what, 10,000 bombs, and why is your health still full?
Because of the Yuumi.
Because of Yuumi. That's the karma. I mean, EXO, yeah, he's gonna show up mid, trying to make a play onto Bruce, but Bruce is well aware, right? He still has the flash. It's very hard to gank a karma.
It's
right?
so hard, especially if you reserve this shield for yourself. And the fact that a karma has low cooldowns on everything, basically, it's just so good. And, you know, Exosense still no Deadman's Plate, so if you want to, like, if you just run straight at her, she's just going to get, Bruce is just basically going to activate the shield and just, bye-bye. Sorry.
See, just again, those love taps down bot. Easton is losing plenty of health. He gets exhausted by Marky, but again, blocking just attaches himself to Easton, and his health is back up.
I think the good news, at least for RQ bot lane, is that even though their poke is erased, they have priority. That means if they want to make a play, if they want to visit down mid, see if they can punish Bruce, they can have that at least.
Oh, final chapter. Open up very early into the game, right before the objective spawns. So Locking will not have his ultimate for those objective contests, right? I mean, EXO and Marky forced it out. They played it well, bait and switch. But I want to quickly look at the team fight. How is it going to look like for both teams?
Okay, I'm gonna touch upon Flash Wolves first. Imagine this, Husky. Transcendent Embrace into final chapter. That slow plus lockdown, you're gonna be so short. Remember, the answer to a Yuumi is a Gragas cask. Where's the Gragas? It's in the same team as a Yuumi.
The Yuumi.
There's no one that can displace. Maybe Exosen here. Showstopper perhaps, but it's gonna be very difficult.
There's no final chapter. That's something that Flash Wolves need to be aware of. EXO runs in. Few punches onto East, and Bruce shows up as well. He's gonna get the tether onto Helios. Helios dropping low. The Dragon as well dropping low. Showstopper out, but it's Cookie with the wind slash to secure the Dragon and first blood for Locking.
Pretty biased when I'm gonna talk about this. I hope there's gonna be a replay. It was 1v1 of Bruce and Helios. You know what Bruce did? Helios activated the culling. Bruce went, I'm gonna walk you through. I'm gonna keep you on a tight leash. But either way, Cookie did a really amazing steal. And at that point, what can you do? No final chapter, no problem, because one of your main early game damage dealers was pretty low, tapping out of the fight. That was Helios on Illusion.
And that was without final chapter, right? Yeah. And that was Bruce soloing Helios. And he didn't even use exhaust.
He didn't have to! Dude, he went like tether, and then I'm gonna walk around you, and the calling is just one angle, I'm gonna root you. That was so... I love Karma. That's what I want to say.
You're a Karma aficionado, right?
Yes, I am.
Top Karma player.
Not anymore.
Even in the games that we lose, you are still the best Karma.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Cookie, they just took out Devil J. They ganked Devil J down bot. They took him out. EXO tries to buy space for this Rip Herald to get the charge off. And yes, they did it well. Marky demolishes that mid tier 1.
One thing, the angle that RQ can attack from is not only from Helios, right, with the early game damage. Not only they're engaged with the set on Exosan, but it's also the wave kill. Let's take a look at that again. It's the final chapter, diving in. Easy to execute.
What can you do?
What? Nothing.
They even use the
Nothing.
ultimatum. Just in case.
Just in case. Just gotta lock people down. Trapping them in the cage and then blanketing you with the CC. And imagine Transcendent Embrace on top of that.
We haven't seen that yet.
We have, not yet.
We haven't seen the big Mantra-inspired shield. We haven't seen any big combos just yet. This is just pokes after pokes after pokes. I mean, Chaz is forced back. EXO, I mean, you see the set run towards you, you'll be like, all right, chows.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We go in.
Nice seeing you, friend.
They got turret plates though. But you can see that gold-wise, it's still pretty much even. RRQ is able to at least stabilize, even though they lost the early fight, they lost the dragon. Infernal Dragon at that as well. Very important. The damage department.
Yep. Even though Devil J got killed off just now, he still returns bot. He got the tier 1 trade. Very important for RRQ. You open up that bot side of the map for your team. Just allows you to prep for the next objective, right? And if Flash Wolves cannot break open that mid turret, RRQ will always have a safety net, have a safe haven to fall back to.
And I think the issue is going to be, again, Devil J having to face Ysera. Ysera isn't a champion that's going to scale better, comfortably, in the later stages of the game when it comes to split pushing. And there is, again, the assistance of perhaps even the Yuumi. You know, Locking is going to either ride with Cookie, ride with, you call this Ysera. There's that delivery system, right?
Yeah.
You Hexic ultimatum in, Cookie's going to dash in, with the help of the shields coming from Bruce. It's just so, there's that ease of execution on the side of Flash Wolves. And you know how much RRQ respects them because Helios bought an early stasis enchant.
Yeah, and your best bet at displacing the Yuumi final chapter is if you grab him with the showstopper and send him away, but then you sacrifice yourself, right? Like someone has to use his physical being to cover up this ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
And even then, we look at Flash Wolves comp. I don't think it's a 5v5. I think it's a 7v5 because they have shields and heal. There's equivalent to an extra champion or two.
Yeah, it's as you can see, Marky already built an Oblivion Orb.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the damage.
Look at the damage. EXO
The
down to half. To stun him out. Final chapter out. EXO forced to use the Haymaker, but he knows that his time is done. Mega Inferno Bomb not enough.
Unfortunate timing too. That's the Ocean Drake already spawned. No. RRQ. The timing of the spawns as well. Look at Chaz, he's going in.
If you want healing for Flash Wolves, you get this Ocean Drake. Devil J, Stasis, Decimate. Get some heal on Ocean Drake down to 2,000. Transcendent Embrace. They vacuum all of them in. And Chaz, he's going to try to get the dragon. He will be able to smite it away for themselves. And Flash Wolves gets distracted. Chaz wants to leave, but he will not survive. And Flash Wolves gets 3.
They get the dragon, but at what cost? Just as you mentioned, they get Helios' life. The pop early. Okay, he's on Bruce is on an enchanter, but early to mid game is so painful. So painful. How many squishy targets are on the side of RRQ? That's 3. If you eat the inner flame, it's so painful.
And just the inner flame. We haven't talked about Prowling Projectile yet.
Not yet.
We haven't talked about the Yuumi poke.
Not yet. It's gonna be more painful because Locking's gonna build full AP items. Imagine what more. Flash Wolves got the reset. They're ready to take this Rift Herald.
And the ultimates are coming back out. Transcendence Embrace back up. Felt like it never happened, right?
Yep.
It felt like the fight never happened.
Low cooldowns.
Locking has the final chapter.
Oh
Look at EXO.
God,
He's already
so
down
low.
low. They're running out that passive, that true grit. But he still should be able to get that ultimate off, and yes, he does, straight to the backline into a Haymaker, but it doesn't matter though. It's going to be Cookie picking up a double kill for himself. Cookie goes golden, and he's going to be Bruce taking over the tether to lock Helios down. Cookie gets away. They finally finishes off Eason, and Helios somehow walks out of that. The Rift Arrow still low. Chaz wants to secure that, but here comes Ysera. Chaz gets the Rift Arrow, but Ysera might get his life. Hookshot into a Death Strike. The bomb not enough because of Locking. Locking heals him up, and Bruce is on a killing spree.
Bruce was waiting at the brush. She's like, okay, you're on stasis. But I think the consolation prize is RQ gets the Rift Herald. They can take back pressure for themselves, the fact that they have the Ziggs on board. But I think the scary trend would be Cookie. He's 306. Remember earlier in the previous game, Cookie on the Riven is just such a huge monster. And now he has 2 enchanters to back him up. Earlier, he didn't die. He didn't need enchanters. Now he has 2. How How can he possibly die?
Yeah, and earlier he was like what 9-1, 9-1,
Yeah,
something around that range, right? He was legendary by the end of the game.
yes.
And you know, we rewind back to the PH Domestic League. It was a champion that was perma-banned against Chaz, and now he sees it on Flash Wolf's side, and Cookie is making it look so good.
Yeah, we're looking at the matchup, right? We got Chaz, who's known to be such a scary Riven player. He's picked it up in the series. Cookie gets his hands on that champion as well, making it work 2 times in a row so far, especially now in the current game state. I know when we look at the gold, it doesn't seem like it's a lot. 3k gold deficit for RQ, but the way that Flash Wolves has been controlling the map and how they're so confident when they enter these fights, and the fact that no one is still dying, by the way. It's like second time again. The prior game, RQ had a little bit of a struggle to finish off targets.
We look at this. 2-0 Ysera.
Yes.
3-0 Cookie.
Yes.
3-0 Bruce. All the guys that you want to be in the lead, they have all the resources that they need.
Exactly.
Double Sundra, Staff of Flowing Water.
Already second item, like forget the Rabadons.
Forget the Rabadons, right?
Forget the Rabadons,
Just
we're gonna
boost
skip that.
the cores, just boost the carries. That's all Flash Wolves needs to do. That's the almighty Bruce package. The gift of the Ionians.
I love it too because the dynamic changed. Like we've known Bruce before when we saw Flash Wolves in the playoffs, they're like, oh, triple marksman in the mid lane. Oh, Cookie.
Oh, he has his ultimate.
He's
It's
fine.
bait by Devil J though, but Eason is there. We've seen
Everybody's
this bait before.
there.
Everyone is here. Eason goes in, body slam, final chapter. Devil J isolated from his team. Exosen goes to the back line with the showstopper, but it's going to be the ultimatum from Ysera, and he goes to buy time. Another body slam from Eason. He just does not make mistakes, and he gets rewarded with a double kill. Exosen goes down. Rampage for Cookie.
Oh my god, what was that? Flash Wolves, Cookie used as bait. They knew RQ was gonna take that bait, and then guess what? The rest of Flash Wolves are there, furthering their lead, even having more space to take this Baron. Helios was so needed in that fight, right? Because he's the champion that deals early game damage, and when he's not there, RQ is gonna have a tough time winning the fight.
And RQ follow literally the cookie crumbs into their own demise.
Yes.
Mountain Drake for Flash Wolves. Baron has just spawned, but Flash Wolves are in no rush. They have almost an insurmountable lead. 7,000 goal advantage. 14-1 on the kill score.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. You know, it's the final chapter, Mega Inferno bomb on top of each other. Really nice timing on the exhaust, but at the same time, such a good knock-up and stun from Cookie. It's just so easy. And who do you want to eliminate? It's so difficult to funnel onto one single target because they're so slippery. If they're low, they're just gonna go outside of your radar, your mind radar, and then they go back in, and then just healed up by locking, basically.
And this Rift Herald won't get anything done, for sure.
Sadly,
Yeah, sadly.
yes.
They have to drop it, right? The time is running out. And we saw the desperation from RRQ. We saw what Exosen wanted to achieve. He just wants to grab whoever is going on his teammate away. He wants to make sure that the final chapter doesn't connect. But what did it cost? Four members of RRQ and the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, these trades are unfortunately not going in RRQ's favor. Flash Wolves has been winning every single thing. And we talked about how Cookie gonna be very difficult to kill with 2 enchanters on his side. Guess what? Guardian Angel being picked up by Cookie.
Is this how it ends for RRQ at this game state? What else could they do? What else could they do to get us to the game 7?
Okay, it's going to be reliant on Chaz, right? Because they don't have the Yuumi. They don't have an enchanter to enable him. So he has to find these low health targets. The problem earlier, they didn't have any execute. I feel like for Chaz, if he maneuvers around these skirmishes, these fights, there is that opportunity.
Eason just Proto Bell body slam, and they
Oh
caught
my
Helios.
gosh.
He tries to get away. He has to flash, but that means Exo once more fed to the wolves, sacrificed in his own jungle. It's a killing spree for Ysera, and I feel like Flash Wolves are thinking about Baron.
The problem is, I said that the angle is going to be Chaz, but if Flash Wolves keeps doing this, if they keep pulling the trigger first, I don't think Chaz is an avenue.
They're walking straight into a depth brush. Devil J puts his
my
body in front, but
gosh.
Chaz is already gone. And I think this series might have reached an early conclusion. Flash Wolves get the exhaust onto Devil J, and look at this death ball piling onto RRQ. and you just have to stand in awe because Flash Wolves have gained full control and it's Baron Nashor time.
Exactly, Husky. 1-17, 2 dragons on the side of Flash Wolves. Map control, everybody's in the lead. Cookie's not gonna die ever in this game. And this is the game plan. This is the draft. They pulled up a curveball. They pulled something like, okay, first 3 champions, definitely a Karma. Still no Karma, it's gonna be a Yuumi. Surprise, last pick on red side, it's Karma. And look at the game state right now. RRQ struggling to find an answer.
And once more, RRQ facing off against the final form of Flash Wolves, and they were not able to overcome it. It feels like a repeat of the upper bracket semifinals. And if we're following this belief, the Flash Wolves prevail in a long series. They just have to win 1 game against Team Flash tomorrow, guarantee a game 5. And they might win the whole thing, but it's a long stretch, right? Looking at this right now, at least we know Flash Wolves have control. They find Bruce in the jungle, Eason, alongside with Locking's final chapter, they just take down Devil J. And EXO, he knows that he is gone. And Flash Wolves with this Baron power play, they're pushing down all those waves. And we're looking at the fall of RRQ's kingdom.
Yeah, Flash Wolves right now look incredibly strong.
And then this
So far, in the entirety of the draft, RQ is on red side, and now Flash Wolves on the red.
and Flash Wolves, they still have some fuel left to work with. RRQ fighting for scrap, but Flash Wolves, they're going for the end. The beacon for the Masters regions, they still burn bright. They will not be slayed. And Flash Wolves makes it to the grand finals. They book a rematch with Team Flash.
Oh my god, what a rematch stage as well. It's going to be the grand finals of the WCS, and it's crazy. It's crazy how, you know, we look at the entire series. There was that, you know, okay, stubbornness was rewarded. Okay, let's switch over to the red side.
What is this? They were happier when they beat RRQ in that upper bracket semis. Where's the pop-off?
It was a landslide victory, you know, on the last game. That's why.
Yes.
That's why. That full control. And then suddenly, boom, Yuumi and Karma. I mean, Cookie, prior to this game, didn't even need enchanters at all. And now he has 2 and he just didn't die. Doesn't
Imagine
die.
Flash Wolves looking at the selection and they were like, really? I guess we'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it any day. I mean, congratulations to Flash Wolves,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
They've definitely learned a lot from the loss against Team Flash yesterday. They proved that the stubbornness will eventually pay off. They take down RRQ, they win this rematch. Doesn't matter if it's a best of 5, doesn't matter if it's a best of 7. Flash will prove that today they are better than RRQ.
Yeah, it's twice in a row, right? The upper bracket and then into this lower bracket finals. It's so crazy that every time these two would battle, it will always go toward, well, not this time around, not full game 7.
I'm getting teary, Riku, because this would mean that this is the last time we see RRQ in
That's
the WCS
true.
finals.
I mean,
Also, I've been covering the entire journey. I've been covering all of RRQ's game. I get to witness the rise and fall of the empire of RRQ.
Yeah.
But it's an impressive run nonetheless.
Yeah.
3rd place in the WCS finals. They're going to Icons nonetheless.
This is their first time in
Yes.
an SCA tournament, by the way. 3rd place is a feat. It's no joke. It's no easy feat. The growth from RRQ is just amazing to watch. And you're right, Husky. For the RRQ fans out there, they go to Icons still. They're eliminated for the Grand Championship run, but they're still in Icons.
They're still in Icons. And Coyote will have to wait for next time to have an audience with RRQ because Flash Wolves have won this best of 7 4-2. They get a rematch tomorrow against Team Flash. We'll send it back to the panel and get the final thoughts on this entire series.
After 6 long, grueling games, Flash Wolves emerge victorious and take down RRQ 4-2. You were right on the money, Omo, for once.
Let me just say that I figured out the smudge on my crystal ball. I rubbed it away. 4-2 Flash Wolves. What did I tell you guys?
What a fluke. My God.
And let me tell you as well, I'm going to go one step further. And I'm going to tell you, tomorrow, Team Flash will win 4-2 again.
4-2?
Yes.
Okay.
Team Flash will beat Flash Wolves 4-2, and I would have gone through the entire C Finals tournament with 2 predictions wrong.
All right, okay.
Of every single match I'm playing.
But yeah, dude, what a team comp.
What a team comp.
What a
So
team
obnoxious.
comp. Oh my
Even though Flash
God.
Wolves won, and I predicted Flash Wolves to win,
Uh-huh.
felt a bit dirty.
Just looking at the composition, you have a Karma, you have a Yuumi.
You're the pop-offs now.
We're the pop-offs.
You're the
Oh, wait, this is
pop-offs
live.
now.
Team Flash tomorrow. Let's go. I thought that was pre-recorded.
I was waiting for something to happen.
You guys saw the pop-off. You guys
Oh
saw
my
the
God.
pop-off now.
Okay, so we do the pop-up for Flash Rules.
Now you guys know what happens when we go off air, when we're looking at the game, you know, the magic that's happening. It's all pre-recorded, all the reactions are
that was
pre-recorded.
a highlight
And then-
for us.
There we go.
But yeah, my God, Flash Rules, still very well deserved. The Game 5 power spike, the Riku and Husky was
But it was game
really
6.
disgusting
Game
about.
6 power spike.
Game 5 they won as
five.
well.
True.
Yeah.
And
So
then they
does that
won
mean
game 5
the
and
series
6.
goes to 7 games against Team Flash tomorrow? Flash Rules were perfect game then.
Oh,
Yeah.
something,
Something along those lines.
Perfect game then.
Again, we have to go back to how how they prepare for everything, right? The endurance, the physical training, still has something to do. Still is a very big factor to consider into this very long, grueling matches, and they still have a card up their sleeve. Come game number 6, a Yumi, a Karma, a Gragas. Who would have expected that? Did you?
I mean, I could not have expected that for sure. I mean, I feel like Flash Rules did very good job prepping their bottom lane. They knew that RRQ was not going to punish a Gragas Yumi combo. There's a reason combos like this don't get played, because it's very easy to punish. If you pick something like a Trash on the side of RRQ, plus a more aggressive marksman, you could really just turbo this bottom lane matchup. For example, if you flex the Lucian down with the set, or even a Lucian Trash, this bottom lane is going to explode. But they know that that's not RRQ's identity. They throw out a gamble, and it works out for them.
I mean,
You
the
scale,
smart
you
thing
win.
about this was that Flash was held the Karma for 5th pick, right? So they didn't know that there wasn't going to be a marksman. They could have just as well thought that the Karma wasn't going to come through. They were going to see the Gragas go into the support role with something else. I mean, the Yumi came in, which was a bit of a surprise, but the Karma especially was the thing that really threw us off.
And again, to be fair, the Karma on 5th pick, although we didn't really expect, we were anticipating it to happen one way or another. It's a very strong champion. Riku was just so loud and was so excited when the Karma got picked. And yes, we know that Bruce is known to carry games, and this is a different dimension of Bruce here.
I'll be real with you. He carried that Singe game and that Karma game. He was 1v1ing Helios as Karma against Lucian.
That's true.
He still carries. This guy is just cracked, man.
Let me offer two points of view,
Go ahead.
right? 2 points of view. So Riku mentioned this one earlier, but this is RRQ's first international debut. They've come into the competition and they smashed through it. They've
They
come
did
in 3rd
great.
by the end of WCS final. Well, of course, Yumi is a carry.
20 KD, okay.
Yumi is a carry, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know.
His
Maki.
DPM is a bit low on that Yumi, I gotta
Well
say.
deserved. Well, he's 100% KP. He's floating
that's
around
true.
the map.
You know why, right? Because you attach to someone, they kill someone, and you get 100% KP.
Oh, of course, absolutely. But
That's
that
true.
doesn't take away from the fact that, you
Sure.
know, it's different if you have a global ultimate. He's present
You
everywhere on the
basically
map.
go for the redemption.
But on the other side, this is Flash Wolves, the Masters regions, first time running this deep in the regional competition, in the Southeast Asian competition, right? You think about their previous iterations, you mentioned it before, Omo, one team are the ones to dominate, to take the title, to have control. Flash Wolves were in the discussion, but it was one team that pulled ahead. Now it's their time to come.
Is this it? Is this it?
I mean, if you think back to Summer Super Cup, one team, the Masters representative, got to the grand finals against EVOS, and then they lost. So I don't think it's going to be too different in my books here.
Wait.
We'll see, though. We'll
But
have to
could
see
be,
for sure.
could be. Again, many of us in Southeast Asia anticipated for Flash Wolves to at least get a championship.
Yeah.
You know, there is really something with this org. They have produced the best of the best talents in Southeast Asia.
It's called money. It's called money, Otto. It's called having money and pedigree.
But yeah, true. And again, moving forward to tomorrow, against Team Flash, they have the chance to, number 1, get the first championship for the Masters region in the Wild Rift scene, and number 2, to prevent Team Flash to go back-to-back against them.
Yeah, and something that Grenade did as well, right? It gives them better seeding and icons.
Better seating and icons, yeah. That's one of the additional benefits of all of this, I suppose. You know, you get to go deeper into the competition, which does help, considering the level of competition that we're going up against. But as we take a look back at the plays, I mean, I was just so focused on this one. Frankly, this game did not seem like the conclusion to a best-of-7 series. RRQ, they took a risk, but
die.
Flash Wolves, I mean, oh my goodness.
I mean, it's kind of expected, right? You don't go out with a bang. This is how it ends, with a whimper. But it shouldn't take away anything from RRQ's run in this tournament,
Yes.
which was frankly amazing. They nearly did the lower bracket run again. 3-0 against FLA, 3-0 against BRU. It's nothing to scoff at. It's an amazing performance to even get here. That's why it's such a shame that Game 6 ends with a whimper.
Here's my take, right? I feel like going into this one, Flash Wolves did not want to show as many cards as they had to. They went into this, and that's one of the benefits of being such a stubborn team, right? Going into, well, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay, sure.
Because they force one composition, time in, time out, really insist on making sure this one thing is the thing to go for. It's difficult for other teams to figure out what else
So
they have
because
in store.
of this, because you're saying this right now, you're telling me tomorrow against Team Flash, they're going to play something other than Riven for 4 games in a row? Or are they then saving strats for Icons? And then the Icons, if they play Riven the whole tournament, are you telling me they're saving strats for next year? Like, what's going on here?
To be fair, though, you could still employ the same strategy of banning out the jungle because Zissou
Yeah,
is also
100%.
a very formidable jungler for the side of Team Flash. And now we have seen that Flash Wolves, without all the junglers available, they still have Cookie's Riven, Cookie's Jax. A little call back to what happened the previous series. I remember, Jax being hotly contested by the two teams. Could very well be another pivotal pick.
I'll tell you what here, Otto. I'm not going to theorize anymore. Well, let's just ask these guys directly, right? We have Locking from Flash Wolves, the winning team of this series, here on an interview to join us to answer some of our questions. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
All right, well, after a really good series, you guys have won and are now going to be facing off against Team Flash in another best of 7 series. You guys won 6 games. How does the team feel right now?
就是今天赢了以后，你们明天又要打一场 BOC， 然后是对上 Team Flash。那你们目前整个队伍的感受是什么样子的？
我们目前是急着想要证明自己，然后向他们复仇。我们昨天只是让他们而已。
We want to get revenge on Team Flash. We actually didn't play our best. We were just letting them win yesterday.
Okay. Congratulations again, Locking. Flash Wolves as an organization is a very storied one. Okay, joining this organization or joining this team, how did it feel at the very beginning, and how does it feel now that you have at least secured second for the whole WCS?
他说，你加入这一个战队的故事算是一个比较漫长、有故事性的一个过程。那从你一开始加入这个 team 到你现在，至少达到了第2名的成绩，你觉得你现在有没有什么心路转变？
心路转变应该是变得更配合队友，因为以前比较不成熟，就很容易去送头什么的，然后现在就是慢慢的可以替队友那个 cover 他们，让他们安心的输出。
I feel like before I wasn't as mature as right now, and now I feel like I'm more able to like partner up and then play better with all my teammates and cover them when they need to do damage to the other team.
Very well said.
Yeah, I love that he said as well that I give them the freedom to go out and carry, right? I think that's a great perspective. You have, I guess, a role on the team that you perform. Like you play a lot of Senna, you play a lot of Varus, Ziggs, champions like that. Today you put out a Yuumi. What was the prep behind this like? Was this something you guys have been preparing for a while? Do you feel like it fits your style? What was the idea behind the Yuumi?
你之前打的一些角色，像是法洛就是那个珊娜，跟今天打的 Yuumi 是比较不一样的。那你们在这之前，你对 Yuumi 这个角色有没有就是特别去准备？然后对你自己的打法来说，是不是有点不太一样？
对，我们准备Yuumi已经准备了也很长一段时间了，然后两个角色打法都不太一样，然后我们已经想说要在最合适的时候放出来，然后给对手致命一击。一刀杀进去。
Okay, so we have been preparing Yuumi for a really, really long time. We were just looking for the right time to let her out and wreak havoc on the other team.
All right, Locking, I have one more question for me. You have to back me up here. I was telling Omo that you guys are saving strats for your match against Team Flash tomorrow. Is that true? Are you guys actually saving strats today for your match against Team Flash tomorrow?
他说你们明天对上 Team Flash 的时候，还有没有更多的策略？就是说，我们可能还没有看过的，就是你们专门为了他们准备，就是藏起来的一些打法。
有，我们还有很多花招，然后希望你们接得住，然后我们会拿下这次 WCS 的冠军的。
Okay.
We do have a lot more cards up our sleeves, and hopefully they can play to their best, and we're gonna take the championship this time around.
All right, that's great to hear from you, Locking. Once again, congratulations on your win against RRQ. We're excited to see your performance against Team Flash tomorrow. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here. Bye bye.
谢谢，明天加油。
First off, I told you, all right, they were saving strats,
You know,
Omo.
I mean, that was the default answer.
I told you they were saving strats. They said it themselves. Can
Even
you
if I'm
still
not
deny this?
saving any strats, I would 100% go to interview and say, I have 5 things prepared tomorrow. Get ready. No, it does 2 things. Right?
Exactly.
You can never say I have nothing prepared for
Oh,
starters.
Otto!
And you also are never going to let your opponent know that you have no secret strats.
You can't do it, Otto. You can't boost his ego.
I only speak facts. That's
I
the thing.
really,
It's
I
hard
really think
facts,
that
but-
Omu takes the cake on this one. It's a default answer, dude.
Yeah, it's a default answer, dude. Like,
Boo!
you know,
Boo to Omo.
do you know that meme picture when why are you booing him? He's right. That's always me. I always get booed for being right. That's life, isn't it?
Otto, boo him through. Boo.
Boo.
Just for the sake of it, we're gonna boo you, all right?
Yep.
Well, but
It's tough to be right. Let's just say.
I was right yesterday, but yeah.
you know, some people take it like a champ. You know, some people take it like you, and
I take it like a champ. I don't say anything. I just sit here and take it and keep being right. You know?
But
It's a
really,
tough job.
what a journey for Flash Rules, right?
Yeah.
Not making any personal changes, sticking to their 5, and now proving that they can run it back and win. Now facing against Team Flash tomorrow, exciting things could happen.
And can I say yet again, Team Flash, they are speed running another tournament. They speed ran their local regionals.
Yes.
Now they're speed running WCS finals. They've played, what, 4 matches? They've played 3 matches. Tomorrow will be their 4th. Regionally, they've played also along the lines of 4 matches. So this team would have played 8 or so playoff matches going to Icons. They are just speed running the league right now.
I feel like you know, you look at the level of competition. They've faced off against some tough ones, but at the end of the day,
I love that schedule.
This is it. This is the final series, the last BO7 Team Flash and Flash Wolves, a rematch from yesterday. And I have to say, every moment up until this point in the WCS finals has led up to this.
Wow.
And I'm looking forward to this more than ever.
Same. Team Flash versus Flash Wolves, the sequel, part number 2.
Electric
But
Boogaloo.
then again. Okay, we have to talk about Flash Wolves as a team that really has the endurance, right? And if we think of it as if, you know, they already done their first series, basically they're already past their Game 5 power spike, right? So tomorrow could be very different, Omo.
Could very well be, but all I know is I'm extremely excited for that one. Flash Wolves
Yes, Otto.
against Team Flash. You guys are seeing this, right? This is what happens when you're always right. Flash Wolves against Team Flash. One thing I can promise you is it's gonna be a blinder. It's gonna be a banger. Both of these teams are coming in with different styles, different ideas of how they want to play the game, how they want to approach the draft. And I think that this grand finals will be the culmination of everything we've seen so far, the entire WCS finals. And if teams are watching this from other regions, if you're watching this from EU, NA, Korea, whatever, know that you should be scared of.
You have to be scared, yeah, that's true. Out of 100 plus teams that joined WCS, we're now down to 2. Team Flash and Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
Who would come out on top, right? Who
All I'm
would
getting
choose
from this,
greatness?
All I'm getting from this is if you want to win a championship, if you want to be a good team, put Flash in the name.
Yeah, Flash
All right.
Wolves.
Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Ghost Gamers, and One Esports for making this one possible as we come to a wrap of Day 7 of playoffs, the second last day. Tomorrow, we have our grand finals coming up. We've had 4 teams representing us in the Icons Global Championship, but one of these 2 teams moving forward will advance away from the playing stage and right into the group stage. Well, that's it for Day 7 of our playoffs, fans. We already know all the teams going to Icons, but now it's time to find who will be the first WCS champions. We'll find out who will continue to choose greatness in the WCS finals, so stay tuned for the grand finals happening tomorrow. See you guys.
I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it needs to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the will of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark.